tell. Heaven from hell, blue skies with pain. Can you tell a green field from a cold steel rail? Smile from a veil. Do you think you can tell? Did they get you to train your heroes to ghosts? Hard ashes for dreams, hard air for cool breeze, cold comfort for change. Did you exchange? Walk on past the wall, the hero became. How I wish you were here. You lost souls swimming in a fishbowl. Year after year, running over the same old ground. How we found the same old fears. Wish you were here. Terrence, brother, man, we're just two lost souls swimming in a fishbowl, man. Me and my wife just looked at each other and chuckled. How you doing, brother?
Good. How's it going, Dark? You're back in Vegas now, yeah?
Yeah, back in Vegas, enjoying the great decoupling and chilling out. Had a great weekend with family, which is good. Hope everybody had a wonderful Easter. And yeah, excited to talk Bitcoin.
Yeah, I was. I'm sure other people were paying attention to this, but I had just noticed yesterday was the exact 12-month mark from the halving, right? 420 is when we had it, and we typically have started to run 12 to 18 months after the halving, and who knows if we're going to continue these cycles or if those just sort of get dampened or whatnot, but. It's almost funny that on practically the day of, and obviously it's probably coincidental with everything else happening, but suddenly, boom, there we go, flying high and sort of decoupling from everything else.
Yeah. Look, I'm not a big cycles guy anymore, but there is something to timing, right? And I really just think that the fiat debt-based Ponzi scheme is coming to an end, and it's going to have to be completely reworked in order to fix the balance sheet. And that means the destruction of the US dollar, the reworking of the global order, the US as a regional power, just a lot of change, right? Like you're watching it right before your eyes. So yeah, I've been waiting for this kind of move. I'm excited to talk today a little bit about slash Bitcoin and the relationship between the two, and why none of this is surprising to me. And matter of fact, we've been calling for this gold unwind to happen, and I think you're watching it in real time. It's kind of amazing. But eventually, I think gold fails, and I'm excited to talk about that today. Lots to talk about. It's gonna be a fun one.
Well, I noticed President Trump didn't say Satoshi was a major loser, but I think he said that about Powell.
Wow. That's one thing Trump and I agree 100% on. I'd like to see Powell pulled out of that place in handcuffs and charged with criminal racketeering. Let's audit the Fed. Let's look at how they've been shipping our money, via swap lines and all kinds of crazy financial engineering around the world, how they've been cheating. Let's get to the bottom of the cheat, right? Let's get to the bottom of it. And I'm 100% behind Trump on this one.
I see
Lauren.
we've got, yeah, go ahead, Dark.
Yeah, just say, hey, Lauren, what's going on, brother?
What's up, man? Sorry, I'm doing father type things and running kids to get their braces adjusted and stuff. So just probably just make an appearance and leave. But
Might
man,
need to get their attitude adjusted too.
right. Well, Terrence did suggest pliers. It's a much cheaper one and done method. But yeah.
I see Puncher's raising his hand. He's willing to actually apply the pliers. Punch.
Good morning, guys. Did I have my hand up?
No, I figured if anyone would take pliers to their kid's mouth, it was going to be Puncher.
Nah, no, no, no. I did walk into a house today that has a dead animal in it that I'm trying to find the source of the smell. So,
Oh, no.
Puncher also knows a guy.
wait a
So if you need
week.
your teeth, sorry, go ahead.
Nah, I just walked in and it was overwhelming odor of a dead skunk or something inside one of the HVAC ducts. So, turned out to be a
Oh,
great day so far. Yeah.
oh, that's not good, man. That is not good. Oh, yuck. Matthew McConaughey, man, how you doing, brother?
I'm just laughing at the picture in my head of Powell immediately turning snitch and rolling on Switzerland
Yep.
and just
Yeah,
bringing the entire central banking cartel to heel.
that's
That'd be
right.
amazing.
Like, how long would it take before Powell snitched? Maybe
They,
five,
they
ten
would they would
minutes.
only have to restrict his course memberships and he would immediately roll over. They wouldn't even have to get to any of the fancy stuff.
I love it. I love it. I still envision in my head saying, "Nah, we're gonna waterboard you anyway. Let's take him down to Oh my goodness, we'll take him down to Cuba and have fun with him."
Hey, Dark, nice job on that podcast over the weekend, too.
Oh, thank you so much. That was really fun. Dr. Mark reached out to us during reached out to me during one of our spaces and said, "Hey man, would you do my podcast?" And I said, "Absolutely." And man, he made it happen. I thought he did an amazing job. I was really impressed. It was a lot of fun.
Wait,
Yeah, it was good.
what podcast was that, Dark? Is there a
Well,
link?
yeah, we'll throw it up in the nest. Somebody will throw it up in the nest, or I can. But I did a podcast with Dr. Mark. He's one of our listeners, and just a generally really good guy. And he had reached out to me and said, "Hey, man, would you do a podcast?" I said, "Sure, absolutely." And then we did it, and it was fun. It was a lot of fun. Oh, Taylor, what's going on, man? How's life in India?
Hey man, the pod got me amped for the bit bonds again. So I know you've been like super hyped to talk about Bitcoin or bit bonds every second, but I'm ready. I'm ready to go now.
Okay, well, we'll definitely hit Bitbonds today for sure.
Uh, I saw here's something funny about India. You guys know like simulation theory, right? Um, I'm not like especially like a subscriber to simulation theory. I don't know that it conflicts with my religious beliefs in any way, really, but it just seems, I'm not like opposed to it. I'm not like super pro simulation theory, but I keep seeing all these signs in India that are like just obvious simulation glitches. Like, I see a lot of like whenever I'm on a space with infra, I see signs in India that say like infra on them. Like when I'm driving down the street, like no joke. And today I saw a site that said Santoshi, like not Satoshi but Santoshi, and I was like, so I think that the simulation, like, it just doesn't like render things like it's just pulling from like random files. Like over here in India, it's not like it's queued in as in the U.S. where it needs to be more detailed. Here, it's like third world kind of rendering going on, and it's just like pulling random concepts from my life into the sim right now, like into kind of like. So it's kind of a little bizarre, but yeah, I don't do drugs, anyone. So that's like what I'm seeing. Uh, I don't know. Kind of weird. Kind of funny.
I like it. I like it. What's going on, Cosmo?
Ooh, just hanging out, man. I've been super stoked about this move. I've been rubbing my hands about it for about a week now. Going right through the cloud. I'm a big Ichimoku guy, so I've been having my eye on it for a while.
Is that Satoshi's long lost brother?
It is actually, yeah.
Yeah, this moves that like shouldn't catch anybody off guard, right? Like the decoupling was coming. Um, Bitcoin is the most pristine collateral. We're going into this kind of tremendous uncertainty around currencies. Probably one could call it a currency war as we are fastly devaluing the dollar. And yeah, what are you going to buy? You're going to buy Bitcoin,
For
right?
sure. And
Like,
I think it's
who-
funny because you see a lot of tweets like, oh, is this Apple buying? Is this, we know that Sailor's buy doesn't move the market. It just hasn't for the last like
Yep.
ever. And so everyone's expecting that this move came from somewhere. But it's like, look, sometimes it's just market forces. Like things take time, things need to settle down, speed up again. It's got to kind of like slow down before it gets moving again. Sometimes it's just the way it is.
But what about that time cover that the Roaring Kitty had posted back in February? That was the time stamp on that Apple computer was volume ending on 420. Like, you guys think GameStop's going now?
No, no. That's such a. I feel like that's kind of a. I don't know, man. It seems a little far fetched to be like, yeah, yeah, yeah. This weird timestamp on a photo that was posted a year ago told us what day that Apple was going to buy a bunch of stuff. That's a little far fetched for me. I'll be
No, no,
honest.
no. That GameStop is buying it, but he posted it this last February, like just a month or two ago.
who knows? Who knows? Could be.
It would
I,
it'd be
I
disappointing if it was like a GameStop thing. I'd rather just have natural market forces be moving this as opposed to some large buyer, like that it sounds more likely and, better suited for the long-term health of Bitcoin anyway.
Yeah, look, it just could be Joe and John Reed Starks covering the shorts, right? Like that's a strong possibility.
60 Minutes,
60
man.
Minutes, man. Puncher, that was an amazing tweet you put out there, man. That like literally was a shot right to the forehead, man. A thump. I loved it.
At least he's a nice guy,
Not
right? But
really.
like,
No, no.
yeah, I mean, in his, I guess, his mannerisms.
Yeah, no. His presentation
But
is nice, but I don't think he's a good guy now.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I've run into a lot of guys like that. Like their presentation is immaculate, but when you listen to what they say, what they do, you're like, and maybe that's just the
Yeah, like
facade.
Mitt Romney. Like, I'm a Mormon, but Mitt Romney's a communist twat.
There you go. Gary Cardone,
Completely.
man. Good to see you, man. What's going on, brother?
Strong, buddy, strong. I like what I'm seeing here. My brother called me up this morning. You know, when Grant's calling me, he's like, "Hey, is Bitcoin decoupling?" I'm like, "I think so, bro. I think it's happening right now." Uh, you know, those tariffs, that news should have taken Bitcoin from 90 grand to 45 or 50, dude, and it barely touched 72, if I remember correctly. Um, Silver is like, I think silver, like, is literally the ratio between silver and gold is officially done forever. So Bitcoin's eating all the anybody that wanted to buy secondary gold, they're going to move to Bitcoin, right? It makes no sense for them to hold silver. It's heavier, it's worth less, it's much more difficult to move, it's easier to fake. Silver's done. And I think the price is showing that. Although it's strong, I would not be buying big silver here. People are like, "Hey, maybe silver's a good play." That's not a good play here. Bitcoin's the play. Gold, man, gold is really showing signs of, you know, uh, deep worry about recession or depression. I personally don't think they're even legal anymore. I don't think the world's allowed to go into recession anymore. But maybe not. Maybe with Trump, this is the hey, let's just fucking hit all the buttons and see what happens. Most definitely, though, if you think the world's going to the financial nuclear brink, man, how can you not want to own a shitload of Bitcoin? Like, I just don't. Anybody that's listened to 30 hours of these shows, if you're not off zero, dude, at this point, like, you're weird. Okay, like,
Not going to make it.
you're not gonna make it, man. Like you should pulling the trigger here is like it's such a no brainer. It's unfucking believable with a 4 year time horizon. I know I've said this a lot of times, but risk adjusted, okay? Like there is nothing I can do that's less risk adjusted, including going to lunch today. It's more dangerous for me to get in my car and go on the street than it is for me to own Bitcoin. So Never seen anything like this in my whole life. I got to tell you, and I've been hunting for this thing my whole life. So if you're here and you're off zero, congrats. I'd go get some more Bitcoin as soon as possible if I were you. Now the question is, guys, what could go wrong? I'd like to know what would push this down into the low 80s, because I still got my bids sitting there for, a chunk, man. I'm trying to add 5% to my stack, and but I think I might have missed the high 70s. What do y'all think?
Well, a real crash might do it quickly, Gar, in my opinion, but very quickly. I mean, we talked about this last week. The capital's got to go somewhere, and while it may bounce back into the dollar temporarily because of just normalcy bias or some other currency like the Swiss franc or the yen or something, I think they're going to quickly find that that's not the safe haven they might think it is, and that ultimately you might get that V-shaped bounce, maybe, or maybe we don't get it at all. Which whatever. I'd love to have. I wonder why Robert's not on here. Infra's usually on. I'd love to hear his stuff. I know it drives some of the OG guys crazy because they're like, "What does it matter what the current system's doing?" But his take is really good, and I've noticed that his take is very well respected now on the earlier TradFi spaces, Gary, that you're on. And when you were talking, when Simon was talking, when Infra was talking about Bitcoin and gold, they were kind of like flat-footed a little bit. Like they're coming to the realization that you guys have been right the whole time.
You guys see what Tom Lee said earlier today?
I think he
I did
said,
not. Could you
oh
give
yeah,
us a summary?
He said that now that Bitcoin's ready to catch up to gold now that it's set a floor and is accumulated.
Well, I'll tell you, I have a little bit of a different thesis on gold, right? I think what we're witnessing in the gold market is a speculative attack. I think that the Chinese and the Russians are stacking gold, and they are pushing our bullion banks, which we know are short probably 300 to 400 ounces for every ounce that exists, into real trouble. And Gary, you and I have been talking about this for months now, long before gold even got above 3,000. We've been talking about this story, right? Like there's something wrong in the gold market. I really do believe that this is a form of economic warfare. I don't believe people are buying gold because they believe it's the next monetary asset and we're going to back our system with gold. I don't see that, right? Like I see this as a speculative attack. They're going after JP Morgan. They're going after European and American banks that are short massive derivatives on gold. And could we see an absolute unwind? Could gold be the thing that breaks the camel's back? It absolutely could be. There's a massive derivative exposure to the price of gold, and that's why it's going up $100 a day, right? Like it's going up because derivatives are letting it. If not, gold would not be moving this way, right? You have one-sided paper all over the gold market. So yeah, my suspicion is that there's something more nefarious going on in the gold market. It's not really about gold, the metal. It's about gold, the paper derivative product. And yeah, where it unwinds to, I don't know, but I think the day it unwinds will be the absolute high that gold will ever see, and gold will have proven itself as a failed monetary asset.
It's notable that Bitcoin gained on gold by an ounce of gold today. So we're back to 25 ounces of gold per Bitcoin. All-time highs is about 40 ounces.
Yeah, again, I think people are reading too much into this gold move. I think it's more dangerous from a derivative unwind perspective than anything else. Because
But Dark, what is that? Does that force the hand of the realignment into, say, China, Russia, and others, or BRICS into gold as a neutral reserve? And the only move for the West, and particularly the United States, is a very clear and direct move into Bitcoin, like sooner than most think.
I do. I think that's spot on, Puncher. And I think, look, in the end, China, Russia, the BRICS, they can get together and release a gold-backed currency, but it's still a trust me, bro currency, right? Like we have the gold, we're going to have multiple countries, they're going to have vaults, everybody's on a trust me system, and we know how that ends, right? Like that's the nature of man to not not be trustable with gold, right? Like how many times do you have to go through it in a few hundred years to know that it just doesn't work? So I don't
So I
think,
think all the gold backed stablecoin bros are going to be
yeah, it's
really
the
down
same
bad,
thing.
right? It
Like
doesn't work. We literally have had a gold backed stablecoin. It's called the US dollar and it's already failed. It
yeah,
doesn't
look,
matter if you try to do it on digital rails.
Simon tweeted it out this weekend, and I thought it was brilliant. He said, "Look, man, a gold-backed stable coin, a gold-backed crypto is nothing more than an IOU." Right? Like that was his quote. Simon, look, you're here. You can tell us all about it. Why don't we talk about gold IOU, Simon? How you doing, brother? Happy Easter,
All
sir.
good, all good. Um, hey guys, yeah, this is from my perspective. There's never been a high probability that this is what the Bitcoiners have always believed is going to happen. I think slightly opposite to you in terms of gold. It's a race for the physical gold. Physical gold actually matters, but there's loads of paper contracts out there. And so, stablecoin is just another a gold-backed stablecoin is just another paper contract. You have to put the gold in custody. Then you've got the custodian risk, and then you put a blockchain on top of it, and you trust in Paxos or BitGo or somebody to say the contract that they have with the custodian matches the paper contract that we're doing with the blockchain, and then you have this bearer asset that still relies upon pegging it to the trust of the paper this is a problem with real world assets. You cannot peg the physical to the digital. That's just a fact. We've been trying it for 14 years now. I think since 2012 we were like, let's put stocks on the blockchain. These things are going to happen, but you can't peg the physical to the digital. And governments don't want bearer to exist unless it exists within the parameters that they control, which is gold. And then Bitcoin was an accident because they couldn't take down proof of work. And so now you've got two bearer assets, which is physical gold and Bitcoin. And so what I think you're seeing right now is the central banks do care about gold. They've been oppressing the price for decades. What is the model of central banking? Again, it comes down to, do you believe the Joe Calasari map of the world, which is that the central banks are there to support price and inflation and employment in the economy? Or do you believe that they were installed as a mechanism for creating a debt-based Ponzi scheme for their shareholders called the banks in order to extract wealth from middle class over to their shareholders, which is the banks? And it's played out because this is now, they are taking the dollar and they are trying to use the dollar in order to accumulate as much gold as possible. And the central banks were never America first. They're global financial institutions controlled by large banks. And it's just a mechanism for stealing everybody's gold. That's what the 1933 gold confiscation was. And so they want the physical asset, but they have the ability to create the paper asset. And through debt, they can just slowly steal all the assets, whether it be real estate, whether it be land, whether it be gold. Um, and so I actually do think that the central banks are all loading up on gold because Trump's job is to crash the dollar. And that's what I think is actually happening. I don't buy the Jerome Powell and Trump are fighting right now. I think they're on the same team, and their job is to crash the dollar. And that's what I think. If you look at everything, everything is about how do you create an environment of low trust in the American markets and the dollar, and that's what I think everything is happening right now. So I don't, it is a Bitcoin story. That's the reality. I don't see that. I mean, I'll be surprised, but I don't see the reform the dollar. I think this is crash the dollar. and everyone and the central banks are protecting themselves with gold. They want the physical gold. They know that there's loads of paper contracts out there, and the banks, it's the most interesting time if you're not watching this market, and you can't see 10, 20, 30-year yields rising, Swiss franc record multi-trillion-dollar volume, the Japanese yen, the dumping of treasuries, the gold going to new all-time high, Bitcoin now, generally. Again, I don't like to speak too soon, but it's looking like it's a home for those that want to sell their treasuries, and you could see a massive outflow from stocks into the Bitcoin ETF because that was trivial. And so, if you think about global finance, like BlackRock, they created all the ETFs so you can invest globally. They created the Bitcoin ETF and the gold ETF. And so wherever this goes, people will be able to diversify into another region using ETFs and use the Bitcoin ETF and the gold ETF. And they just, they don't care. BlackRock makes money wherever your money goes because they created ETFs so that you can invest anywhere. And so the central banks are saying the gold, the dollar is reaching the end of its utility. And now we'll get all the central banks into gold. And then through ETFs, everyone can outflow their capital trivially into other regions, Bitcoin. And that's what I think they're executing right now. And you're seeing it in the geopolitical side, like in terms of, the tariff war, normalization in the Middle East. All of these things are suggesting there are other stable places for capital right now. That's what I think is happening, and
Let's
Simon,
the
I
Bitcoin's
think
chasing
it's
it.
pretty interesting. Sorry, Terrence, I just wanted to say one thing really quick.
yeah.
The point that you've made a couple of times, which I will admit I was skeptical of at first, but still, always respect your opinions on things. The whole normalization in the Middle East thing, when you were the first person I heard kind of talking about that, and I was fairly convinced that they were going to try to continue to escalate things in the Middle East. But after some of the news that's come out recently in the last week, I've definitely been persuaded in your direction. Especially, I don't know if you saw one of the headlines. I want to say it was was it like 4 days ago, Cosmo, that I sent it to you? I DM'd it to you, where basically the Trump administration pushed back against and/or basically stopped the attempt by Israel to escalate with Iran. So I thought that was really interesting, and it definitely kind of persuaded me in that direction to viewing it the same way that you've been talking about for a while now.
Yeah, there were three key things. The first one was that. So there was a pushback saying what you got to think about is the people that control politicians. You have an internal struggle, which sometimes they're on the same page. You got the military-industrial complex and you got the financial complex. They're invested in both, but the military-industrial complex makes money out of chaos, and the financial complex, they make money out of stability. And so there is an internal struggle because for America, you had this massive pump and overvaluations in the market, and they were using that in order to exit capital. And then in the Middle East side, you had the first announcement, which is that they're going to, no strikes. That means the financial and the banks and financial institutions have won over the military-industrial complex. And then it was met with two major announcements. The first is that Trump, or the America, let's call it, decided to engage in continuing the Iran nuclear deal, which eventually leads to Israel having to disclose their illegal nukes and most likely a regime change in Israel. And then an environment of getting on with their neighbors and whatever comes from that. And then you had Iran and Saudi Arabia announce normalization. That is the biggest geopolitical shift for the last, say, 50 years. And so Iran and Saudi Arabia, America retreating, Israel regime change means an era of peace in the Middle East, because you're moving all of the destabilizing forces. So all of that was announced at the very same time as tariff policies, which is enabling capital outflows and a weakening of the dollar.
Hey, Cosmo, I'm not sure if your hand is still up, and then let's go to on the G, who we don't normally see up here.
No, we can move on. Conversation has changed, so
Okay. On the go, did you have a comment? And if not, we'll go over to Rusty.
Yeah, thanks. I was curious what you guys think about that, the spot about gold record highs and being a papered asset, essentially the crash that does inevitably come with that he was speaking on. Does that make it more or less likely, in you guys' opinion? Honestly, I'm curious to see what you guys think, that we could see still the 50% BTC ATH retracement, that all of us are secretly stacking USDT in the sidelines for. Something that we were talking about last night in a private call, and it seems less and less likely as the events change and macro effects sort of morph this market more and more every day. Thanks.
yeah,
You want to
Terrence.
hit that,
Actually, yeah,
Cosmo?
that was
Yeah,
what I had my hand up for
that's what
before.
I
So
figured.
perfect timing. Yeah, I mean, I'm overall bullish. I'm super bullish right now, especially with this most recent price action. But I do think, and I've been tweeting about this since like 23. There's still a non-zero chance of some serious issues in the future, right? Especially if we see unemployment rise. Everyone's been watching the yield curve, and it, pretty good at predicting recessions. We're in a position right now where we could see some serious issues just in like the real economy. But I think the reason why I wouldn't be selling anything, or if anything, I would just be buying a bunch of puts, is because I think that the response will be quick and severe, right? And I think it's every time we do have these turndowns, the response is quicker and more severe, right? In 2008, than compared to 2020, with COVID, it was extremely severe. It was very quick, and we bounced right back up. So I think that, along with the whole big print theory, if there is any kind of destabilization within the US economy, they're going to jump in quick. QE, lower rates, all sorts of stuff. So I don't know. To Gary's point, he was talking about earlier, do we see prices lower than 80K again? I think there's a realistic probability, but it's not something that I'm gonna like lean on or base my portfolio allocation to try to catch that falling knife, because anything can happen. And I think especially if like Trump tries to preemptively do something to keep us from really hitting the shitter, you could see the mentality of the market be like, okay, because usually what happens is gold will rise significantly before we see a big drop. It did it in 2020, it did it in 2008, and we could be seeing that right now. But the response is getting quicker, so people may just be looking at the gold prices. Hey, we're coming back up anyway, right? Because everyone knows they're going to turn the printer back on. So what if some of these more risk-off assets don't take that dive like the rest of the market? So I don't know. Those are my thoughts.
Dark, did you want to jump in, or we can go to Rusty? Let's go to you, Rusty. Dark is
Yeah.
he's
Okay.
No,
re-alphabetizing his CDs right
sorry,
now.
I was trying to hit the mute button. Yeah, go to Rusty.
Yeah, guys. So, Gary, Simon, I just want to also just tell you guys that your interview, your podcast, whatever you want to call it, that was phenomenal. I watched it twice. It was really great, candid. I thought that was phenomenal. If anyone hadn't watched it, go watch it. But it's interesting to see everything kind of decoupling, coupling, whatever you want to say it is. I was listening to Michael Howe last week, and he was talking with Cross Border Capital about, he gave some great insight on just really just the liquidity issue, and I have to agree with him. That's what everyone's trying to figure out. And when we look at everything, and it is funny, Simon, to your point, is just like everyone's trying to put something on top of something. And Gary, you made a great point earlier too with, well, is Bitcoin now the new silver to the gold, right? And you have people flying to gold. You see the yen super strength. You see the dollar plummeting. And so what?
is Japan going to buy? Well, I mean, their rates, at the rates of the treasuries, I mean, they may be attractive. We'll see. But I can't see a better argument at this point in time for something, and not to blow smoke up Bitcoin's ass, but I mean, it is the asset. It is what it is. There's nothing to layer on top of it here. We're not talking derivative. We're not talking ETS, something to the side. You can buy the damn thing. It's like what you're saying, Simon, about buying physical gold here. You know, what is China doing? They're trying to find a way to have some sort of liquidity, some sort of asset that gives them trading power, as opposed to holding, nearly $1 trillion in I'm sorry, more than that. Yeah, or trillion in treasury bills. I mean, it's what gives them leverage, but that's becoming an issue here. And I mean, Bitcoin is a protocol. It is what it is. It's a finite amount here, and you see this becoming day after day. I see TradFi guys talking who never really talked about it before or hated on it before, becoming converts, toss it in their packet of charts. And I mean, it's just becoming amazing to me to see. And Gary, you're right about, I thought it was going to plummet further, but see the strength through this just disaster of a TradFi world going on is unbelievable to me, and that just gives it all the clout in the world. So I'll end there. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Rusty. Hey, Thomas, how's it going? Wasn't sure if your hand was up. Want to say hello to you.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm just sitting here double dipping, doing a little work, listening. I'm enjoying the conversation. Happy Easter, everybody. I hope everybody had a good time with their family over the weekend, and looking forward to just some, good conversations on Bitcoin this week. And I think we're going to start seeing some movement. I think we're just as a milestone. We're hitting the 90-day or the 100-day window for Trump's first few days in office. I had speculated if they have a plan, and I'm hoping they do. By the way, if they don't have a plan, we're fucked. But if they have a plan, it's reasonable to assume that phase one of that plan is 90 to 100 days, and then we'll move into the next phase. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
Do you guys mind if I jump in?
Yeah, please do, Justin.
I've never been to this space before, but I just wanted to give a thought to what Grant had brought up earlier, which started this whole conversation, which are what are the scenarios that can bring Bitcoin down into the 70 range, low 70 range, maybe high 60s. And I think it's an interesting question to take a look at what's happening now and look at what could happen culturally that would make all of the vulnerable holders have to sell. And I think right now we can all agree that the nation states and the corporations are likely the strongest hands holding on to Bitcoin right now. I think Michael Saylor and Marathon, and no one's going to be getting rid of those because they understand, they have a much deeper philosophy into the why Bitcoin, right? Is they understand what the I think Saylor made the analogy once that it's a four-legged chair. You can sit on it. It's not like all the other coins that don't have physics-based construction, right? It's not a what is it? It's not developed by power and energy usage and the mining operation that goes into Bitcoin. So I don't think those guys are going to sell. I think the weakest population right now is all the diamond hands in private wallets, the individuals that if they see something happen politically might be the easiest to move. And I think the things right now that could happen politically that would cause that movement, because to me it would be a meme movement. I don't know if it'd be like an economic movement that would make it drop because of how we're seeing Bitcoin couple to assets and to property, and it looks like it's starting to decouple from securities. I could see something happening where we all find out that Trump isn't that good of a negotiator, right? That all of this tariff stuff happens and Japan goes and makes a trade deal with China and maybe parts of Europe do the same thing. Just hypothetically, maybe even Taiwan closes off and raises their tariffs back up and develops a closer relationship with China. I think if we saw a good amount of countries associate themselves closer with China and away from the United States. Why that would happen, I don't know. I'm not that technical, but I could see something like that happening, causing enough shock and awe. And it just has to be a couple tweets, right? A couple things come out that these countries are actually going to develop more of an association with China rather than the US. And that could cause, I think, a price drop down into the 60s even. But I just wanted to throw that out there. That's the one thought I have that could actually, in the short term, within the next 3 to 6 months, be something that can make this pump get delayed by a year even, because we're all expecting 150, 200, 300. I think if we saw something drastically change in the geopolitical formation of America's relationship to the rest of the world, I think that could delay the pump quite a lot. Keeping in mind, though, that Russia still has a chip on their shoulder, we shut down their entire banking system, right? We shut it off. Like they invaded Ukraine and we shut off their ability to access the US dollar and global markets. If I
Thanks,
understand.
Justin.
Oh, sorry,
I
guys. Yeah.
No, sound good. I appreciate the position. Cosmo, what's
Yeah.
up, brother?
Yeah, I just thought I'd chime in on that. I think that there's some credence to that. But I think the last month or so has showed us that if there's any harm in the market really because of something like that. You remember, Bitcoin is not really connected to the United States in a very significant way. Yeah, like a lot of the mining is done here, but it's not a US asset, right? It's a global asset. So whether or not, the United States is doing well or doing poor doesn't necessarily affect Bitcoin. There is a lot of Bitcoin that's being held in the United States. So people who are scared of maybe something going on, maybe will be more likely to dump Bitcoin. If you look at like the holders right now, and you look at the short-term cost basis, the MVRV, like we're in a position where a lot of the weak hands are already kind of flushed out of the market from this last drop. So I don't necessarily see the weak hands playing a huge role in price movements at this point because we're so far underneath. So I mean, that's another thought too, but I'll pass it on to Matt.
Yeah, Cosmo. I'm with you, man. I think global instability is only bullish for Bitcoin, right? Like
100%.
geopolitically, I couldn't disagree more with what Justin was saying. With all due respect, I just think this is a global neutral reserve asset that's the most pristine collateral ever known to mankind. So in any kind of geopolitical shakeup, right? Remember the other thing that listening to these spaces and being a former TradFi guy, you just have to understand how small Bitcoin is, right? And if you get significant capital flows into Bitcoin, it's going to go to the moon. It's going to rocket, right? It's just a very small asset in comparison to gold or treasuries or global stock markets. Like Bitcoin is small, right? So it really can't handle massive capital inflows. Look what's happening in the gold market with capital inflows. Real capital inflows is driving this thing up $100 a day. And gold is arguably 10 times the size. I might argue it's 50 times the size, but either way, it's a gigantic asset compared to Bitcoin. So just keep that in mind, right? Let's do Simon and then Matt.
Yeah, I think the key thing we need to watch is the ETF inflows into Bitcoin, because essentially Bitcoin's going through de-dollarization as well. Like Bitcoin became too dependent upon the dollar, and there needs to be like a re-collaboration around what Bitcoin actually is with outside of that. And so the couple of things to watch is if we get that capital outflow from stocks to the Bitcoin ETF, that's where I think it can enter into a spiral, just because it's so trivial. So it's ETF inflows from stocks or treasuries, within the ETF environment. And then it's outside of the ETF environment, it's de-dollarizing Bitcoin in the spot markets, because I think Bitcoin is still too dependent upon the dollar markets at the moment, even though it is a massive global play. There is a kind of that transition to manage as well.
Matt.
Hey, thanks for having me up.
Hey, those were great.
Oh wait,
Oh,
sorry,
hey,
it's
yeah,
the other
Will.
Matt.
No.
It's
All
Matt.
good, all good,
No.
all good. We had Matt conflict that
Oh,
happened.
all right, all right.
Simon, great points as always. Pivoting back to what Dark was talking about earlier, and I know he was kind of scaffolding off of some other comments. I am a former investment banker, and then I got better. But as I started studying where the energy was coming into the equities market from, and then I saw the solution in quotes, that they came up with to '08, I realized that, well, it's all fake, and that's what fiat means. And I also didn't understand, and then I started to fully grasp just how often they were printing read every day, and that how they were constantly debasing the value of our savings, all the money that we've saved, etc. That's what got me really excited about Bitcoin. Obviously, I started seeing some of the growth journey, and then I made some purchases, and long story short, it was my best investment, and it continues to be. In fact, so much so that I stopped being an investor professionally. Now I build applications. I help the companies I've already invested in make their revenue engines run more efficiently. And sometimes I make new technology investments into like interesting companies with great founders, yada, yada, yada. But I stopped playing the markets because one, I recognize Bitcoin is going to run faster. And two, I recognize that what we're seeing today was eventually going to happen. We were going to see days where, and even months and years, where Bitcoin was going to run up to a great deal, but the equities market and then the other markets were going to go sideways and down. And I think that's going to keep happening because, to Dark's point, and I'll land the plane here, even though the gold market is on paper something like 8 to 10 times larger than Bitcoin, the hypothecation and derivative market on top of gold is so much older and so much more developed than the paper Bitcoin market is. So the derivative forces, and basically if you look at this like an actual physical system, the amount of force that can be exerted by gold and by other assets is so much larger than Bitcoin that when this 51% attack on the fiat market really happens, you're going to see so much energy getting transferred into an impossibly small force, vector, meaning Bitcoin is like a $2 trillion asset cap versus a $900 trillion world. So, I mean, yeah, number go up isn't even the beginning of it. And what's been going on recently is we've been building, I know I said I was going to land the plane, but I got one more idea.
You better
What we
fasten that
said,
seatbelt soon.
yeah. Well, we've been doing recently though is building tons of infrastructure around Bitcoin to connect it to more useful areas of TradFi and directly to the consumer. And Saylor's been a great, John the Baptist running around getting all the commercial infrastructure hooked up to via treasuries into Bitcoin. But now we've got sovereigns playing the game thanks to El Salvador and other countries. And it's just really, frankly, it's really exciting for Bitcoin because a lot of the stuff we were hoping for was going to happen, like the strategic reserve, is now in the rearview mirror. And yeah, I think it's a good time to be in Bitcoin, that's for sure.
What are we going to do with 3 Matts on stage? I don't think this has ever happened.
I told you the takeover is occurring. We're going to add a new Matt each day. I'm going to go find another one soon.
All right, well, you're parenthetical, Matt. I think Matt C had his hand up. Sorry, Matt. Matt C.
Oh no, please. He can go. It's all right.
Hey, Eric, welcome to the stage.
Hey guys, how we doing? Happy Easter to everyone. Interesting thing about Resurrection Day, it brings about new beginnings. And new beginnings today are the Pope is dead and Klaus Schwab is stepping down. Very odd stuff. New beginnings ahead, guys. New beginnings. Give you guys a quick update about our meetup in Vegas. I am old. I am much older than maybe I look in my profile. I haven't gone out drinking or booking bars in a long time, so stepping out of my comfort zone here. I've got 3 places to talk to today and tomorrow. I wanted to have this done and in place by Monday, but every place I call in Vegas wants a corporate contract and about 3 times what I'm willing to put down in the bar tab. So I've got 3 or 4 guys from Twitter and 2 of my friends in Vegas that are scouting out some kind of local bars for us or whatever to sit down. Like I said, we'll sponsor a $1,000 bar tab. After that, it's on you guys. Just very excited about that. Want to give you an update and let you know I've not forgot about this, but holy cow.
What are you
Totally different
looking
world.
at now? Someone told me you were looking at Treasure Island or somewhere.
Yeah, I was just looking at somewhere across the street. A lot of the guys I know there that work in hospitality in Vegas, they know contacts, but all of them have to like ask a manager who asks a boss, and then the boss comes back with, "Oh, well, let's ask for 3 times the amount with a full contract." Sorry guys, I'm just not going to sign a contract for a bar tab. Maybe I'm a little bit past those days, but Um, but yeah, I was looking at Gillies and Treasure Island, and then they came back with a contract for the $1,000 sponsorship, which is fine. But then as soon as that happened, one of my contacts said, "You guys can't have a conversation; it's too loud in that place." So trying to find a quieter spot. Terrence, you suggested a gentleman on Twitter who reached out to me in Vegas. So I'm hoping to have this thing nailed down by the end of the week. I just want to make sure that we are somewhere fairly close to the Venetian, because I know a lot of guys will be at the conference. 6:30, 7 o'clock start time, hour and a half, 2 hour, $1,000 bar tab. Just trying to make it as basic and simple as possible. Would love to have all of you guys there, everyone there. We'd love to have you there. But I've got to find a location here, and I probably haven't done stuff like this in 15 years. So little odd to me. Back in my day when I would drink, if I called a bar and said, "Hey, I want to put $1,000 on my credit card and I need 8 tables in the corner," they would have all done it in a heartbeat. And apparently it's different today. I guess $1,000 isn't what it used to be, right, Simon? Right, Dark. It's I guess $5,000 is the new thousand these days, so it's not that attractive of an offering to them. But I'm trying my best here, guys, and great conversation coming on here. I think that what we're watching with gold, I think, is the shedding of the paper space for sure. Bitcoin by itself decoupling. I'm just kind of I guess superstitious. The Greek in me is superstitious. I don't want to mention that yet, but it's pretty obvious. And I think that if we watch the treasury yields right now kind of stabilizing while the dollar's dropping, a lot of things don't make sense to me. So I'm just anxious to listen today and see what you guys have in mind.
Hey, Eric, did you tell them you'll sweeten the pot and you'll pay the tab in Bitcoin?
I did twice, and neither one of the places. One guy goes, "Oh, that's so cool." I was on is probably like a host or something. That's so cool. Let me talk to my manager, and he didn't mute. I should have recorded this. He didn't mute the phone, so he went and talked to his manager, and it was kind of like he put the phone down and said, "Hey, Bill, will you guys take Bitcoin?" And the guy goes, "We don't take Bitcoin. All we take is dollars and chips." And I just lost it laughing. So it didn't have chips and I was willing to do dollars, but they would not take Bitcoin. No, I'm trying though. I'm trying.
Hey, I have maybe this is going to be a dumb question, Eric, but if we're talking about kind of like a small amount of money that is just covering whatever the drinks for the first 10 minutes, depending on how many people show up, what's to stop us from just picking a place? Like, you say, hey, the chandelier bar at the Cosmo, it's 3, 4 levels, it's open, it spills out into the casino, and we just show up. What's the difference from other people just showing up? Like, we
Uh,
don't need tables, really. Like, for this kind of thing, people are going to be standing around and wanting to talk and engage. No one's really sitting down or eating.
yeah, I mean, we could certainly do that, and I'll just arrive there like an hour early and set it up. I'm just trying to formalize it so that we have some location to say, "Hey, guys, be here on this date at this time, and we can all meet up." We can
Yeah, no, I
certainly do
mean,
it
you're
that way.
doing it the right way. I'm just thinking if they're giving you trouble or you have to sign, corporate paperwork or get insurance or this and that, it's like, well, what's the difference that if we just all happened to go there? We're at the conference. Hey guys, meet you over at this place, and we just show up. I don't know, something to think about, I guess.
No, I think we should do that. And then, like I said, I'll just get there an hour early, put the money down for the bar tab, and then maybe we'll have I don't know, little paper wristbands that we give people or something. I don't know. I don't plan events. I usually speak at events. I don't. I haven't planned an event in many years. So trying my best here, guys. I'm terrible at this job. I would be fired as an event planner in like 5 minutes.
I see a hand up with JWS.
Hey guys, how are you? First off, I just want to thank you all for getting on this spaces and X for actually doing this, because access to this sort of information and wisdom, just there's no way I get this anywhere else. So God bless you all for doing it. I have nothing to add financially. I think the smarter, experienced minds are commenting. The only chip I'll put on the table, and this might spin the plates a little bit for certain people, just making a comment. I have never seen a guy in business play danger close with his enemies for the win than Donald Trump. Whether it was real estate in New York or Hollywood, like I'm just not calling the ball yet on what's going. And there's wiser minds. Simon sees like you guys are smart. I'm just saying, I don't know what's going to play out. Like I'm heavy into Bitcoin. I've got the whole basket set up. I'm just not ready to call the ball on that. I'm just hoping for a win for humanity versus where this could go. So that's all I got. Thanks.
All right, Dark, back to you. Did you want to Did you want to talk gold and Bitcoin? I don't think we even got into your main thesis yet.
I touched on it, right? So I'm
Yeah.
slightly in a different camp than Simon, right? I really do believe that the gold market is a failed monetary asset. I don't think that there would be any type of, tremendous desire by global institutions to buy a Chinese-backed gold currency, right? I just don't see it. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't see that. You know, y- Gold requires an immense amount of trust in any type of backing of a system, and the Chinese are not the most trustable government on the planet Earth. So to me, gold is just it's a failed experiment, right? Like it's been tried, it's been proven, it's not verifiable, it's not auditable, it's easily counterfeitable. It's a total trust me system. You can't transact in gold, right? So like what good is it? I just don't
So,
get it,
so Dark, I
right?
think gold has the advantage of being yesterday's go-to asset for flight to safety, store of value, and by yesterday I mean metaphorically yesterday. Uh, and as a result, today it has a strong position, and we're seeing a nice rally. Tomorrow, you have to recognize that it's not set for the digital world, and we have a few cracks that we know are going to get revealed at some point. There's going to be a book to physical reconciliation in some period of time. That could be sooner rather than later. Everything from the Fort Knox reveal to something. But what's the rehypothecation level? 100 to 1,
I
plus
think
or
I
minus?
think you're really low. And
All right. So
I think that's what's driving the price right now. You've got physical hoarding going on. And one could argue whether that's a speculative attack, meaning like an actual act of economic warfare. But imagine being a bullion bank and being short 500 ounces for every ounce you hold, right? Like
so
you got to
let me
go
say,
get those back.
so the fine print, like a lot of people think they own gold when they own the claim. And if you read the fine print, the claim can be settled in fiat. And the
Correct.
terms of that settlement may not be to your benefit in a dislocated market. So, and by that, a dislocated market, and again, you're more expert on the details of this, but I would just say that a dislocated market would be you can't get an accurate physical price. And so what they settle on the paper contracts is a lawyer derived price that you may find dissatisfying. However that plays out, you can imagine that if there's a short end of the stick, that retail is going to get that short end. Now, what does that mean? It means as soon as that manifests and reveals itself, gold becomes an anachronism in the modern world. People say, oh, I'm not fucking touching that. We don't know what's going on there. And that's when Bitcoin moves from this hybrid store of value and risk on asset to the real global asset for flight to safety and store of value. And at that point, there's really no liquid competitor to it other than gold. We just described gold dying when this happens, and Bitcoin emerges and loses its risk off characteristics. So because it still sits with that a little bit. There's now we're seeing a decoupling, but the decoupling is relatively new, and I think you go a year out from now or 2 years out from now, you can see really Bitcoin manifesting. And then as soon as you flip your hat and just say, when gold dies and Bitcoin is now standing on the stage alone, what is the price? It's a lot higher than what it is now. We know gold's like a 20 trillion, and Bitcoin's at just under 2. So that's a 10xer, and I don't know when, but it's at some point in the next within the planning horizon. Let's just say that.
Yeah, I completely agree there. Let's you want to toss it over to Matt C? He's got his hand up.
Yeah, I think it's just fascinating that if you zoom out on your chart, gold is up plus 25% over the last 6 months. Bitcoin is up plus 25% over the last 6 months, and everything from S&P 500 to Nasdaq 100, Dow Jones Industrial It's all negative by double digits. No one, and I mean no one, was predicting that half a year ago, that you'd have gold and Bitcoin almost up the exact same percent and all the major indexes down by double digits. But this is where we are. This is one of the benefits of being recognized as digital gold for Bitcoin. And I'm not calling for any sort of decoupling. Obviously, Bitcoin still has plenty of risk on attributes and behavior, and let's see how Bitcoin and gold react if all of a sudden U.S. labor markets and unemployment starts to show cracks and softening. But I mean, this was the beautiful thesis that, look, Bitcoin doesn't have tariff risk. Bitcoin isn't limited to just the U.S. Bitcoin is getting wider adoption and recognition on the global scale, and it's
Speaker, yes.
That sucked. My screen just went white, glitched out.
I was seeing for like 5 minutes that the host was having connection issues.
Great.
Dark, I
Too
told
much
you not
signal.
to refold your sleeping bags while conducting a space. You
Dude,
need your thumbs.
I'm sitting in a chair. I didn't move.
The Faraday bags.
Terrence, do you think there's a limit to how many mats can be on stage? I tried to add a fourth and it just blew the space up. I wonder if the limit is three.
The mat hash rate was way too high, so that was our difficulty adjustment there.
Hey, if everybody can hit the purple pill and retweet the room so we can give everyone a heads up that we're live again, I appreciate it. Thank you.
At what point does the AI monitor what's being said and just hit the delete button when we're drifting into areas we shouldn't talk about?
I don't know. I mean, earlier in the conversation at the very beginning, we were talking about Powell being waterboarded, and we seemed to get through that with no problem. I don't really know what landmine we stepped into just recently.
That's because the AI agrees with Powell getting waterboarded.
Speculation
Or
as Peter
or
Schiff pulled the plug.
I don't
to
think
say
I
we're
like
not
that
allowed to talk about the
unsupervised.
Vatican.
Well done.
We can't talk about the Vatican Bank. That'll get us kicked out.
Yeah.
I don't
I have
know
no
how
with
idea
many
what
of you
you're
guys.
talking about.
the recent Pope stuff going on, you think that it's still not going to let us talk about that?
I don't know how many of you guys are Roman Catholic. I don't want to offend you, but I am throwing my hat in the ring for the papacy, even though I'm Mormon. So I just want to be the first Mormon pope.
I think that's a hard no, Taylor.
I mean, we just had a pope who wasn't even Catholic by most measures, so I think a Mormon pope isn't that big of a stretch.
Yeah, I mean, there was Pope Joan back in the day, right? That woman pope that disappeared.
We just had a pope that wasn't even Christian, to be honest with you. If you really,
Yeah, exactly.
yeah.
Yeah, we just had a communist pope.
My money's on Pietro Parolin. He's like right out of Central Casting. I'm trying to place a bet on him, but Kalshi doesn't have a market yet. Polymarket has him at 36%.
You have to make a market, Thomas, over on Fred's new
Yeah, I was
thing.
just gonna say, use Fred's program.
Is he running a poly market?
I don't know. It feels a little bit wrong to be betting on the Pope. I don't know, but I'm going to do it.
Yeah, I don't know too much about it, Cosmo, but he made something that I think is equivalent to a Kalshi. Dark probably, or Thomas knows more about it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go into it now, but it's very
Yeah,
cool.
no.
It's very cool.
Thomas, you just reenacted the Garden of Eden. It doesn't sound like it's right to do, but I'm going to do it anyway.
That's right.
Which color smoke are we looking for again?
White,
Orange.
orange, for sure.
Well, the good thing, Dark, is
Yeah, that's
that
the
by
Bitcoin
doing a
pope.
reboot, you got rid of all the people that didn't really want to be here. So
Yeah, I apologize.
Now you got.
I don't know what happened, man. And it's been happening a couple times. My Wi-Fi on my phone just gives out. Like it's weird. The Wi-Fi in my house is fine, my computer's fine, but my phone is just losing Wi-Fi.
Look, I know you've been trying to stack really hard, Darkside, but you might want to upgrade from Boost Mobile to something with a little more stable connection.
Yeah, that Metro
No, it's
PCS,
not the
is.
Wi-Fi itself because I'm staring at the computer and it's running fine. It's like the phone is losing its Wi-Fi.
I don't think Apple's supporting the iPhone 6s anymore,
No,
Darkside.
no, no. But what I am thinking of just getting a separate phone for just spaces.
Yeah, get the Sidekick. That thing is awesome.
Stop, children, please. So where were we?
I was going to say, speaking of phones, just real quick, while people are still funneling in, we really need to get Lepard one of those jitterbugs for older Bitcoiners because he is just really having trouble clicking too many hyperlinks and it keeps nuking his account. So, um, I shared this a while ago after I think the third time it happened, but the news is still breaking because it just keeps happening.
That's funny.
All right, we can get back into it now. I'm done with my memeing.
What's up, Jesse?
Dark, where did you want to take us? We've cleansed the room and potentially the subjects.
No, I feel bad, man. That kind of blows.
No, that's what happens. It's a topsy-turvy world. Survival of the fittest are here and they're back.
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to add one more thing into the gold conversation because I think people are overlooking. You know, we're always looking at the future of Bitcoin, but we're never really looking at the future of gold. We're always looking at the past of gold. And gold by itself faces the same challenge that silver faces, where it's becoming industrial. So if you research the quantum chips and the AI chips that are coming out, about 10 to 15% of all the metal being used in those chips is pure gold, like absolute 0.999 pure gold in those chips. And those chips are being manufactured everywhere. A friend of mine's company just got an order for 2.5 million of them. So that and medicine, very useful at the nanoscale. This is part of my old business. We used to nanosize gold, embed it with a frequency that matched an organ's frequency, and then you'd attach medication to the gold, nano gold, to the medication. So when you inject it, it's delivered like 78% of it's delivered directly to the area that's affected. So I think that moving forward, gold, and that's a small chunk of the amount of gold that's out there, but I think as those two technologies explode and become more commonplace, I think gold faces that industrial metal challenge in the next 5 to 10 years, which also puts Bitcoin in a much better position overall. When you look at it from usefulness, like silver, real platinum, the same thing. I don't know if you guys know this, but 5G towers have 16 ounces of platinum. In order to make a 5G tower, it has to have pure platinum in it for almost 15.8 ounces. So there's another attack or threat vector to the long term value of gold. But I also believe gold is going to go to 4,500, and when it does, I will sell a chunk of it and buy more Bitcoin, the same way I do systematically every time it goes up $300 or $400. But I think it's an area very few people talk.
The only thing I can sell to get more Bitcoin is Bitcoin. So it just doesn't make sense for me.
Can you not sell time or expertise or build some intellectual property, monetize that?
I'm stuck here on Spaces, Matt. What am I going to do? I can't go anywhere. I'm here because people like Dark keep rugging us, so I got to bring us back.
Brutal. Why don't we go to
Terrence,
Bitbonds, man? Let's talk about my favorite subject. Go ahead, Thomas, and then we'll go to Bitbonds.
I was just gonna ask Terrence, like I mean, at some point, maybe it's a special spaces, but I'd like to know, like, when are we going to start seeing like AI dominated production in Hollywood and that sort of thing, where it really just upends that whole market? Lots of new cool content, but very different set of economics. We saw some of those. We saw like a Ben Affleck interview going through about him saying that California has really screwed over the industry, making it hard to do business. Is AI making a way in for post-production, pre-production, actual shooting, avatars, script production, etc.?
I don't
Yeah.
know, like
Oh, God.
I was just gonna say, I don't know when that it gets to that production quality, but I will just say it's ripe for disruption right now because it's very clear, just given the amount of complete flops that have happened from recent movies. I mean, obviously the topic right now would be the new Snow White live action one that was just done that completely flopped and everybody hated. So it feels to me like you really are in a position right now, if you're like a Hollywood producer or something and you've completely bought into all the woke stuff, that you're just not going to be able to make money because nobody wants to watch it. It's not compelling, it's not interesting. And so if you just have even a low budget type firm that has access to some level of good AI, they should be able to really be disruptive. I feel like if they just go back to what actually sells, which is good story writing that is compelling to people. So hopefully those tools just allow for more firms to compete because you don't need a huge $400 million budget anymore. And the $400 million budgets that are being awarded are only returning $75 million. So that's not a very sustainable business model.
Yeah, Matt, you kind of nailed it there. It's, like a lot of things and technologies that come about, even going all the way back to the 70s when suddenly like the Zoom was possible, or when, there was the 3D phase or whatnot. At the moment, it's a little bit of a gimmick in Hollywood. Like it helps as a sales tool. It helps to put together like quick sizzles or trailers. It helps in parts of post. But right now there's like you can't fully 100% harness it. It's sort of like you punch in these commands and you get something that might look cool or be cool, but you can't control it fully. And there's no emotionality. The acting is very stilted. Like at minimum, you would still have to have real actors, and then like Avatar, like Jim Cameron does, you're laying something on top of it. So you still really need the human creative element. And yes, story is key because a lot of the story that it's grabbing is from a lot of bad movies and things that have been bad. Like it's very flat, but does it help organize? Does it help your system? Absolutely. I view it sort of like a computer. Like a computer, when we left typewriters and we went into computers, like it's phenomenal, and it made things so much more efficient, so much more productive. But it's still, the humans will still prevail. Um,
I worked
you
I
you-
worked in Hollywood 20 years ago, and I was working with Warner Brothers and Disney and a few others. But it was interesting. There's a
oh, what were you doing, Thomas?
I was just a consultant working in the technology C-suite. So I spent a lot of time on at the Disney studios around the time of the Eisner transition out. So there's a book called Disney Wars, and it talks a lot about like what was going on behind the scenes. So I had a front row seat to a lot of that with Katzenberg and other things like that. What was interesting is Pixar is now part of Disney, and Eisner and Jobs, and by the way, Jobs, a lot of his wealth came from Pixar, not so much from Apple. But um, uh, Jobs and Eisner hated each other. I mean, like they wouldn't speak. It was terrible. So Bob Iger, who was head of Cap Cities, ABC, he was sort of the relationship guy. When he became chairman, things changed, and Pixar was then sold to Disney. But prior to that, Pixar was making some great animation features, and the Disney culture on the animation studio was around. They really celebrated the hand cells and the artist and the animation, and there was a little bit of what I'll call you know stiff arming of the technology, which was basically computer rendered animation, and that's what Pixar really went into that niche. But what was interesting is there was a guy named John Lasseter. If you're familiar with the Hollywood thing, he was a big Disney guy. He was a big storyteller, and even Katzenberg was a great storyteller. He understood things. So like Lion King and Beauty and the Beast, there was a lot of great early animation, and they lost that to SKG, which ended up becoming DreamWorks. And anyway, so it was very interesting, and so I remember that. I remember just being on the studio a lot when they were filming one of the sequels to Pirates of the Caribbean, and I was hanging out with. I'm probably not even supposed to tell these stories, but anyway, but I was hanging out with one of the senior financial guys, not the CFO, but like right underneath that. And I was like, they'd filmed this movie called like John Carter, And I'm like, did you greenlight that? That was like some crazy budget, like 200. I said, that movie sucked on paper, and you're just gonna lose your shirt. And the guy's like, wow, we don't really greenlight it at that level. We just give the creative budget to the studios, and they do what they want with it. So we don't really get into micromanaging what projects get greenlighted. And the same was true at Warner Brothers. I'd had lunch with the controller of Warner Brothers or dinner, and I said, "Did you fund Band of Brothers?" I said, "Why? That was like over $100 million. Why would you do that?" I mean, ended up being a great thing. It was a fantastic series, most profitable DVD. But how would you know that going into it? Like, and he's like, "No, HBO has their money, and they just do what they kind of do what they want with it. We don't micromanage it at that level." And so it was just interesting as I had some familiarity. I worked maybe 3 or 4 years in Hollywood to see how they viewed changes to the landscape around technology and changes in the format. So like as an example, Sopranos and Band of Brothers changed the whole storyline to a pivot away from movies to long form storytelling. And so now a 12 or 13 episode season is, you get much more better character development and things like that, but the cost of production always weighs off. Now what's happening, we see technology is bringing the cost of production down, so storytelling remains the thing that can drive it. And if I can bring my cost of production down, I can tell a lot more cool stories. And so I'm kind of excited about where this is going to end up. That's why I asked Terrence, because he works in the industry, is to get a sense of where this is headed. Because I think there'll be imagine we could have some very cool, for the people involved in this space, some very cool Bitcoin related dramas and action movies. Uh, uh, I think that would be pretty neat. That's a niche market right now. It probably would never get greenlighted because the cost of production doesn't outweigh the audience. But as the cost comes down, we'll be able to see some interesting stuff, and storytelling will be the thing that differentiates.
Cosmo.
Yeah, just real quick on that. I think that, if you look at the way that animation has shaped storytelling, even in the last 10 years, like some of the best stories I've ever seen are kind of these more low budget animated, you know, 2, 3 season shows where it absolutely blows your mind their capability of telling a story. And since they can spend most of their budget and thought around the storyline instead of like, if you had to do in the 70s or the 60s, finding actors and setting things up and doing all this crap to put something together, you can do it in a little bit of a cheaper way, in like a more expansive way. Like I can imagine what AI will do to that as well, to your point, Thomas.
So let's think about orange pilling people for Bitcoin, right? If you look at, there was a movie that came out about 20 years ago called Sideways, and most people are familiar with it. Anyway, it was a low budget movie, maybe $20 million. Paul Giamatti was the star of it. It was about two guys hanging out in Santa Barbara area on a wine weekend for a bachelor party, essentially. It was a pretty good movie. It was kind of campy, but it became a cult classic. But they made fun of Merlot in the movie, and they promoted Pinot Noir. Now, you can go look this up. There's been a lot of industry studies. That movie affected Merlot sales for many years, knocked it down, and it improved Pinot Noir sales for many years, like in the tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions, relative to the production cost of like $20 million. Now, let's take that. A way that we're going to get orange pilled to a lot of people is if imagine we had a great Netflix series that was popular with the masses, not because it was Bitcoin, but because it was a good story, and Bitcoin was in that. That kind of stuff is going to drive bigger mass adoption, where people are going to ask questions like, "Hey, I want to go do that," just like they do. "Oh, I saw that in the movie. I want to go do what's in that movie." And I just think we're gonna. It's. I'm excited about the possibilities of this, and because I see where things like Kling and Mid-Journey, Sora, and some of these other, if you're not familiar with the AI market, some of these things that are doing image and video generation, text to video, it's crude right now, as Terrence mentioned. You can't use it for production stuff, but that's a today thing. Tomorrow or a year from now, it's going to be good enough. And I think we're going to start to see some pretty cool content, a content explosion in the next, I'll call it 1 to 5 years.
Well, I've noticed already, Thomas, because as most everybody here knows, I like making memes. And even in the last 6 months, the transition or the improvement, rather, of ChatGPT at text to image generation, being able to be very detailed for what you want it to make. It used to be completely incoherent, and I could kind of use it to get close to what I was trying to do. But now already, I can get it to make something that is, while it's not Hollywood production quality, it serves the purpose of the meme that I'm trying to communicate. So I can already use it to just whip something up in 2 minutes when I have an idea come in, versus before I would kind of have to do some photoshopping and kind of piece it together. And, maybe it'd take me 20, 30 minutes, but I just the progress already in that short time span, if that continues, then like you said, in the next few years, I really do think we could start to see some disruption if you have somebody, to Cosmo's point, that's just a really good storyteller who can use tools like that are either free or at least very cheap. So it'd be cool to see, because I think a lot of people, for shows and movies and any of that kind of type of entertainment, are watching it to try to get an escape from the world. And one of the main issues that you've had with Hollywood over the past decade plus is that they're trying to just insert politics into it. And a lot of times people are trying to escape that stuff, which is why I think a lot of these things flop. So if we can get back to just good storytelling, and AI can help empower that so that people can just tell cool stories and have it be compelling, then I think there's definitely a real, like I said earlier, real opportunity for disruption. But it's just probably not quite there. But who knows? 2 years, 5 years, it'll probably be there. So, anyways, we got a couple hands up.
Yeah, let me go. I was next. Just to follow along with that a little bit. I'm not sure how familiar you guys all are with Angel Studios, who did The Chosen and the Sound of Freedom and the Tuttle Twins cartoons and stuff like that. Their model, so the founders are all good friends of mine. They're the ones that actually orange pilled me in 2013, and they are all big Bitcoiners. And their model is they have what they call the Angel Guild, and the Angel Guild is who greenlights projects. And the Angel Guild, I think, is like 500,000 people these days. And so even the founders and the people on the board and stuff are not able to greenlight any projects. It's the guild that has to decide, and it has to meet some sort of threshold. They put out like some like the pilot episode of a show, or like even just a cartoon board or whatever of the plot of a movie or something. Sometimes it depends on what phase that the movie's in already. And you can keep reapplying if you don't make it through, and you can go retool the movie or whatever to try to make it through the guild. But their model has shown that basically everything they put out is at least like a single base hit, kind of. Not everything's a home run, but they don't have any of these massive failures like Hollywood. They pretty much just keep churning out base hits, and then they have some home runs, occasionally as well. And so their content is all being like crowd greenlit, and their model's pretty awesome. The founders are good friends of mine. They've tried to run some Bitcoin content through, and it has most of the ones we wanted to get through have just not made it through the guild for whatever reason. But if we have any quality Bitcoin content to submit to the Angel Guild, uh, that would be a great place to get some of that stuff through, Thomas. And it's worth going and looking into the model. I mean, it's like $20 a month to join the guild, and you get 2 movie tickets a month, and you get access to all the streaming and all that stuff too. But it's like it's actually a pretty sweet model, and they're kind of, they have a chip on their shoulder about Disney and Hollywood, because um, they were VidAngel before, which they actually sold VidAngel now. But VidAngel was like content. What do you call filtering? So families could like block out F words or boobs or whatever they wanted to block out, like from Hollywood movies. And Disney and everyone sued them over that, and so they ended up paying, I think, like $40 or $50 million to settle that lawsuit. And they've been through the ringer, and they've come out pretty strong. And you guys know some of their hits. They have, through the Tuttle Twins cartoon, done a couple of Bitcoin episodes, but worth it to go check out and support for Bitcoiners. I'm not affiliated with them in any sort of professional capacity, but worth it
I'm
to go
not
check it
a
out.
fan of blocking out the boobs, just for the record.
Yeah, but their point was that individuals and families could do what they wanted to do.
I was just having fun there.
Yeah,
I think we got
I
Cosmo
wanted to
and then
chime in
Jesse.
on Matt's point. I think that one of the interesting things to follow, the bellwether for how well this is operating, will be Will Smith eating spaghetti. For those of you that know what I'm talking about, for those that don't, one of the original videos that AI put, it was like a big popular one, was Will Smith eating spaghetti, and it was terrible. It was like 2 years ago, and it was this
It was
horrible.
fucking creepy,
It
dude.
was nightmare fuel, like absolutely terrifying. And the most recent one, it was seriously in 2 years, it's able to generate one that's actually pretty good. Like it's not bad. And so at the rate this thing is going, like I bet you the big like moment that the zeitgeist changes and we start talking about, AI, totally AI movies and shows is going to be when we get a Will Smith eating spaghetti that is extremely lifelike and you could tell a difference, which I think will be a lot sooner than people think.
Jesse, that was your cue.
Hey, what's up, guys? Um, yeah, this is a cool conversation. I just wanted to add in another example. I'm out here in LA. Terrence, I know you're out here too. Do you know David Bianchi? Have you heard that name?
No.
Okay, so he's a friend of mine, and he's got a good amount of credits in Hollywood. He's done a bunch of shows, and he put out a series called Razor. And it's just another example where he was able to produce the whole thing. This was a couple years ago, and it was focused on, there was a big crypto element, and that's why I'm bringing it up, because I think, Thomas, to your point, it's like once it kind of gets into the mainstream, once one of these shows hits, and his was up for an Emmy, I believe. Mira Sorvino was in it. He had some big names, some big producers on it and stuff. So, my point is that I think the democratization of art and film is certainly happening. Right along with the democratization of money through Bitcoin. So yeah, I think once it hits, Thomas, I wanted to circle back to what you were saying. I think you kind of started off this conversation, this topic. Um, I do think the AI is going to start to increase the ability for anybody, right? Not just people like David Bianchi or Terrence, who's in the industry, but for some young kid who's out there who's got the eye, to just go and make something. So and Cosmo, yeah, the Will Smith spaghetti thing is a good, a funny example, right? But we're not there yet. But I just wanted to bring up that extra little data point there. Like I see it here, even in the LA market, where you have artists like David who are just out there doing stuff, and eventually something will hit really big to where we have like a Bitcoin, like the wine, the sideways, Thomas. That's a great example. You did it with wine. Eventually that'll happen with Bitcoin and be a tipping point.
All right, Dark, is that the end of the space? Suddenly there's no hands and no one's talking.
Well, I'm definitely
Oh, wait, you wanted to get back to Bitbon.
I
Sorry.
was just about to say, all you got to do is say bit bonds, and we will be
Yeah,
off
that
to
was
the
filler.
races. Yep.
yeah, I'm definitely not a Hollywood guy. So it's interesting to listen to, but I don't have anything to add on that subject. But yeah, Bitbon. So again, this is in the wild. These ideas are starting to show up on my timeline now on a daily basis instead of on a sporadic basis. And I really do believe it's the solution to a lot of problems. Um, I don't understand how else the government's going to be able to fund itself going forward, as we see the dollar continue to collapse and long end of the curve continue to go up. That means either one of two things. We either continue to get shorter in duration, and create a refinancing catastrophe, or we've got to try something new. And that something new to me is bit bonds. So yeah, I'm really excited about what the potential is here. I did as it was mentioned earlier, I did a podcast and I kind of went through the maturations here. But one of the most interesting kind of facets of bit bonds is once they're in the wild, and again, they don't have to be issued by the U.S. government. These can be issued by any financial institution. And once they're in the wild, they're going to change the profile of investing forever, right? Just try to get your hands around the fact that, the risk-free return of money may look something more like 10%. And what does that do to the US government? That's crazy. And yeah, so I've speculated that when bit bonds hit the market, that's going to put a tremendous downside pressure on equity prices, on home prices, on all other investments, right? Like everything will have to compete with bit bonds. And what does that do to like home prices is a great example. I've speculated the government would issue bit bonds and create a permanent 2% mortgage fund so that all mortgages would be subsidized by the government at 2%. They'd almost have to do that, right? But the only way they can do that is to borrow money at 1%, right? And they can do that using bit bonds. So again, I see this as the real solution. It also is the way to build a strategic Bitcoin reserve, right? To grow the government's holdings of Bitcoin. And look, there's a huge group of Bitcoiners that are anarchists that don't want the government anywhere near Bitcoin. I just see the world differently than that. I see the world as being run by governments, and I want our government to be the strongest, the safest, and the best. So I guess that's my perspective on it. Love to hear others. I see we got a bunch of hands. Why don't we do Chad, you go first, Cosmo, and then Eric.
Hey guys, I'm outside, so if you hear background noise, apologies. But Dark, I want to throw into that. I think you're spot on, but I'd love to see us as a group start to talk about next steps. I don't see another way either, and obviously want the U.S. to come out on the right side of this. But if you institute this as a government, the ramifications are just truly staggering. And I think there's a whole bunch of things that would have to come along with it, or after it, or precede it, like. You're going to have a balanced budget. You're going to have to do things that we haven't done in fiat land. So if we could get those conversations going and ideally tabulate it, I feel like the Bitcoin community, in a lot of times, is the leader, and we have a chance here to get some things on the map that could really help with the ultimate adoption of that.
100%. I agree.
Yeah, to your
Cosmo?
point, Darkside, I think that there's a lot of people that are always, whenever it comes to the government and Bitcoin, they're like, we don't want the government to have Bitcoin. We don't want, like, this is not like a status. We don't have you don't have anything to say about the matter, right? Bitcoin is an opt-in system. That means people are going to opt in who you don't like, right? Anyone in the world can opt in. It has to be like that, because if there were restrictions on who could opt in, it wouldn't work, right? And so I think that there's a lot of kind of griping about either the strategic reserve or bit bonds, where it's like, look, this was always going to happen. And so, I mean, if you're upset about it, let's talk about ways that we can, prevent disaster scenarios from happening if something, that you didn't like were to happen. But you can't just sit there and be like, oh, I don't like it. It's like, okay, you can sit there and not like it all you want. Like, it's still going to happen.
100%. Eric?
Uh, yeah, so I think that I don't know. I'm a huge fan of the bit bonds as well. If you spend about 3 or 4 days breaking down the metrics and how they're deriving that this would be a good, safe idea, I think once you do that, it's kind of a no brainer at the percentage they're allocating. But that is starting to come around with banks. So I forgot the name of the group. There's the guys who did the multifamily unit in Philadelphia. I have talked to personally 2 state banks, so not national banks, but state banks, that are looking at the same criteria for the end of the year, early 2026, for mortgages, commercial and residential, a 10% add-on for the purchase of Bitcoin to offset the collateral risk. And I think that model is kind of the one that bleeds into the bit bonds when you look at a larger, multi-trillion-dollar structure with government risk involved. But when you look at that, that's really happening. That stuff is really actually happening. They're experimenting with programs for 10 loans or 3 loans or 5 loans to be able to get metrics on this, which, as Dark, you probably know way better than me. all the plumbing of financial from the government through the banking system, it's all interconnected. It's all one big puzzle. So just like you would do in a scientific experiment, you'd find a small lab to do a portion, and another lab to do another portion, and coalesce the information together and get a result. So I think they're coming. I just don't know how quick they'll be. I don't think we'll see a bit bond in the next year and a half or two. I think we're going to have to see a lot of regional banks test it, smaller banks test it, corporations test it, because I think one of these corporations with Bitcoin holdings is going to take over like kind of a Misty model, or they're going to look at their own version of a Bitcoin bond pretty soon, and that'll be the beta test for it. I think it's coming too, just not necessarily right away.
Before we go to you, Jesse, Vinny, your hand was up, but you dropped it. Did you want to chime in on this?
I was going to talk about the AI stuff, but I did listen to your podcast, Dark, last night, and a lot of insightful stuff. It kind of actually motivated me this morning to actually sell more of my, traditional stock stuff in my IRA. So I'm actually getting ready to move some more funds into Bitcoin. But it's Bitcoin ETF though, so I know it's not like exactly Bitcoin, but getting more exposure. But on the AI stuff, I posted this thing in the comments where there's like assisted AI drawing now, and obviously it's going to only continue to get better there. And then the last thing I wanted to ask you guys is, have you guys? Well, one thing I've noticed in the corporate world is they have like these AI listeners now, where they have it on their like Teams meeting or Zoom calls, and it actually records everything that you're saying, and then it spits out like a summary for you at the end of the meeting. And I'm wondering if like that could be something that would be valuable for like spaces. And I'll stop there.
Jesse, and then Gary, you're back up on the stage.
Yeah, I was just gonna kind of throw it back to Dark and ask him a question and his thoughts, and I just posted it up in the nest, Dark, and I think we had talked about it or maybe exchanged some posts about it or something. But you had Pierre Rochard, right? Who announced this the Bitcoin bond company. I just grokked it and put it up whatever that just returned for me. But it looks like they're seriously gonna launch this thing. I think unless I misread it, it looks like they want to do a trillion. They want to collect $1 trillion in Bitcoin to use for this. So that's just one example of a private initiative, and you can assume that there's a lot of folks doing this privately and not publicly saying anything about it yet. So Dark, what are your thoughts on that route of like the private sector sort of pushing the game theory?
Yeah, that's where I think goes first, right? I think it's issued not by a bank, but by a financial institution. It's issued in the form of a structured product, right? If you take the new markets capital model and you sell, oh, let's just maybe use round numbers, right? You sell $1 trillion in bonds, you take 900 billion and you buy 10-year treasuries at 430, and then you take 10%, 100 billion, and you buy Bitcoin and put that in escrow and cold storage, right? The bond pays 2% instead of 4.3%. So you're taking a small clip in the coupon. After 10 years, you get a split between the 50-50 on the Bitcoin that's held on the $100 billion Bitcoin between the institution and the investor. What's interesting about that, because the 4.3% coupon is taken in by the institution and they only pay a 2% coupon, they will have the ability to hedge the risk, and they will be able to guarantee 100% return of capital. So you're going to get back 100% of your invested capital, just like you would in a treasury, right? And you're going to get back 50% of the Bitcoin. And you're going to take a clip from 4.3% to 2%, right? Like that model works. And that's the model I expect to see in the wild. So yeah, I'll just land the plane there without getting too technical.
How amazing would that be if someone offered, personal bit bonds, right? So like I want to borrow $1 million and I'm only going to pay 1% for that million, but 10% of that million, 100K has to go into Bitcoin and it sits there for 10 years. And so the issuer of that doesn't really just get the 1%. At the end of the 10 years, they get, punched back up to 5 or 6%, whatever we agree on, and then half of the Bitcoin. So just on a personal level, that would be incredible.
Yeah, and
If those things became,
and
yeah.
remember, the Bitcoin that's held in cold storage can be hedged. So you can essentially run a mini Misty strategy on that Bitcoin in cold storage and make this extremely profitable. Like
Well, now you just
extreme,
gave me a headache, Dark.
right? But I mean, from the financial institution's perspective, right? They essentially own half of the Bitcoin in cold storage. So for them, they can run a Misty strategy and be unbelievably profitable, right?
By Misty strategy, you mean selling covered calls or?
Yeah, so they own the Bitcoin, right? Instead of just letting it sit there in cold storage, they're going to use that Bitcoin to hedge out. First, remember, they're on the hook for 10% of the return of capital. So they've got to earn back that money over 10 years, which is extremely easy. Okay. And then they're going to earn additional returns. But that's essentially their Bitcoin. So yeah, using structured derivatives, that's an unbelievably profitable contract or structured product for the institution that's offering it. So that's why I expect to see it in the wild, right? Like I just in my head doing the math, the company that does this could return 15-20% even higher on essentially a very, very, very low risk investment.
Could this be what Saylor is gearing up for? Is that a possibility?
I think he should do it. I mean, why not? And then I would start a reinsurance company and compete with Warren Buffett. That's exactly what I would do if I was Saylor. Right? Instead of letting his Bitcoin sit in cold storage, hopefully, right? Put it to use, raise capital and earn money. Right? Like that's what a bank is. He's talked about a Bitcoin bank. Let's do it.
That's what I was just going to say. He's talked about the bank. I mean, I think lending is the path for sure for him, and I'm certain many others, again, who are unnamed at this point, but lending Bitcoin to monetize. And Terrence, your model could work.
But as of now, bit bonds or the mechanics of what bit bonds are, no one has started anything like that, right? That doesn't exist at this very second.
Yeah, it's not in the wild yet. But now that the idea is everywhere, and guys like Pierre Richard are saying they're going to do $1 trillion, right? Like I don't know if he's serious or not. I hope he is. But once this
That sounds like a lot.
Yeah, but I don't think he's talking about doing it in one offering, right? Like his goal is to get there. Like do 20 billion, and if it gets good, if it's oversubscribed, and I suspect it would be, do it again, and then do it again, and do it every week, right? Like there would be demand for this product. Bond buyers, if I'm a bond buyer and I'm looking at a 2% coupon that could potentially, yield 12% over 10 years, I'm all in, right? Especially if I'm guaranteed the return on my principal and 90% of what this structured product owns is US Treasuries, right? I understand where the other 10% is coming from, right? It's a basic, vol arb strategy. It's very easy to understand. This is not that complicated. Guys on Wall Street would understand this in one dinner.
I just invited our brother Tomer back up. I see him in the space. He may not be available. He has been getting a lesson on how to use his dishwasher. As a hardcore Bitcoiner, he doesn't generally have to wash dishes. He just chucks them. He just throws them out the window. Tomer, come on up if you're available.
Gary, what do you think, man? You think I'm right?
I think the world's going to grab onto any tool it can, dude. Right? It's gonna. This is in our start. Everyone's going to grab hold of this stable, transparent, bright light. Just however it comes about, it's going to come in every farm. You're going to have derivatives on spark spreads in Bitcoin before this is done. It's really fascinating. So yeah, I think you are right, buddy. And I do think it's going to come from the private. Now, I don't know enough about bonds to understand what it takes to issue something like that. I mean, I thought Van Eck was working on this. Yay or no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. They're awesome. I like Van Eck a lot, actually. I think they've been very progressive.
That came up in my Grok search, Gary, as another group that's looking at the bond concept, the bit bond concept.
We got Tomer and Matt back up here. How's it going, Tomer?
I'm the proud owner of a new dishwasher installed and even hooked. The stupid thing has Wi-Fi, which makes no sense. But
Wi-Fi? Like
yeah,
run it while you're gone or something?
I don't like it. So instead of pushing the start button, I can open my phone, authenticate on my phone, find the app, open the app, authenticate on the app, and then press start. So
But
it's
so
really
like
convenient.
you're driving home and you're like, oh my God, I forgot to wash the dishes. You just start it while you're driving home.
I don't mean to be too cynical of it at first, but I think it took me longer to set up the app than I will ever spend time using it because call me a boomer, but pushing start on a device seems more sensible than everything else that I just went through, even just to configure the device. But we'll see, it's the future.
Well, I'm surprised knowing you that you haven't hooked it up to Bitcoin mining. All that energy, washing your dishes every day.
Oh, gee, I didn't know. Yeah, another thing that I didn't know you can do that you probably can't. But just as a, it's an American-made appliance by a German brand, and we ran it once, and it's so much quieter than the one that I had when I first got this house 8 or 9 years ago. It's like you can't even hear that it's running. The only thing you can hear is when it drains. So I know people are scintillated once again with this topic of nothing to do with Bitcoin, and you're trying your best, Terrence, but it is just a dishwasher.
Well, thank you for that news. Matt, you're also up here with a hand. Did you have a dishwasher question for Tomer?
Well, you know what? It's not just a dishwasher. It's the product of technological innovation. And that's exactly what Bitcoin is. And I think we can bring this back to Bitcoin. I'm always amazed when I look at the prices of goods and what's supposed to be happening with deflation. Technology is supposed to be lowering the price of goods, lowering the cost to deliver services. And then the consumer is supposed to be benefiting from that. Of course, I've already gone down the whole road of explaining how this fiat thing is designed to actually increase, like inflation is the feature, it's not a bug, and it's meant to increase consistently the rate at which wealth transfers from savers and from earners and gets into the hands of asset owners and the central banking cartel class and their crony friends. So and Simon likes to point out, and I think he's totally right, that the financialization of the world is just a control vector for the population. And they've used religion in the past, hence the Vatican Bank and other things, and now they're using the new idol, which is money. MTV Cribs, all this shit. It was literally designed to get us to like worship lifestyles and detach from God and from each other and from the family unit, and it worked perfectly, sadly. But Bitcoin's cool because it reconnects us to that anti-materialist sort of, am I buying this because I need it, or am I buying it because I'm trying to keep up with the Joneses? Because frankly, the only thing that I care about, other than my family and my connection to Christ, is my sat count. So stacking sats is actually a really good thing you could do with your time, and it's way better than buying shit on Amazon or Temu.
What a
That was an
great,
amazing
Yeah,
segue. Way to
I was
amazing
gonna
improv.
say,
thing.
Matt, I don't think we've met before, but you did that without taking a breath.
Matt's great, Tomer. Yeah, he's a good follow. And speaking of dishwashing, I see Humble has joined. Yeah, and I was going to bring it back to the dishwasher, so I'm really glad that
Right.
you said
I've
that,
been
Tomer.
hand washing dishes for 3 weeks while waiting to buy the new one, have it delivered, and everything else. So
Oh
that was a
man,
blast from the past.
Tomer, I'll do you one better. So when we had this construction fraud happening with our home, we didn't have countertops and we didn't have a sink for probably a month and a half. So I was washing dishes in a bathroom sink, which
Well,
uh,
okay,
which was
yeah, that reminds me of like camping type
that's
experiences.
what it felt like. It really did. Congratulations on your dishwasher. Sounds fantastic. And yeah, just freaking press the start button. My husband will literally stand there with our oven, and I'm like, well, I'm turning it on. He's like, what are you doing? Use the app. I'm like, I'm standing like right here. I'm just
Wait, my
gonna turn
phone
it
battery.
off.
I have to charge my phone so I can turn on
Yeah,
the oven.
I
I know,
know.
and
It's so
now the
funny.
Wi-Fi is down, so I can't turn on my oven.
It's so
Yeah,
crazy.
I'll just add to the dishwasher thing. I think the only real advantage of having a connected dishwasher is that you get a notification when it's done, and you get a notification when if there's a problem. Like that's the only
Do
advantage that I can see.
now, who's good at like
Yes.
there's these automated scripts, I guess. So when I get the notification that it's done, can it text my kids to empty the dishwasher? That would be
I
a little
think,
bit useful.
yeah, I don't have that dishwasher, but I think you could go into the Samsung app and actually set up alerts so that you can get text messages, that type of thing.
Well, this one's German, so it would probably send rude, concise messages.
I changed the
Yeah.
space title for you, Tomer.
Yeah, this is like bonus content. I was gonna say.
Oh my God. Did you get, is it a Bosch or a Fisher
Yeah,
Paykel?
it's a
Oh,
Bosch.
yeah, Bosch is the best. They are very quiet.
Well, at least Germany does something right before they fall into the ocean.
It says it's assembled in America with imported parts. That's where it's made. Or probably Chinese, but it's got a German brand name. So yeah, I don't have that many tips to give, Terrence. I don't know. I wish you hadn't changed the space name. I like it comes with a video of, again, one of these barcodes to scan to take you to a video of how to load a dishwasher. I didn't learn all that much. Turns out my knowledge is rather up to date. You don't put the sharp knives face up, and you don't you don't stick the dishes where they're sticking out of the dishwasher when you close it.
Is there where that says
Well, where did
caution
the
sharp if you put knives in there? I mean, you might cut yourself because you don't know that knives are sharp. A lot of appliances have that kind of stuff on them today.
Yeah, thankfully, it didn't have too many brain dead indicators, but like everyone's just trying to keep up. Oh, look, if it cleans the dishes and doesn't leak, I'm a happy camper.
so do the bowls go on the top shelf or the bottom
Yes,
shelf? Because
but
this
this
is
one actually has a third little shelf on the top, on the very top, where you can put cutlery and like
yeah.
little glasses, like espresso cups. But then the bowls go on the higher shelf of the two bottom shelves, and plates go on the bottom.
Hey, do you guys remember that day on April 21 when we killed the Bitcoin Today brand? Do you guys remember?
I feel like I must have missed it and showed up in some parallel world here.
Yeah, I think we need some commemorative dishes for that. I think that sounds good.
There we go. Dishwasher safe.
Absolutely. Dark, maybe I'll give it back to you. We can continue with Bitcoin bonds or whatever you would like to do. We're here to facilitate.
It was honestly impressive that we went from, talking about how Bitcoin's going to take over the global monetary system via bit bonds and somehow got into dishwashing tips. I think that's kind of impressive. So it just shows that we're a very versatile group of people with a wide range of knowledge
Well,
and
it was really only
expertise.
possible because I've been taking creatine.
So can somebody please, like, I'm
Oh
I'm
my gosh,
normally up to date.
please.
But are you circumcised?
Well, hold on. I'm normally up to
You
date.
don't need creatine. If you eat a pound of meat a day,
See, this is
you
bullish for
don't need
Bitcoin. When
creatine.
that stuff comes up, it's like we're just getting bored and Bitcoin's just going to go
Look,
up.
I just need to know, somebody please, okay? I am normally up to date on what's happening in meme culture, and I am completely in the dark. I feel like a boomer right now. So if somebody could fill me in on why we're memeing creatine, maybe I need to go add some because, it's in my pre-workout already. I don't take it separately, but did something happen? Like, should I be taking more creatine, less creatine? Why are we on this topic? I gotta know.
It's for the gains.
Bitcoin Twitter's bored.
Dude, I've
Yes.
seen so
We're
many
bored around
memes that I
here.
just want to know the origin, or was it just one of those things where just
I think it was the Bugle. I think they memed it because I think there was some conversation around it, and then they beat it to death
no, but
so
I've
hard
seen
that
it in non-Bitcoin people memeing it as well on my For You page. So I was,
It made it to the All In podcast. They
yeah,
were talking
yeah.
about it.
This
Yeah.
is this is beyond even the Bugle. I mean, I give them credit where credit's due, but I think they were hopping on this bandwagon that was already rolling. So if I could just know where that creatine meme started, I would appreciate it. Somebody can DM me. I just like to know the origin stories of what's going on in the world, and that one has got me perplexed.
You'll probably find out who Satoshi Nakamoto is before you can get to the bottom of this one.
You're probably right. You're probably right. But I still, one must pursue truth when they can, and I would like to
Do your
know.
best. Do your best. Ask Grok. It's hard to get at treats like this. They're too deep to get to the bottom of it.
I tried
I'm
that
actually going to
already,
have to
Tomer,
split.
actually, and it
I just
wasn't
wanted
very
to.
helpful.
I just popped in to listen, and then Terrence invited me on stage and tried to make it all about me, but it's not about me. I've got chores I got to do. Just not dishwashing anymore. And I'll probably see you guys tomorrow though.
Did Satoshi invent creatine?
No, creatine was around before Satoshi.
There were like 5 decades of people trying to figure out the best creatine until Satoshi put them all together.
Just take monohydrate. You don't need that other stuff. There's no reason for it.
You guys ever feel bad for what you're doing to AI because it's listening to all this stuff and it's shoving it in its world model and it's all so incredibly wrong? I just laugh every time I think about what's happening.
This is one thing, like I've been talking about this in a few spaces recently. Cosmo actually shared a pretty funny meme, which was that um, AI cannot math, and it's because of how it works. So just FYI for you guys, if you were not blessed with the mathematics gene and you're not very good at math, do not ask AI to help you because it cannot do math. All right, I just want to throw that out there. Um, it's pretty disgusting, honestly. You can ask it even simple addition and subtraction sometimes, and it gets it completely wrong. So, PSA.
Yeah, and I mean, look, unfortunately, we're using not yet quote unquote AI, we're using mostly large language models. And so this is tokenizing and doing matrix multiplication and trying to figure out, it's basically just the next token predictor. And by nature, math requires steps and it requires different functions and operators and sequences of functions, blah, blah. And so because it's chopping up what you've inputted, and then it basically just doesn't have enough contextual understanding. That being said, the systems are getting really good now, and you can say, let's think step by step. Let's use Python, within your IDE, blah blah blah, and it will output the right answer. So it's getting better at that. But I acknowledge it's been a weakness. But the people who are programming these AIs are getting better and better.
Yeah, it's just to me, it's concerning that you have to have that qualifier message beforehand, right? Where if you just say, "Hey, what's 2 + 6 + 8 + 10 + 15?" It then wants to just spit out like the next largest number for you instead of actually just doing the addition. And you shouldn't have to say, "Hello, I would like for you to do some addition here," before you say, "What's 2 + 2?" It's because people are not gonna have that contextual understanding of what they need to do. They're just expecting it to work kind of like Google, right? Where you just go ask it a question and they're hoping to get the right answer out. And I think that it's honestly going to do a lot of people a disservice, especially because you're already seeing, which is a whole different problem, but you're already seeing a lot of people in college and even in their professional lives, they are relying on it a lot more heavily, which is fine. Like I use it all the time to help me mostly with writing. I think that's where it's the most powerful and most useful is if I'm writing something for a customer, doing a proposal, just having it kind of grammar, spell check, that kind of stuff. But I've also just out of curiosity asked it to do some engineering math for me for some of the work that I do, and it just completely gets it wrong, like bad wrong, right? To the point where my concern is if you have people that don't know how to actually do the math they're asking it to spot check it, they're just going to trust it as true because, well, the screen spit it out at me. So I don't know. I just feel like it's something that needs to be addressed quickly before it causes real world harm because I think that it's a lot worse if you have it doing things that are more hard sciences incorrectly and people are taking it as true.
Let's go to JWS, see if you've got a real Bitcoin topic.
Oh, the only expertise I got on this topic is creatine, actually. So I'm not dark, so I'm not on the finance side. I have no clue if my dishwasher's connected to the internet. I wish my two boys were connected to the dishwasher internet, but I'm a third generation D1 athlete as well as a healthcare industry disruptor. Sarcopenia, which is muscle loss wasting over time, is one of the biggest threats to longevity. Power training 2 to 3 times a week will reduce all cause mortality by 30%. And creatine is active hedge against that to create muscle strength and growth for a longer life. That's all I got.
Sponsored by creatine.
Yeah, I just wanted to go back and touch on what Matt said a little bit earlier. He talked about the dollar and sort of the faith behind the dollar, right? And I like to say the dollar is now the world's largest religion, and I think it is, right? It really does require some immense amount of faith in a system that really doesn't work. And ultimately, I think that that religion will unwind, um, and will meet a brutal demise. But it's fascinating to me the blind faith people have in the dollar, and I'll just land the plane there.
Blind faith in the dollar, which is the medium that trust is currently moving, the fabric that trust is currently moving throughout society, the network that trust is moving. I mean, you're right. Like on that level, it's insane. And then on the second level, think about all the consumerism, materialism, and idol worship that is being like bred on top of that fake money that wouldn't really be possible under the Bitcoin standard. Like everyone talks about how war and the global security state wouldn't really be possible under the Bitcoin standard. And I think that's true. But I think the even bigger monster is the global consumerism.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with you guys on this one, Dark. With you, I love the way you think about things. Money as religion. That is such a good comparison and way to describe it. And the fact that it's a complete farce is what makes it so upsetting. I think to people like us, once you see Bitcoin and you realize the full truth behind that and the complete lies behind the paper printer. So we don't have infra here today, Dark, but like to me, this is just always the same discussion of like the world runs on the dollar right now, right? And it's like how do we move off of that without imploding and just destroying everything? Um, but yeah, fiat's bullshit, 100% bullshit.
Yeah, what's
I
funny
see.
is having spent 25 years on Wall Street, most of it before I had ever seen Bitcoin. Um, I was already disillusioned. Like I already knew that the U.S. dollar was a religion, and that's why when I saw the white paper, I was just so flippin' blown away. Right, like I was looking for Bitcoin before Bitcoin was looking for me. Right, like I knew how absolutely corrupt the system was, how absolutely broken it was, how absolutely ridiculous the counterparty exposure is, how absolutely like crazy the upstairs derivative exposure is to all types of different price movements, and how the whole system is basically held together by a string, right? Like, 08, 09, if there's one thing you didn't learn in 08, 09, it's like the string broke, right? Like the government had to step in and bail out the entire damn system, or the whole thing would have collapsed. And I suspect we're getting closer to our next 08, 09.
That sounds like a dark side. Taylor, your hand.
Yeah, I mostly agree about money being the religion. Have a slightly different take that I've always said on it. That is that the state is these people's religion, and I think Christ alluded to the same when he said, "Render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's," and that's the money aspect of it. And but it's all Caesar is a counterfeit for Christ, and every aspect of Caesar demands your reverence, demands your worship, demands your attention, and that's what the state is. It's when we lose sight of God and God Almighty. We as human beings, we still have a need, a hole to fill in our souls that people fill with the state, and they make the state their god. And state is synonymous with Satan, in my view, in that it's a counterfeit for Christ. So obviously, the money printer is a large component of that statism, and Bitcoin takes that money printer away.
I see Hathaway and Vinny. So whoever speaks first gets it.
Thank you very much. I'm asking a question here. I agree with everybody. And when I look at what's coming on my feed, or what's the normie feed, for lack of a better word, I feel like it's about people, and it's about personalities, and it's about Trump versus Powell,
or Trump versus MAGA versus the Fed. But us on this call, we're talking about like sound money versus the dollar. So for a second, when you look at that Trump versus Powell or MAGA versus Fed frame, it still comes down to kind of USD as the denominator. So trying to think of it as in terms of like, what are they really representing? I don't know if you guys are getting the similar kind of frame with Trump v. Powell, but what's the, like, if you took their Scooby Doo mask off and there's an idea, a principle underneath Trump or MAGA and versus Fed, what's the difference? You know, like, I feel like, is Trump just trying to get the Fed to put 40 trillion, 100 trillion on their balance sheet and just say F you, and we're all just going to keep dollars? Or, I mean, how is either one of these? I don't know if my question makes any sense, but um, doesn't either way it end up being money printing? I guess that's the question. You want to answer that, Taylor, before we go to Vinny?
Yeah, just quick, just get my view. So I was actually in Spaces with Max Kaiser the other day, talking to him about this a little bit and asked him a bit his opinion. Um, I think that would be Simon's opinion. You know, again, that Trump is kind of, it's all controlled opposition, same team, and it's all still just government, etc. You know, I think that's a cynical and you know, there's a good reason to be cynical, like in that way, and viewpoint. And I don't think there's anything necessarily invalid about that. And it's one that I've probably shared most of my life. My choice is to hope that these guys are legitimately serious about uh, trying to declare independence from the Federal Reserve and ending the Federal Reserve. And I'm consciously choosing to have a hope in that. I know that it's not necessarily a high probability that that will come to pass in reality, but I hope that they, you know, end the IRS, end the income tax, tell the deep state and the globalists to go fuck themselves, and declare independence from the Federal Reserve on the 4th of July, 2026. But
There's
let's
dollar. go ahead, Hathaway. You want to respond, and then we'll go to Vinny Boy, and then I see Simon's hand. I was just asking. I hear you, Taylor. I'm just asking if would there still be a USD in that resolution, even though
I mean,
there's no.
the Treasury could still issue one, and that would be the right way to do it, with backed by sound money, which is the constitutional way of doing it. But maybe not. You know, I don't know.
Vinny.
Yeah, I think in general it doesn't really matter who's in office or who's the Fed chair. Like when you realize that it's a debt-based monetary system and that there's always going to be debt and loans being issued, injected into the system, and you know there's always going to be more loans that need to be issued to pay off the existing loans, and at that point, like that just helps build my own conviction about Bitcoin and the soundness of Bitcoin and the future of it. And yeah, at the end of the day, I don't think it matters who's in office, right? It just kind of like they're all going to print. It's just how much they're going to print and which policies you're more aligned with. So yeah, that's my 2 cents.
Simon, are you able to chime in without mentioning the names of any countries?
Yep. Stick to America. Trump is not in charge. Jerome Powell is not in charge. The FOMC meeting is where the banks that are in charge meet every single quarter in order to decide not what is right for America, but what is right for their profits. And so every meeting, they get together and they discuss what is right for banks' profits. And they go to Jerome Powell and say, please say this. And so Jerome Powell comes along and puts a lovely little professional Joe Calasari type of speech on top of what the banks have told him to do. And sometimes the banks are in line with what's right for rich people in America, but they're never in line with what's right for the world and what's right for those that have an accumulated vast wealth and are connected to the central bank and able to borrow at 0%, or have a company that is useful to the banks in order to control it. And then by exerting their influence over the puppet that runs the Federal Reserve, because the reality is their job is to manage rolling over debt and getting the government deeper into debt. They have lots of different tools. One of the main tools is war. And so there is a deep state that ensures that war happens so that you can perpetuate the demand for dollars through organizations like the International Monetary Fund. So the game of the central bank is to roll over debt and asset strip America until they own virtually everything. And then at some point, the dollar becomes not very useful. And so through this mechanism, they control who is in charge of Senate, who's in Congress. They use their lobby pressure in order to install presidents. And they control both sides of the equation. And they distract you with the belief that there's a democracy and a Republican versus Democrat. That distracts you away from the fact that you should have been focusing on you buying Bitcoin and buying gold, because throughout this whole time, the Federal Reserve was printing dollars to accumulate gold and then passing that over to the global banks. And then the global banks are asset stripping America and distributing it all around the world until they find another host nation. And that host nation is where it becomes profitable to, at some point, slowly control, demolish the dollar, and then find a new investment ecosystem. And then they take all the capital that they took away from everyday Americans and invest it into a new region. And that new region, they try and install a central bank through the Bank for International Settlements. And that central bank tries to wash, rinse, and repeat the entire cycle again. And they keep recycling and changing the world order. So Trump was installed, from my perspective, and paid in order to do everything he can do to do a controlled demolition of the dollar. The first one is tariff policy, which is pretending that tax reform changes America when only monetary reform changes America. The second one was dismantle the petrodollar by dismantling USAID and National Endowment of Democracy, then dismantle the eurodollar by dismantling NATO, and then take away soft power around the world that leads to resource extraction like United Nations, remove all those together, then have a fight with the Fed so that no capital can stably invest in America because it's such carnage. Then have an agreement with the world leaders that there is a new world order that's set based upon who received all the money from asset stripping America. And then maybe do a final audit of the Fed to completely lose faith in the dollar once and for all and have massive capital outflows, the weakening of the dollar. And then America just becomes like Britain, a tool for the military industrial complex, big tech, big pharma, big banking, so that they can leave it as a vassal state for whatever the next superpower that they set up and where they've invested. The sooner you can realize that, the sooner you can realize Bitcoin is your lifeboat. And we're actually in a centralization versus decentralization argument, not a China versus America argument, not a Republican versus Democrat argument, not a Jews versus Muslims argument. All of those are psyops in order to justify wars, divide and conquer, distract you from the reality of what's actually happening. And the sooner you can get your head around that, the sooner you can stop worshipping the fake Messiah and realize that you need to look after yourself because your country does not give two shits about you. And your central bank is a parasite that wants to steal all your wealth. And as soon as you're no longer useful, they'll chew you up and spit you out and look for a new host and people to steal from. And Trump is just a cog in a greater machine. Powell is a cog in a greater machine. None of them are bigger than this system. And their job is just simply to create a narrative that is acceptable to the people, And once they want to actually create civil unrest because it's more profit in civil unrest, they'll take those narratives and they'll create the environment, whether it be open borders, whether it be fake narratives controlling the media, in order to engineer the civil unrest so that they can transition to the capital outflow to the place that they've already decided the capital should be. And currencies are just a mechanism for it.
Simon, with the exception of Britain, you nailed that challenge. Britain was the only country I think you slipped in there. Great job. Michael, your hand's been up. Thank you for being patient.
Yeah, no problem. This is more a question for Simon. I generally agree with his point of view, and I'm just curious what this looks like practically speaking. Maybe going more into the details, is Trump there to basically devalue the dollar, and are tariffs something that has been initiated in order to bring small businesses, you know, basically down to their knees, as well as the American people? And at that point, when the economy is weakened, the people are weakened, is it something that then a technocracy gets built in through some type of UBI, social credit score system, and so forth? Is like, what's the process for all of this playing out? And what's the timeline that you see, Simon?
Yeah, I mean, when they did it to the Dutch Empire and the British Empire, it took 10 to 20 years to slowly crash the currency and slowly take all the hard assets and put it in the new host nation. The good thing is that I believe that under Biden and Harris, we were going to have World War III. And under Trump, it's a controlled demolition and devaluation of the dollar because the powers that be recognized that there was a more profitable model in splitting the worlds up into blocks. And investing in those different blocks rather than just destroying everything in a nuclear type of world where no one power can dominate the others. So that's like the good thing. But personally, I believe that in America, its main purpose is to be a robotics and artificial intelligence center with all of the different regional parts of that flow, from energy to semiconductor chips to rare earth minerals to data centers to Bitcoin mining to artificial intelligence data centers through to robotics and software. I think that's like the main thing, and then any industries that are around that type of ecosystem. And so, like from the investment type of things, if people like, I obviously can't give investment advice, but capital doesn't disappear. It just goes into gold during the transition, or in some cases, Bitcoin for the financial institutions and the stock market. And then what it does is it redeploys. And so the gold pump right now is let's redeploy all these assets into gold. And then there will be a moment when it's more profitable to sell that gold and then redeploy it into the stock market, the ETFs, and the bond markets of the emerging markets that are going to benefit from it. And so I guess your job is to, if you're in the markets, ETFs are global. So BlackRock doesn't give a shit whether you're investing in America or BRICS or China or emerging markets or Europe or whatever. So they'll profit from whatever happens because it's a global setup. Um, and so yeah, or you just sit on the side with gold, sit on the side with Bitcoin, and just hope that you get yourself in a position of economic power where you can kind of control your environment away from an environment that is more susceptible to civil unrest and violence. That's what I think it looks like. But I don't see how you change the shrinking of an economy. There will be boom areas, so make sure you're positioned in those boom areas. But the shrinking and capital outflow means, I guess it's Liberation Day. While to me, like April the 2nd was about liberating the everyday American from the dollar and liberating the entire world from the boot of the dollar. And that is the real Liberation Day. And so everyone's just got to reposition themselves around that because, the dollar has been incredibly destructive unless you're in the richest 1% in America. Those are the only people that have benefited from the dollar in its existing form, because that's what central banks are set up to do: extract all of the hard assets in exchange for the paper assets that they create.
Hey, Matt and Cosmo, do you guys want to take over with Dark? I'm gonna have to jump here, but I didn't want to jump in front of Simon. You good? Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm available for the whole space. So I've been quiet at times just to let other people speak, but I've been here the whole time.
Yeah, no, just figured you're adjusting your tie. Well, I'll see you guys tomorrow then. But yeah, carry on. Thank you.
Thanks, Terrence. Really appreciate it, man.
Have a good one, man.
What do you think, Macro?
Cool. So yeah, no, I think, I will say one of the things I've really thoroughly enjoyed just sharing the stage with Simon and getting his various takes on things over time is I think it's a different perspective that you don't hear in the traditional, let's call it boomer doomer gold crowd, right? Who tend to be almost sycophantic towards Trump sometimes, which I think is not very productive. But then you also get a different perspective than what a lot of Bitcoiners would say as well. And I think they range a little bit more broadly politically. So whether I agree or disagree, I just think it's always interesting to get a variety of takes. And I think, you know, largely probably 90 to 95% agree most of the time with what Simon is saying. And the biggest truth that hits home more than anything else is that concentration of wealth is the design of the system that is the Federal Reserve, right? That is the whole intent. The intent is to concentrate wealth in the hands of a few at the expense of the many. And regardless of who's driving that machine, the machine exists and it is doing exactly what it's supposed to be doing. And the more that people understand that and wake up to it and that there's a solution, the better off the average person will be, because there's actually a tool that they can use to free themselves from the crushing weight of that machine. So I think it's just great that we're able to have these conversations now, and hopefully that message is resonating with people, because it's taken me from being somebody who was kind of a doomer at one point where I was like, I just don't see a solution to this. I kind of understood the problem. I didn't understand it nearly as well as I do now. But I'd say 2015 to 2018, even when I was kind of early on my Bitcoin journey, I still was just fairly nihilistic. And I really like the Sailor quote, regardless of what you think about him, of Bitcoin is hope, because I do think that really is true. And I know it can sound kind of preachy sometimes, especially to people who are new, perhaps, to the spaces here, but there really is truth to that once you understand the technology. So, anyways, I'll get off my soapbox now. We have a couple people that just hopped up. How's it going, Luke?
How's it going, guys? Crazy times, huh?
Absolutely, man. Got any
Uh,
thoughts on what we've been talking
um,
about?
yeah, a little bit. I just hopped in a second ago, but for anyone that wants to answer, I've been going like just listening to a ton of podcasts and gold podcasts and all these people saying 1929. I'm trying to figure out what makes the current situation, assuming there's some type of downturn, what's different about this situation compared to whatever '08 or 2001 with our current debt levels? Like, Dark, do you know? I mean, is there historical examples with countries with our levels of debt going into some type of downturn? And like, what makes it different?
Historically, well, no, because we're the world's reserve currency. So I guess, have we ever been here before? Yeah, it would be after World War II, with these debt levels. But after that was a boom, not a bust.
The difference is we
So,
actually made shit then, though, Darkside, and the
and we
rest
made
of and
shit
the
then,
rest
right?
of the world really, really needed it. And that's one thing that I'll just throw my 2 cents in here. I think it's so important, and people just lose track of this because we're in such a financialized digital world now. But he who makes shit has the most leverage because other people need the stuff. And if all you'd make is paper and financial transactions and you don't actually produce things of real world value, then to what you were talking about earlier, Darkside, where the physical gold gets called in, that is why I think Simon said that matters. Because having the physical piece of metal when the system gets reset is what matters. You can have all the IOUs you want and all the paper gold, and that's irrelevant. So the more pressure that gets put on that system to pull that physical back in, you also, in combination with that, have the people who actually make the stuff exerting pressure on those who don't make the stuff. And that is exactly what the US did post World War II. We said to the rest of the world, well, we make all the stuff. So we're in the driver's seat now. And I think there may be that kind of thing playing out as well. I mean, that's just my thoughts on it. So the difference now, more than anything else to me, is that we really just don't make that much stuff anymore on a relative basis to the rest of the world. So the amount of real world leverage we actually have is a lot lower than I think what we're trying to posture we have right now. So I don't know. That's
D-
my 2 cents.
Dark, but my question is, what people are comparing the other bubbles that happened in history and like whatever 1929, 2008, 2001. They're saying this is going to happen again, but each one of those situations are very different and unique, right? Like, what's different about this current situation we're in?
I get my answer if you like.
Yes, please.
Yeah,
It's
foreign ownership. America is controlled by foreigners. So you financialized every asset. You sold your politicians to the highest bidder. You allowed global financial institutions to become bigger than the government. You allowed corporations that are global in nature to become way more important than any politician, any due process, the Constitution. And so now you have um, the economic power globally, which was on the wrong side of the dollar, has now accumulated vast reserves. So, I know you'll be told if you do a Grok search that China is the seventh largest holder of gold and Saudi Arabia is not even in the top 10 list. That's a complete lie. um, the estimates of what China actually has is about 22,500 tons of gold. And Saudi Arabia, no one knows, but you can bet your bottom dollar that they've got a lot of oil trades that they've been doing over the last decades in exchange for gold. And so once um, the most of America is controlled by foreign actors, those foreign actors, through global financial institutions like BlackRock, the Federal Reserve, and the banks, are able to decide at what point you allow the controlled demolition to happen. And so, what's different this time is that Trump has done every policy in line with global finance, which it didn't pivot to a bailout model, a QE model, and a rolling over the scheme. And so, what is different is America is not in control by Americans, and there is no America First agenda, because every aspect of influence within America is foreign controlled right now, with global institutions that have no allegiance to America.
I think
Simon, but yeah, my question is just what's different this time compared to
well,
these
That is
other
it. When you
historical?
when you printed all the COVID money, when you printed all the global financial crisis money, all of the wealth destruction went to Americans, and all of the value went to large financial institutions through this through this confiscation of wealth, because people bought into the dollar. And now all of those large, like for example, Saudi Arabia's on the board of BlackRock. That's never happened before. That wouldn't be significant influence from the New World Order is on all of these boards of large financial institutions. And so they're calling the shots, and they're deciding whether America is allowed to roll over one more time, or whether it's going to be a controlled asset stripping of the remaining assets, and
Luke,
what industries they're going to invest into. So Saudi says, we'll invest in a 1.4 trillion into your data centers, into your AI, and into your robotics, and therefore that's the industry that is allowed to boom in America. and now please go and take all of these different investments that we control and deploy it to creating that industry. So that's what's happened. America is at the final stage of securitization, financialization, and complete foreign ownership.
And I think on top of that, like what Simon said earlier too is a big component that like we have an incredibly bifurcated economy right now. Like you have the wealthiest 10% that is making up 50% of spending currently. 50% of spending is from the wealthiest 10%. So right now, like as we speak, like people are talking about this massive depression or whatever that's coming. We're in a silent depression right now. It's just only happening to the bottom half of the people in the United States. And so I think that when we look at models of recessions, depressions, and things that have happened in the past, like usually you have CEO incomes are about 29 times the average worker, where now it's probably closer to 400 times, right? And so I think that you have two economies, right? So it used to be like, oh, the whole economy, it's in a depression, right? 2008, except in 2008, you had the top 1% get bailouts. You know, you have all this crazy stuff going on. The banks got bailed out. The CEOs got massive bonuses, right? And so you see kind of the same thing where Main Street got screwed and Wall Street got bonuses, but you have that kind of magnified since 2020, right? Where you have Main Street, which is a little broader, right? The bottom half. And then you have Wall Street, which is just people with assets who are wealthy, who can't really get debased because they do have assets. They're doing great, right? All the fun stuff, the stuff that's fun, entertainment is incredibly cheap while necessities are getting relatively expensive. So I think that analyzing what it means to be in a recession slash depression is just different because you do have that massive bifurcation.
My question is like, okay, if the rich people stop spending, and that affects the poor people even more than they are affected now. So I mean, my question
They've
is
got an
like,
exit though. They can go to Dubai. They can go to Singapore. They can
no,
go
no, no,
wherever
no.
they want. They're not
I'm saying
staying.
if rich people stop spending and their stocks go way down 40% or whatever, then poor people lose jobs too. So I don't get how that helps like reset.
Because they're global. They're not America first. So that it's wealth redistribution. Capital just moves. It doesn't get destroyed. So because you're thinking from an America angle, and any wealth destruction from America is going into the gold market, and that gold market will go into a different market. And so it just moves. It doesn't get destroyed. So the central banking model is to concentrate the wealth so that you have fewer and fewer people making large capital allocations. Those capital allocations is what determines who's allowed to succeed and who's allowed to fail. And then they use that influence in order to propagate wars in order to make the changes. And fortunately, we didn't go into World War III. We went to a tariff war instead to propagate the change. And so that's a much more peaceful way of transitioning. And now we can all just figure out how to redeploy our capital. And from my perspective, Bitcoin is the lifeboat because there's no key person risk. And that's kind of what, there's no counterparty risk, there's no country risk, there's no person to be assassinated, there's no leader to be co-opted, there's no liar, someone telling me they're doing one thing and then they're doing another thing. There's no contract risk, there's no lawfare. And that's the point of Bitcoin and the point of gold. And Bitcoin improves upon that because with gold, you're still trying to figure out who's got all the world's gold. Well, China says they got 2,800 tons, when more likely they got 22,500 tons. You don't get that with Bitcoin. And that's where with Bitcoin, we know, you just take out all that key person risk and you just sit back and say, right, if the dollar's not going to be the source of all the volume for Bitcoin, then maybe the BRICS currency is, or maybe the Chinese yuan is, or whatever. But it just gets redeployed, and then eventually some of these neutral assets, they either redeploy into key countries and regions and stocks and bonds. But actually, when you got Bitcoin, you realize how hassle free it is relative to the hassle of trying to store all your gold in a country and ship it to different regions and not have the transparency that you need. So this is kind of like the transition we're all going through.
Let's go over to other Matt.
Well, the original question was, how is this different to '08 and previous crises? And Simon gave a great answer that the financialization has led to enhanced connectivity between the American economy and the global economy. And basically, they've just tunneled underneath the American economy, and they're literally draining all the economic energy through wealth transfer and stuff happening with China, like technological transfer, and then good old fashioned economic transfer through inflation induced purchasing power erosion. So that's all well and good, but I would submit to the group that frankly '08 was a solvency crisis, but they pretended like it was a liquidity crisis, and then they injected a bunch of money because they're addicted to this wealth transfer function from printing money endlessly. And so what was supposed to be medicine actually became poison, and it made the situation in like much worse. Now it all for fiat. Now it also made the world much more clear for Bitcoin and for Bitcoin holders, because clearly these folks only know one trick, and it's what they did after World War II. It was print. And look, it worked out. Like the debt to GDP did go down following World War II. So that quote unquote trick worked. But it's because they created this virtualization and financialization economy, and they kind of hid the fact that the government was a primary source of economic energy, inefficiently, might I add, and that they were making a lot of money through these risk transfer industries that they kind of just conjured up and made excessively more and more complicated every year with more and more regulations, to almost like wrap themselves in a great wall of regulation, to like make themselves permanently entrenched and permanently impossible to remove. And then every year financialization gets more and more complex. Bitcoin cuts into that because now that centralization party is gone. It's completely decentralized. If you want to play games, that's fine, but the block's going to get audited in 10 minutes. And if you've decided to play games, there goes the value of your economic actions. It's portable, it's discrete, it's verifiable, and very much it sits against the human nature that does get to all of us, which is to just print money, because why don't I kick the can down the road? Bitcoin, and I'll end here, Bitcoin's issuance is algorithmically insensitive to demand, and it's the only asset in the world that's built like this. And so that's why it's going to win.
Yeah, well said, brother.
Completely agree. So I'm curious, Luke, do you feel like your question's been answered? Because we've had a bunch of different angles go at it, but you kind of reposited the question a couple of times. So was there a different angle you were looking for or trying to get to?
Um, I mean, I'm kind of just trying to game out. I mean, is it you guys just think the reaction function here is the same? Like some crisis occurs and they just step in again forever. That's the only thing they can do, right?
Yeah, I'll give you maybe a more simple answer. It's cost benefit analysis. They did the maths and said, how much more resources can we extract from America if we bail out the system and print the money, versus doing what they're doing today. And so I think I think also what's changed is that there were a couple of test wars, and Russia won the war and the Palestinians weren't ethnically cleansed. And so because those two things didn't happen, it was a recognition that the power that backs the dollar, i.e., the military power that backs the dollar, doesn't have the same kind of power to exert its influence globally. And those were two test cases. And so, because those wars were essentially lost, there's that recognition that the power has changed in terms of economic capital and the war that backs fiat currency.
That's an
But
interesting.
profit is the answer. It's more profitable to split the world up into blocks than to roll over the American system one more time. I think is just the simple answer.
Yeah,
Dark, I saw
so
you came off mute. Did you?
yeah,
Okay.
I'll chime in and say that I'm with Larry Lepard on this. I think we're going to go to another big print, right? I think that's what's coming down the road. And remember, to Simon's point, every one of these prints results in asset stripping. That's sort of what a big print is, right? Like, you know, they own the assets go up in value, they print more money, they inflate away more value of Americans, and they're asset stripping. So my direct answer is I'm in the Larry Lepard camp. I think it's just we're working our way towards the big print. Because in the end, look, if they rug pull the American economy, right? Like they send us into a 1929 depression slash deflationary spiral, then they risk their own lives, right? Like then there's pitchforks, and
Yeah, and then you're gonna get AOC in there. It's gonna be AOC 100% socialist like vibes coming in
yeah,
28, right?
I just don't see that. I see stimmy checks, I see reparations, I see any way in which they can push more money into the system, and just another form of the big print.
No, I'm saying if they didn't if they rug pulled and let the bottom fall out, that's what the answer.
I think you have civil
The
war. I'll be honest with you. I don't think the US economy could take a complete rug pull. I think you'd have if the government refused to try to print and just let everything completely collapse, I think it would go into civil war.
Yeah, so you think they're gonna do whatever yield curve control,
Yep.
stealth QE5, the
Yep.
whole thing.
Yep. Yeah, I think
Like
we're headed
what?
towards yield curve control. Absolutely.
When's the last time did they? When was that? 1970s they did that during the or
Yeah,
when?
not really. No, I mean Japan's been doing it. I don't know that the US has ever done direct yield curve control. I mean, yield curve control is where you basically pin the long end of the curve, right? And you control the curve.
And that
This is where we need Joe. Where's Joe? Where's Joe? We haven't seen him
Yeah,
for a while.
so
please.
so basically they cap the yield curve and then just monetize the debt, buy the debt.
Yeah, they just monetize the debt. They buy the long end of the curve, whatever it takes, right? Like that's literally what you'll hear, whatever it takes. Same thing you heard
I
in
mean,
08, 09.
it makes
Doc,
sense. I
do you
mean,
think they'll do anything creative with printing a stable coin and backing it by the treasuries or anything crazy like that?
I'm with you on the stablecoin thing. The mere fact that they're going to let these small companies or large companies, as it may be, keep the interest, then what a stablecoin really is a digital representation of cash, right? Like if you're not earning interest, then you just basically have cash. So a stablecoin is unique because you can get it around the world. I like to use the example of the app Fiverr, right? Like where you hire somebody in India to do a website for you and you pay them $70 and they put a whole bunch of hours into it. And then when you pay them the $70, you pay dollars, but they get rupees or whatever they're getting, right? Like they don't get dollars and they want dollars. Now, stable coins fix that because there's a digital cash, right? That's peer to peer. So that's where I see stable coins playing a role. It's essentially a way to get cash into the global economy if you want to keep the dollar going. So, like, I guess it's a counter argument in one sense, Simon. Like, if you're going to push stablecoins into the wild, then you're going after dollar dominance, right? If
Yeah,
you want to if you want to destroy the dollar, you keep going where the way you're going, right? Like, you make it impossible for people around the world to get dollars. So,
yeah,
look, these things are never as easy. Like, I really appreciate Simon. I agree with probably 75 to 90% of what he says, right? Like, I'm not sure I'm 100% there, though, that they want to destroy America. I do think they want to create a regional power, but I do also believe that the powers that be want dollars to be the reserve currency of the world. So the real question becomes, how do you get the dollar down in value and maintain dollar dominance over the whole world? That's like threading a needle, right? Like that's really, really hard to do. How do you collapse the value of the dollar and at the same time get people all over around the world to want dollars?
Well,
yeah. By the way, I don't think they want to destroy America because they've got massive investments in America. So they just want to manage what it is, and it becomes like
It's
like
Great
Britain
Britain
and
2.0,
Like
right?
yeah, exactly. It's Britain. They say right. we've got investments in military, pharma, banking, and tech. So we'll just create, we'll just create an industry for as long as we can around those sectors that we have. And so you just kind of manage it, but they're saying, but where's all the growth? So basically they said we'll manage Britain, but all the growth is in America. So then they deployed all the capital to America. So they'll manage America, and then they'll deploy capital to where all the growth is, which is likely to be the emerging markets, global South, BRICS, and Middle East.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to argue that point, right? But again, I still land back on the fact that the powers that be, right, the Fedster banking cabal, they want a dollar that's used around the world, right? Like, I'll tell you what I can't figure out, Simon, is how do the Chinese play into all of this, right? Like, how does this thing resolve itself? And does it go, I mean, I personally think that what we're seeing in the gold market is a speculative attack, right? Like, I think they're running this price up and putting max pain on the shorts. Look, if they're able to break the GLD as an example, right? Or able to break the COMEX, then that has massive implications on our entire system. So I just believe, since we're in an economic war right now, or at least we're being told we are, um, if we actually are, that would be an absolutely brilliant move by the Chinese. So that's kind of where my head is at. But who knows? What's up, Matt?
Well, I would say that, frankly, there are probably really ambitious people in America, certainly in the 70s, maybe even before then, who noted, well, I, ambitious rich dude, do not have Park Avenue locked down. I don't have all of the best real estate. I'm not like in forefront of industry, but I could invest my capital into third world nations and second world nations like China. And then I could, through the Clintons and other people, get them into favored nation status, WTO, start to prop that economy open, and then I create conduits for the energy to start moving economically from the West to China. And now I'm not competing against like other rich dudes in the 50s and 70s here in America. I'm cheating by making it easier for money to move to where I put my money first. So my bet is that we were betrayed by like ambitious people, and then the Chinese took advantage of that, obviously. And the Chinese have something called BGY, or blue, gold, yellow, and they have a system of systematic control. They have more than 50% of our Congress, sadly, under their control. And they start with trying to, make your life a little bit more difficult. Then they try to give you a little bit of gold, right? You start with B, that's sad. Think of it like that. Then gold is the G. And then yellow is like make you sick, like use AI to doctor photos of you and your own daughter or something gross like that. And the whole point is to like systematically gain control of people. So I don't know if we went to them first and then they got their hooks into us, or if they came to us and got a couple of good hooks in, and then that's when the game started. But I know that China is basically just the place where the money's being pushed, and there's bad people in the middle who aren't Chinese, who are capturing most of that economic energy, to Simon's point.
Yeah, I think China just wants all of America's gold. I mean, did you see they just launched a cash machine? I put it on my profile. They launched a cash machine where you can put your gold jewelry in it. It will melt it down in the machine. Then it will give you a value, and that will appear in your WeChat account, and then you can spend it as a bank deposit. Um, so like they're I mean, if you go to China right now, you don't actually need money. You just walk into the shop, and your hand is used to pay. You don't even need your phone anymore. So, I mean, the level of fintech innovation they've been doing in China is next level. I posted some of
Very
these videos so
dystopian.
you can see it. Yeah,
So
so again, the real battle for individuals is is the cypherpunk movement that we created in Bitcoin. It is decentralization versus centralization. And unfortunately, I think people got confused with patriotism and traditional things that they taught us that we need to have in order to maintain a control structure. And the cypherpunk vision of let's work on privacy, let's work on ownership, let's work on identity, decentralized identity, and all those things that we've been doing when we decentralize money.
Hey, Simon.
Yeah.
Simon, I got a question here for you. Do you see a scenario where the U.S. does not execute a massive print? That's coming from Donkey Man.
Yeah, I'm kind of not sure what they want to do. So if we are moving to a controlled demolition and a revaluation of the dollar and capital outflow, then there won't be a big print. The type of scenario that I would engineer is a fake argument between the president and the head of the Fed and make it look like nothing can happen so that the Fed and the president can have plausible deniability and blame each other for what's about to happen. So if I were to game theory that out, that's the exact type of game I would play. I'm completely open to being wrong here.
Yeah, I
They
gotta
may
believe you're
they may
wrong.
go to
It just
QE. They may go to
well,
QE,
the
but
other thing is, how does Powell survive? They literally would come
I
after
don't
him
think
and
he
He's
say,
only
"Hey,
cares.
got like a week
He's
left.
just a tool. Powell's not.
no," but
He's not a real person. These are all actors. It's
I
all theatre.
understand. But I'm talking. This becomes, when the MAGA movement gets violent, then it becomes a matter of life and death. Like that. That's
Yeah,
become.
but the Fed is just a tool of the Bank for International Settlement
I
system.
agree. I agree. I'm just saying that I don't see how if they want to remain in power, they have to play the game. They they
Hey, hey,
they can't put a gun to the American people and say, "Sorry, too bad this time." Tariffs.
hey, 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 Dark. Let me jump in here because I think there's I asked to come up when you said that you didn't think it was a historical precedent for yield curve control in the U.S. And I just Googled it and I had checked or had remembered that in the 40s we pegged the long end at 2.5%. And we financially repressed bondholders. And this ties into a paper by, I think, Alan Binder. This is kind of Luke Groman and Lynn Alden stuff. And then there's this Israeli example in the early 80s. And when you are a debtor nation, inflation is your friend. And what you do is you let it rip. You have the economy run hot for 2 or 3 years, and you nominally balloon your GDP, which nominally depresses your debt to GDP ratio. So you go from 125 to 60%, and now you're no longer in trouble. And to Simon's thesis is that the Federal Reserve isn't working for the United States. Um, they didn't do that. The Fed, when confronted with inflation, um, Luke Groman said they should have let it run hot and got the debt to GDP and the debt manageable again. Instead, what they did is they tried to quell inflation. So, I can't figure out the whole algorithm and who's motivated by what, but you know, I just know that when you're a debtor, currency debasement is your friend, and the Fed is not assisting the U.S. in that regard right now. So I throw that out there, and would love to hear what Simon has to say about that.
Yeah, I think the Fed is a pump and dump merchant. They've done 20 pump and dumps, and it's led to record levels of government debt, record liabilities, record wealth extraction. And that's what the Federal Reserve is to do, was to take constitutional America with a free banking system and turn it into socialism. And if you can get away with it, turn it into communism through a CBDC. If you can't get away with that, change it into a stablecoin technocracy, and then move all the capital over to the next host country.
Well, yeah, but specifically, the America First move, and this is the question and the hypothesis, would have been to allowed inflation to run hot, to get debt to GDP under in a more manageable ratio to put America in a stronger negotiating position, make it less vulnerable to foreign creditors, and so on. And the Fed did not take that path. So, I've heard Dark say for weeks that he thinks that the banks aren't on our side, and I think I think it's true. I don't think the Fed's on our team.
Yeah, I see it as a series of beta tests. Each one you beta test to see what you can get away with, and 2000, you had the savings and loan crisis. That was a beta test. Then you had long-term capital management. Let's see what we can get away with. Then you had the dot-com boom and bust. Let's see what we can get away with. Then there was the global financial crisis. Let's see what we can get away with. Um, and then that had global impacts like the European debt crisis. Let's see what we can get away with. And then, finally, I think the final beta test to see what is possible in a command and control economy was COVID. And so now they're essentially doing a neo COVID, and that's what this tariff policy is. And then I don't know, it's just a beta test to see what you can get away with. And that's how I see this. And in Europe, they're just beta testing the CBDC model and complete command and control and complete surveillance state. And this coincides with all of the First Amendment, being called into question, with all of these arrests at universities and deportations and opening up of Guantanamo Bay at the same time as sending people over to El Salvador. Like it's a pretty wild thing that Trump is testing right now, and it really is a complete tearing up of the Constitution as I understood it.
Let's go over to Gabe. How's it going, man?
Hey, going good. Appreciate y'all running this space. So I did want to ask Simon. I want to understand your thesis here in regards to the relationship between the Fed and Trump, right? So are you suggesting that if they play this showmanship and they're just going to play this game for a while, that they're just going to let the stock market go into a massive recession and they're not going to print to bail it out, and they'll do yield curve control and like they're going to let the markets deleverage themselves? Because I mean, just from my perspective, right, all the people I know who are older and maybe they voted for Trump or they didn't, but they have all their money in like these 401ks and they're managed by some people. They don't really understand how the financial markets work, but they know that when the stock market goes down, then their money goes away because that's their savings account, right? So I just can't understand why the game theory would suggest that they just don't print money and keep kicking the can. Like, why would why would they crater the
Yeah,
stock market? Why would they
because
do that?
because there's a more profitable model in devaluing the dollar and having capital outflows into other regions, and then getting all the high growth in those regions. Because US is so overvalued and over leveraged, it's hit a point where it's no longer a stable place, or everything that Trump's doing is making it an unstable place for capital. And
Right.
so the model of, once you've hit a certain point of leverage, and I'm not talking about Japan, because Japan is just a conduit for the Federal Reserve. It's just a mechanism for hedge funds that want to manipulate currencies to be able to use the
Yeah.
carry trade in order to get
Right.
free
Right.
money to manipulate currencies. It's a weapon of mass destruction. The Bank of Japan, and that's why you ended up with the ECB, after, eventually was the end of the World War II, post World War II era, and you ended up with the Bank of Japan, and then you ended up with these vassal states like South Korea and various other regions. But they were just essentially, they all had a role.
Yeah, yeah, I get
Yeah.
that. Well, one quick question. So, like, from the year 2000 to 2013, right? The S&P or the broader stock market indexes never made a new high, right? People don't really talk about that. It was like a lost decade. I mean, I see that as being a possibility here.
But like, if you're saying this deleveraging occurs, how much bleeding do you think they'll let occur? You think they'll let the U.S. equities trade? Where will the S&P trade down to? I mean, I don't own any S&P
Yeah,
myself, but I mean that's what everyone's got their savings in, right? So
yeah, slightly above my pay grade in terms of like the specifics of how much capital outflow. All I know is that all I think I know, and again I could be wrong, but all I think I know is that the mission is to slowly, in a controlled environment, weaken the dollar and make Americans think that they're winning, and that leads to capital outflows in a controlled environment where the top you move to more and more centralization, where the S&P 500 becomes the S&P 7. And so the
right,
tech companies completely dominate absolutely everything, because they're essentially the economy, and maybe a few more. Obviously, that's just a simplistic thing. But the S&P 500 just becomes smaller and smaller and smaller, and then the BlackRock and all the I always say BlackRock because it's just the one that everyone understands, but there's many different players in this ecosystem. But BlackRock then manages the pension fund to diversify into other regions, and those other regions gain access to capital based upon the negotiations that are happening in the background. So, MBS says, I'll invest this amount in your AI, but you need to manage X amount of capital to go out of the US market, and into the ETF that pushes our new industries. And that's the mechanism. The ETF and the capital and the pension and the endowment funds, they all reallocate capital based upon the deals that are being negotiated in the background. And so they will reallocate your pension for you because they're money managers and they still want to produce a return for you. They just won't. They won't. They'll diversify away from the current host nation of the world reserve currency.
yeah, they'll change the simulation parameters. They'll go to a different uh matrix programming. I get your point. One last
And I do
question,
think
I
this is
guess.
only a 10-year game, by the way. I actually I think the Game of Thrones, let's call it the Game of Empire, we transition into a world where the fund managers get disrupted by AI, the regulators get disrupted by AI, the central bankers get disrupted by AI, and I do think we are all entering into a world that that is going to disrupt the power structure in a way we haven't quite seen
Right.
before.
No, totally. I mean, so that's an interesting thought you threw in there at the end, but so you're talking about recentering around a different global world order, a new world order. I understand. You look at like Michael Burry's. I'm sure you're familiar. The guy who called the housing MBS, or no, sorry, the mortgage backed securities, bubble in 2008. His whole thesis this go around was, well, there's so many zombie companies in the QQQs. The Russell 2000s filled with like 60+% zombie companies. You look into some of these financials, right? Aren't they going to have to at least print some money to back those or roll debt? Do they just keep rolling the debt? Like, how does that work? I mean, if you deleverage the markets, right? That's the match that should explode unless they can just not pay the debt. I don't understand. You know what I
Well,
mean?
they've just started stimulus in China, or they've been starting stimulus in China. So again, the knobs and the barrels all just push in different directions. I can't pretend to know. I
Right.
do
These
know
are
that
U.S.
I do
companies,
know
though.
that BlackRock's Aladdin has got an algorithm that does know. I'm not smart enough to figure out what the algorithm says, but I
Yeah.
but I can see where capital is shifting because I do follow capital, and I can see that it is shifting in a way we've not seen before.
Yeah. No. Totally. This is It's interesting stuff. I mean, it's good to at least speculate and walk through scenarios for sure. Yeah.
I think the stablecoin piece is really interesting if that is actually what is happening or is going to happen, because it almost allows or facilitates some of those capital flows, right? It kind of simplifies it to where you don't have to work with the legacy banking rails. And then you're kind of getting a two bird, one stone thing where not only are you allowing capital to potentially leave the US more easily, but you're also rolling it all up under that one technocracy lens, right, where you have effectively a CBDC, just they're not going to call it that. And if that is the direction that is things are actually moving towards, then um, it kind of makes that allowing of stable coins to proliferate make a lot more sense to me.
Yeah, the difference between the stable coin with competing technocracy and competing technocrats is that you basically, rather than one CBDC like Europe, where you just have to have control over the ECB, you just have a series of companies, and it just so happens that all of those companies were the very same companies that were given access to military industrial complex technology, like Elon and various others. And then obviously Trump's taking a piece, Elon's getting a piece, and then some of the banks are getting a piece. So it's almost like it's just you're trying. It's almost like, imagine you wanted to do what J.P. Morgan did in 1907 and take 20,000 banks and condense them down to a few, and then launch a central, a central banking system. It's almost like you reallocate a lot of the, you condense down into a smaller and smaller number of, but this time you're adding the tech companies to the mix, which all give backdoors to military industrial complex, and they were all given, they were all allowed to play the role of successful entrepreneur by being given technology that the state created.
Yeah, that makes sense. So we had New York City Titan came up. Did you have any questions or comments?
Yes, I was just in general. This is open to whoever wants to answer it. Simon was talking about the potential reallocation of capital that might happen away from the S&P 500 to other uh, global economies or stock markets, and I was just wondering, how is that going to be politically tenable for politicians that are going to be coming up for midterms, for them not to uh, print more money to try to prop up the market if we continue to have these drawdowns of 5, 10, 15%? It just doesn't seem realistic that that wouldn't happen.
So let's say there was a way of overthrowing Trump. Who's next? So JD Vance is Palantir. Peter Thiel installed. He's Peter Thiel funded. Who else? Who's on the competing side, on the Democrat side? You just got to look at who all the politicians that would be up next are funded by, and then you can try and find what agendas the lobby is. They tend to have every area covered. So whichever scenario it goes down, you've got the same thing. Like Democrats and Republicans are the same lobby money. It's not different money.
Simon, I realize you're actually darker than Darkside, man. You're coming even on from the darker side, man. I kind of want to believe that the part you have wrong is that Trump is fully bought and paid for. But if that's true, and he's controlled opposition, we in big trouble. Puncher, what's up, brother?
Hey man, I had to do some fiat work, and then the space was over. But I guess we just dropped off and
Yeah,
started
we
up
got
again.
rugged.
Yeah, we hit it.
Uh,
We got rugged.
we got rugged.
Yeah, we had an early rug.
No, yeah. Well, I was all excited to get back on, and you guys were gone. So I'm just listening in. I'll catch up. I'm sure I'll have something to say, but very interesting.
Hey, real quick, do you want to pitch tomorrow's space? I think we got Jethro coming up.
Oh yeah, Simon. I don't know if you know Jethro Bodine. He's been on. He's he was the guy's lived an unbelievable life. He's done every job you can think of, to include being a cop. Worked in mines. Worked on oil rigs. He was a fighter pilot, a Top Gun graduate, and now he's an unbelievable painter and artist. But a really funny, great mind, Bitcoin guy. Robert Breedlove interviewed him not too long ago, maybe a month or so ago. So if you want to get a load of what Jethro's all about before hearing him tomorrow, So yeah, he's just a great guy. I invited him on the space. He and I were stationed together at NAS Oceana when I was flying A6 intruders and he was flying F-18s as an aggressor pilot. I was young. He was a little bit older than me. And the guy was like just very well liked, very well thought of, great leader. And I think everybody's going to enjoy him tomorrow. So if you guys can, please join us tomorrow.
Thanks, brother. Looking forward to it. Just brought up Johnny. Johnny, what's going on, man?
Well, thanks. I'm on the first time I've listened to this, but I'm on the same page, curious around if Trump actually is controlled. My question is for you guys, if you guys could have questions, because it's very clear you would understand that if the right people were in the room with you, who would you ask to be in the room with you to ask questions of to understand all of this? I'm just curious because your speculation seems spot on for all of this topic. And I'm just curious what people would allow it. Clearly, BlackRock gets brought up a lot. Who would be in the room to give you guys the answers you would want? Just curious.
Well, you presuppose that anybody in the room is going to give you an honest answer, which, if this is true, and I believe exactly like Dark does, like if Simon is correct, and I'm not saying he is or he isn't, I want to believe that he's not. We are proper fucked. So that being said, I've gone back with Simon, and we can maybe get into it a little bit now. It seems like he wasn't controlled opposition because of all the stuff they threw at him up until November 5th. So I'm a little fuzzy on when the compromise happened. Like after he beat everything to include multiple assassination attempts and jail for life, and like from November 5th to January 20th, at some point, somebody pulled him in a room and said, "Okay, asshole, let me tell you how things are going to be," or just can you kind of put some color around that? What you think, Simon?
Well, again, this goes into the speculation, but my personal belief is you never get the job unless you are controlled opposition. So when it happened, why it happened.
But you do agree that they didn't want him to get the job, obviously.
Potentially. So, if you want to install a team that corrects the dollar, then I think Trump and the current administration is the perfect team. And obviously, Trump has been talking about tariffs for 35 years. We all know he's got all the old photos of the Epstein stuff. We know that anyone that becomes a real estate tycoon within New York normally has to engage with the mafia. We know he's got a career as an actor.
Well, Simon, let me just stop right there. Do we know as a matter of fact, that he has Epstein files and photos, and if so, how did he get them? I must have
There's
missed that.
tons of photos of so Jeffrey Epstein and Waxner and Trump did loads of real estate deals back in the day. So Wexner is the funds from Mossad, and then Jeffrey Epstein was the agent, and then Ghislaine Maxwell and his father was like the setting up of the whole blackmail ring, and like the first
Oh,
successful.
I'm familiar with that, but the fact that they did real estate deals together, while not, is what it is. It's possible that Trump, a guy who doesn't drink, a guy who probably isn't a pedophile, um, could be outside of
Yeah,
whatever
well,
construct
no,
they
you
tried to pull
gotta.
him into, right?
They take whatever your weak point is. So if you're prone to cheating on your partner, or you're prone to being single and sleeping around, then they do things like install a honeypot partner, and then they may film you while you're being intimate with them, and then they use that video in order to control you. Then there's the whole.
But do you think Trump will be? Do you think like something like to me, Trump? Everybody knows that Trump has had fidelity issues his entire life, beginning with before he was married to, he's been married what 3 times now, 4 times
My
now. I don't
Trump
even.
my
It's lost
Trump
my
would
track.
also
Like,
probably
personal
spin that.
my personal opinion is you don't really need to compromise Trump. You just need to show him how he's going to make a shit ton of money. Personally, I believe that he's motivated by money. So you may have all of that, but if he can make a shit ton of money out of setting up a fund with Harry Kushner in the Middle East, and he can get a bunch of real estate deals by redeveloping a two-state solution in Gaza. If he can get every part of the Bitcoin ecosystem before agreeing to a Bitcoin strategic reserve, then I think again, but this is verging on speculation. I think Trump, you just need to show him the money and then show him how he makes money out of it, and then he'll do it. But whether you need to go further, then Trump has got almost every area where you can just look up all the pictures with Trump and Ghislaine Maxwell, and so even if there's nothing to it, just having the photo is a weapon, and then you don't know what additional stuff happens in the background, and all the lawfare went away. I think my
well, it got defeated. I mean, it didn't really quite go away. I mean, obviously, when he became president, a lot of it went away because the rats scattered from the cheese, and they realized they were on the wrong side of lawfare. But the thing that doesn't connect with me is you've got the Trump that you could say, oh, all the guy cares about is money. I don't believe that. I mean, another billion to him is nothing. He didn't need to run for president. They obviously didn't have him compromised the first time.
well,
I don't
take
believe
your pick.
in his
Yeah.
first
You
time.
either so the structure is, I think you start with the easiest thing first, which is there a financial incentive in order to compromise someone? Okay, just pay.
At the expense of everything you're seeing, though, Simon, like him saying, I care about the middle class. Behind the scenes, the guy is
But
pretty solid
politicians have been
citizen,
saying
man.
that and working against the middle class pretty much the whole history of America. They also say that they're anti-war while raging wars all around the
Yeah.
world. Um,
Yeah, and they're all exposed. I just don't
Yeah.
see Trump as
Could I
exposed.
interject?
Like Mitt Romney and Mitch McConnell and all those guys would say one thing and very clearly
I'm
do
sorry,
another. I just don't
every
see Trump as that guy.
politician in America and across Europe, um, I just see them as morally bankrupt or blackmail people that they don't give a shit about anything other than upholding.
But Trump's not a politician. Trump was never a politician. Matter of fact, his first term,
But he
the
did have a
reason
lot of
he got all
problems
the
to try and
worms,
make disappear, right?
like what, for
Well,
example?
again, there's lots of background around his debt situation, his real estate portfolio, his history. There's lots of things. I'm not saying I know the exact answer. I do know that if you wanted to compromise someone, he's
But
got.
he ran for president to solve those
Right.
problems in
That
2016, an election he didn't even think he was
that's
going
the
to win.
Russia argument, Puncher. Like, okay, first, that's the same argument that the liberals would make with Russia. They're like, oh, he owes a Russian something, so he needs to run for president and clear that up. And I'm like, don't you think that's the most roundabout way to solve that problem? Like, you're gonna be like, oh, I have this problem, so I'm gonna run for president and become the president. First point. I wanna make a point though, Simon, to your general point, right? If a Stormy Daniels clip came out of Trump, in a sex tape with her, Trump would spin that like it's Trump would be like, "I told you it was huge. I told you it was huge," and that's how he's gonna spin that. That probably wouldn't bother him, right? The point I think you're making generally is the Sun Tzu Art of War point, which is if you're gonna insult somebody, you choose very specifically what you insult them with. You choose exactly what you'd want to exploit, and you find their weakness and you exploit it. Now you're speculating on what that might be for Trump. I think the easiest way to get Trump, in my opinion, is to just subvert him into doing what you want him to do, but like not by telling him the truth. I don't think you need to blackmail him or do anything like that. I mean, if you just look at the tariffs announcement thing, right? The tariffs didn't really make a lot of sense because he was attacking our trade partners in many instances, right? So all you needed to do was pass that message along. Like Singapore, for example, we export more services to Singapore than we do goods, right? So we export a lot of tech there, and they export more goods to us, but we still put a 10% tariff on them. And then the prime minister came out and said, "This makes no sense. We've had a great trade relationship, and you've put these tariffs on us." And you play into Trump's ego. So that could be any one of these guys running the tariffs thing. It could be, I don't know, Lutnick or
whatever his name is. I don't think you could get Trump with a personality thing or with another thing. I don't know Trump, obviously. I don't think any of us do. But I think his biggest weakness is the fact that if you tell him to do this, that, the other, he's not going to sit there and vet it out. Like, we're talking about the guy who, the COVID, they told him to make a bunch of ventilators, made a bunch of ventilators and the masks and this. Then he printed money and he was like, I'll just, at the last 11th hour, he switched it to, we're going to switch and give people stimulus checks, right? I don't know that he's clinical and tactician. I respect him. I love that he ran for the country, and I don't believe he's captured. But I don't know.
Look,
I find
debt.
the theory hard to believe.
Anybody in debt is the easiest one, right? So
Why would he run for
Hey
president
if
then?
you've
guys,
got
could
a
I just let me
massive,
just step
if
in
you've
real
got a
quick?
massive,
I just
if
got
you've got
to
a
make
massive
one
real
point,
estate
Simon.
empire, yeah.
Sorry. So getting some comments and things, and I think it's always important to address this stuff because a lot of people I know don't feel comfortable coming on stage and don't want to engage in conversation. So I always respect people that don't wish to. However, if you want to make comments that the topic of conversation is not valuable to people or that people are not getting value from the spaces, then please come up and offer a different perspective, talk about something different. If the people on stage are discussing something that you don't find interesting, that's perfectly fine. We talk about a lot of different stuff, right? But I just feel like we've gotten into a bit of, I've seen a lot more of this recently on X, and it's something that I feel like is important to be addressed and just get aired out, which is, there's a lot of almost infighting within the community. Like, we're all on the same mission here. We're trying to get the Bitcoin message spread to people, and different people are going to resonate with different things. So please, if you're somebody who doesn't like to come on stage very often or has never done so before and you've got a question, I just want to throw this out as a PSA. Come up anytime. I will happily have you on stage and you can make a point, ask a question, change the topic, whatever you want to do. Otherwise, the people that are frequently on stage are going to talk about the things that interest them. I'm interested in power generation, so I'm going to talk about that a lot. Darkside likes bit bonds and derivatives. He's going to talk about that a lot. Simon likes talking about, a lot of different things, but especially the topic that we've just been talking about, which is what the global banking cabal is trying to do and what his perspective is on it. And he brings that forth in an open and honest manner. And I've heard him engage in debate plenty of times in the past. So sorry to interject and kind of derail the conversation here, but I just feel like it's important to say this because I've seen a lot of
Yeah,
shit get thrown around in comments, and it's just like, please come up. We are I'm not going to call it a
Yo.
safe space, right? Because that's kind of gay. But
it's
just
not a
like
safe space. If you're in a safe
come up and
space,
talk,
go
man.
somewhere
Just come
else.
up and talk. If
Yo,
you have a
Simon,
different
no,
perspective, come
yeah,
off
yeah,
it,
Matt.
please.
Listen.
Anybody.
Let's talk about you and me. Let's talk about
I
XRP.
am not. I am not.
No.
I am not talking about. I am not. Look, I am not being disrespectful to Simon, and I agree with Simon on just about everything. But on
Same
this
here.
one thing,
Yeah.
I'm trying to get it cleared up. And for those, by the way, who DM me and go, you guys are too political. You know what? They go somewhere else, honestly, because there's nothing more political than the monetary system that drives everything. And if you think that that's somehow immune from politics, you're just being naive. Now, does it matter in the end? I kind of think it does. I kind of think like Europe's gone. I think a lot of the world has been controlled in a lot of ways, and I think if the election had gone the other way, whether you're a Democrat or Republican, last time, the door would have been closing rapidly. And we are the last stand here in the United States to the extent that we value freedom and we value, liberty. And so, like, it's very important to try to piece these things together. In the end, does it matter? I don't know. It's going to make it a whole lot harder. Like, if the whole world is controlled by the same cabal and everything's illegal, but you can still send money peer to peer, yeah, you can do it, but it's going to be a whole lot more difficult.
Well, then also, I think
Anyway,
just having discussions about what political ideas are out there and then having them butt up against each other. I mean, obviously, we don't ever have anybody coming in and seriously saying that they think communism is the best thing since sliced bread. But like, the point is, you have to have some level of debate, difference in opinion, and people offering new perspectives. Otherwise, things do get stale. I will fully admit that. There's definitely been times where I've been listening to spaces and I zone out. And so that's why I just, like I said, it's a call to action. Please come up if you have something you want to talk about. or if the topic that we're discussing currently is not something you're interested in, you're more than welcome to come up and offer something else related to Bitcoin. We've talked about everything from fucking dishwashers to the global banking cabal today. So like, just come up and bring up something different. And whether I'm on stage or not, I just think people should be more open to coming up and talking. There's basically no consequences, especially if you're in a pseudonym account. Like, you have nothing to lose. So come up and ask a question, come up, give a comment. That's all.
Okay, let's talk about the interledger.
Let's not, because you're an XRP guy. So I really
Oh, of
don't want to talk about
course.
XRP. This is a Bitcoin
Of
space.
course.
So
Oh no, I didn't say XRP.
Look,
I didn't say
but
that. You said that.
if
It's
people
for
can't figure
altcoins.
out that Bitcoin is a macro and geopolitical play, I don't think you get
You can
Bitcoin.
use Bitcoin on the interledger.
No, I mean XRP is just like, it really isn't a player. Like it, I know you want it to be a player, and I know that in 2009 we wanted Bitcoin to be a player, but it's not a player. XRP is not a player in the geopolitical and macro game. Bitcoin is a very important player, just as and if people can't figure out that, like, this is actually, um, I think, one of the most important geopolitical macro plays. And if you think you can separate Bitcoin macro and geopolitics, I don't think you've quite understood. And I know that because I was at the very, very first early conferences when it was a conversation. We were at the conference and everybody was talking about a cypherpunk movement to give people the ability to own their own money, spend their own money, and have a monetary policy that could never change. And it was us versus the banks. And we were trying to figure out in a cypherpunk way how we could remove most of the control structures that prohibit people from living in a decentralized world. And we have hit peak centralization because of macro, the structure of the central banking system. And it's all in the name. Central banking is centralized banking that is designed to centralize. And then you ask the question, who controls that? And then you enter into politics and geopolitics. And if you think this is, you can understand what's happening today by understanding America in isolation, then you're going to get a lot of things wrong, and you're going to make the wrong moves. And you may misunderstand or misinterpret the importance of Bitcoin and end up bloody wasting your time with XRP or something, because you don't appreciate what is happening in the world here. And I don't want that confusion for as many people as possible, because you are alive at at this time, at this moment, you are alive. And if you don't get it, then hopefully we can all come up with a set of words and a set of language that appreciates or helps you appreciate the significance of this moment that we're all trying to manage and experience together. That's all I'd say.
Totally. Macro, like, really like what you said there, Simon. Let's make sure to run the room here because a few guys came up,
yeah,
raised some
no, I
hands.
completely agree. Yeah. So is it Ronan? Roni? You have a question, comment, thoughts?
Yeah, I'll keep it real short. Uh, I'll keep it really short. Monero will see a future. It doesn't need anyone's approval, just like Bitcoin. Saying it's a store of value, but Monero will be a part of the future. Um, is what it is. You're not stopping it now. You're not going to stop it later. And if you don't know about Monero, please familiarize yourself with it. This is a public blockchain. Don't forget that. And we don't know. You don't know where the future is going
Yeah.
to go. It is a public blockchain. You can chain analysis can bug it. They know your wallet. It is what you don't know the future. You know what the past was, but Monero does have a future in the cryptography world. It's decentralized. You can mine it on your CPU. One vote, one CPU. Unlike what we have going on with Bitcoin mining right now. Now, you can't move a building on the network. You can't move the Empire State. The Bitcoin's greatest feature is the liquidity. And that's just what it is. Its greatest feature is the liquidity, but it has no privacy. And
as we become more surveyed like Palantir and these technologies, a lot of people in the early days of Bitcoin used to say Monero and Bitcoin was a duopoly. Save your money in Bitcoin, and if you're going to spend it and you want a private transaction, use Monero. The problem is Lightning Labs, with their $100 million of seed money, trying to recreate this bullshit thing that doesn't scale. And anybody that preaches Lightning, more than likely they're either an investor or a developer. And that's
Hey, can I ask a question?
no.
So
We're not
how do
debating,
you?
Simon. I'm
No,
not
a
debating.
question. It's a
I'm
genuine
not
question to
debating.
No,
give
the
you.
whole
I
point,
want
and
to
then I
hear
I'm
this
not
just
out.
debating, Ronan.
Ron, if you don't want to debate,
yeah,
we can
It's
exactly.
leave.
literally a question. It's literally it gives you the opportunity to share with it what you think.
What you
So
let
Not
how do
sure why
you?
you allow clowns like that up on your stage.
Well, it's trying to get
I'll
to.
tell you. I'll tell you what.
Go
I
ahead.
do actually like. Having been around this sector, like all of the dark web transactions used to happen in Bitcoin, and Monero actually demonetized Bitcoin on the dark web. So it does actually have a role in this whole grand ecosystem. Now, does that mean that you got to understand what you're using it for, and what the weaknesses are and what the strengths are? But I just want to say, of all the shit coins, um, that Monero did actually end up with a place in our ecosystem for a very specific use case. And my question to you is, how do you onboard and offboard Monero if you don't have Monero and maintain your privacy?
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
also,
He
minutes
got
like
left.
two points that guy made that are just straight up FUD about Bitcoin and privacy. Privacy is something that requires strategy and skills in order to get on Bitcoin, but it's absolutely there for the taking. There's a whole litany of ways to use Bitcoin privately. So this idea that Bitcoin has no privacy is nonsense. And the other thing that just people just need to like, maybe he doesn't care that he sounds like a retard, but like Lightning Labs is not Lightning. Lightning Labs is a private company that owns that develops one particular implementation of Lightning. Lightning is an open protocol. There's several other implementations of Lightning that are not Lightning Labs. And the things that Lightning Labs releases are not on all implementations of Lightning. So again, there's just fundamental misunderstanding that are forming some people's opinions. And it I will say it, it triggers me when I hear it just spoken that matter of factly, and nobody's pushing back on the absolute lies that are being spread. So, anyone who cares about Bitcoin, anyone who likes Bitcoin, you should know Lightning is also an open protocol. It's an open layer 2 protocol of Bitcoin, and it's not co opted by one particular company or group. Lightning Labs is a significant part of that ecosystem, but they're not the only ones and they don't have a monopoly on it. So sorry, I just felt the need to correct those things.
Yeah, thanks. Well, I'm sorry, Puncher, didn't mean to cut you off, but it's so frustrating that like people want to come up here and we want it to be inviting, but don't want to debate. Like I'm totally down to hear these arguments out. I mean, I would even like almost want to play devil's advocate and then just be like, oh, Monero, this, that, the other, but like just at least sit up here and like take the heat and then like talk about it. I don't know. Like we're all on the same side of this argument. Like we all want cashless, like cash like system where you can send money peer to peer. I don't really care that I know that they can track that where my Bitcoin was bought, but they can't censor it. So who cares? Like, and then to TC's point, like if you want to acquire it, you just peer to peer somehow. And yeah, it's pretty private that way too. So I don't know, but Puncher,
Well,
I'll send it over to you.
it's an important aspect of Bitcoin that it has a public blockchain.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
If it didn't, it wouldn't be valuable. Part
Right. I
of the
mean, like
trustlessness comes from the fact that everyone can audit the chain.
you can count it. Yeah.
Everyone who runs a node can audit to the Satoshi how much Bitcoin
Wait.
there
So
is.
TC, are you telling me that Monero obfuscates like the counting like by block? I don't really know, but like that's a problem. Like if
I'm not a Monero person.
you're
I'm
right,
not going to speak about Monero.
and we
All
don't
I
have anyone
care
to
about
tell
is
us
that
about it, obviously.
Bitcoin's
So
design is misunderstood by a lot of people who
100%.
criticize it, and a lot of things that are easily
put forth as flaws in Bitcoin are actually critical design aspects of Bitcoin, without which Bitcoin would not have its value proposition. So people need to realize that there's some critical thinking involved, and if you really look at it from an overly simplistic point of view, you're missing the whole boat.
Yeah, I want to make one quick point, and then I'll pass it off. But to TC's point here, right? Because there's a big room of people here that need to like just they know what we just said, but they need like some place to start, right? So the first thing you need to look at is you need to look at like all the guys who tell you that TPS per second and Visa's doing this TPS per second and Bitcoin can only do 7 transactions per second. Like you need to understand how Bitcoin works, and this is how I would try and help people understand, right? The block time for Bitcoin is 10 minutes. Now, I want you to think like in a Socratic way. You have to ask yourself the question, why is it 10 minutes? Is it because in 2009, there was some sort of a speed limit on the internet that said, oh, we can only do Bitcoin blocks every 10 minutes? No, that's not why. They arbitrarily decided on 10 minutes is when we're going to sync and audit the chain, right? It's not like some technical limitation that they couldn't do it in 2 minutes, right? So if you do it in 2 minutes, then the TPS goes to 35 transactions per second. If you manipulate the block size, it goes to what? 100, whatever. People need to understand that if Lightning Network does what it is intended to do, it will make Bitcoin like cash. I can give it to you and no one knows that I gave it to you, how I gave it to you. You exchange me a service. It's literally like cash, and the TPS goes to infinity at that point because I'm just settling with you on a ledger one-to-one that settles to a larger ledger that is the Bitcoin network that settles every 10 minutes. Like that's where you need to at least start. You have to understand you've been subverted at some point if you think that, for example, XRP, because it puts through all these transactions, or Ethereum or whatever, putting through all these transactions, that is somehow a feature. It is not a feature. It is simply a marketing scheme that is subverted you at some point. Like
Well,
it's
Gabriel,
crazy.
it's also a misunderstanding of what Bitcoin's doing, what a Bitcoin transaction is, which is very different than a Visa or MasterCard transaction.
Final settlement
Okay,
versus
final
some other
settlement, you
garbage.
should be comparing the
Yeah,
pace of Bitcoin transactions to the pace of Swift settlements or
right.
ACH settlements, or
And it's actually
something
pretty
that's
fast. Yeah,
actually equivalent.
right. That's true. That's true because it's high late. Well, final settlement. Yeah, exactly like you
Well,
said.
it's just I mean, TPS is really kind of
Garbage.
a meaningless metric to be basing
Man,
your whole
go
conclusion on.
go to your bank and send a wire, and then all the disclosures you have to fill out. Like I sent a rather large wire the other day, and they're like, "Well, you're saying that this came from a valid source, and that all these numbers that you have to fill out on this page by hand are exactly correct. And if I type them in wrong, it's not my fault because once this money leaves here, you can never." I'm like, "Holy shit, man!" Talk about pucker factor. You walk out of there, you're like, "Oh my god, I hope that money makes it. I really hope that money makes it." It's just such an antiquated system. Um, it, but if you have never sent a wire, or you don't realize that Visa and Mastercard don't settle for 30 days, and you're a business that's sitting around floating that on that income, it's killing your P&L. Like if you don't know, you just don't know. But we should at least tell people how the old systems really work.
Yeah, totally. I think that's where it has to start. I mean, you have to start at first principles. You have to ask questions that are good questions, and then you have to come to a conclusion somehow. But yeah,
Well, over Easter, I sat there. People I orange pilled, and I knew they didn't quite get it, but I was hopeful that they would. They bought Bitcoin in the 30s or whatever. They sold it, and then this woman starts telling me, "Oh, we sold it. We bought XRP. You don't know. They've got all these LOIs signed with all these banks, and it's way fair." I'm like, "Oh my God, no! Please tell me you didn't do that." But
yeah.
kind of a setback Easter Sunday.
Zebras have stripes to blend in with the pack. They're not, very rarely, like they're not incentivized to leave the pack because then they get hunted and killed, right? So most people stay in a group to like be protected. So when they hear XRP has a bigger group, they're like, "Oh, it's a bigger, better group. I should be in that group." I'm not calling these people out. I don't know them, but I'm just saying, like that's my thinking when I talk to people, and they're like, "Oh, well, they are with the cooler people, so I'm gonna automatically associate with them." Just a thought. I don't mean to judge, but like that's my experience too. Like it's the old school of thinking.
Ri-
You're spot on.
I mean, XRP has a CEO. Let's be honest, guys.
Totally,
No,
totally.
Ripple Labs has a CEO,
I'm so
XRP.
sorry. Ripple does. My bad.
I mean, I've been trying to get any information out of this. So I was telling, I was on, I don't know whose space I was on. I was deposing, is that the term? Like if you're a lawyer, right? I was like deposing an XRP guy, right? And I was just trying to get like some information, like, okay, how much data does the network put through every on a 10-minute basis, right? Because it's settling, quote unquote, settling quicker. That's their argument, right? But like, okay, on a 10-minute basis, we compare apples to apples. And no one can seem to figure out like what the data is. Because then if you can do that, you can say, well, XRP, I think by my calculation, is 900 times less decentralized. But I mean, it could be way more than that. I mean, even less. It's a completely different. You can't audit it because it's 900 times more data to try and audit. And if there's fewer nodes, you can't tell if there's a Sybil attack or anything like that. And I know I'm almost steel manning an XRP argument here because there's so many more fundamental issues with it. But like at that basis alone, that's like quantitative. Like you can't argue with that. It's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous.
I think, when you boil it down, it's like what Simon talks about, what Dark talks about. I mean, especially like TradFi people. I've worked with TradFi, like, still do to an extent in a weird way. But it just, when you talk about what is value, what is there, right? And that's why we look at Bitcoin versus the crypto world. And it's not sitting here, it's what do you use this stuff for, right? And that's it. At the end of the day, you look at something like Bitcoin, once you understand the protocol and it's there, I mean, it is the value. It is the thing. It is the, I don't know. It's like the end all, right? That's it. Everything else is just trying to supplement or come up with an alternative. Again, it's not saying you can't use those, but it's whatever you want to do with them. I mean, when we talk about what is trying to replace an entire system of fiat, of credit. I mean, the stock market's one thing. That is a sliver of this monster credit market. And you talk about things like bit bonds and everything replacing that. And you have no clue how giant this is and the mass amount of money. And when you say gold, well, there's about 300, they assume, thousand metric tons on planet Earth. It can't be created or destroyed. It's created in the star explosion. Same with platinum and everything else, right? You can't. It's created by fusion. And so it's there. However, it's finite and Bitcoin is finite. And that's it. And you're not going to get around that. It's not going to go anywhere. Yeah, and you talk about the transaction speed and everything else. I mean, all that is just noise to what do we have here, guys? We have something amazing, and everyone's using the same system or a variant to try to create a system. You talk about using all these different blockchain methods of gold. I mean, look at all the ETFs out of gold. I mean, I was talking to what's his face, a cross border, and he was. I asked him. I said, "Well, what would happen? Why would we ever take the value of gold up out of the treasury?" And he said, "I said, what is the holdup there?" And he said, "Inertia, I guess." And I was like, "I agree. I mean, I don't see the point, but like, gold has its purpose. It's not going to change overnight. None of these systems are going to change overnight." But what we do have is something extremely valuable. And if y'all haven't, again, watched Simon and Gary talk about Bitcoin, it's about 2 hours. It's explained extremely well in simplistic terms of what Simon experienced and watching this. And I remember the early days of Bitcoin. It was very odd. I mean, I remember when it was at 300 and I was buying it and trying to figure out. I didn't know what it was. It just was hard to figure out. But as time went on, and now where we're at, we still are at the very beginning, in my opinion. We're still at the very beginning because this is becoming finalized. And what says that more than anything, if you've traded markets long enough and been involved with big money movements, and I'm talking about sending a SWIFT, like a giant move of money, internationally, you would understand quickly, okay, let's look at these markets. They're acting like a bunch of erratic penny stocks. And I'm talking about the broader market and the credit market and everything else. Yet Bitcoin's sitting here pretty solid between the 75 to 85,000 range. All through this noise. All through this. That's impressive as hell. I don't care who you are. That's what's caught the attention of all the big guys lately. They're all like, oh gosh, this is a thing to be contended with. That's why they're all putting out all their charts about it in comparison to gold and, fiat and everything else. So anyway, I'll just end there. I ranted enough. Sorry.
Yeah, totally. I mean, the one thing about gold though is it never solved the Byzantine generals problem. That's the only thing it couldn't do. Um, but yeah, no, it's interesting stuff. Matt, over to you.
Yeah, sure. So, did have a couple other people come up here. Is it Shanley? Do you have questions,
Hi,
comments?
can you
Hello.
hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Great. Well, you were asking for something new. So I'm a researcher of venture capital, and I've been doing that for about 12 years. And yeah, so I track crypto a lot, specifically for its interactions with crypto. And I focus a lot on Andreessen Horowitz, which has obviously been a big player and sometimes a bad actor towards the community. So I just wanted to contribute some like meta thoughts on what venture capital specifically is doing. And a lot of people can't really distinguish between, they're like, if you criticize venture capital, it means that you're criticizing the crypto community, but that's just not the case. And, venture capitalists have so much power over what is happening in the crypto space. So, one of the major things that I've followed is in the past number of years, there's been incredible concentration and consolidation in the venture capital space. So the big firms are getting bigger and bigger. Smaller firms are getting pushed out, and the bigger firms are acting more and more like a cartel. So they're working together all on the same agendas, all in the same programs, the same marketing. They're working together to build the infrastructure that they need for this. So a small number of firms, and this is Andreessen Horowitz, this is Founders Fund, which is Peter Thiel's VC firm, this is General Catalyst, this is Sequoia. They're all sort of operating, as one block and forming sort of a cartel and a monopoly over the funding of technology infrastructure. At the same exact time, they are having big problems because they lack the money to compete with the big tech giants in a lot of cases. And so what you see is like Andrew. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, you got cut out, at least for me, for the last 3 seconds, 3 or 4
Oh,
seconds.
gosh. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I
No, I
got you
heard her
clear.
the
Loud
whole
and
time, but like you said crypto about 7 times, and like I'm not sure if you know this is a Bitcoin space.
Do you think venture capitalists don't affect
I don't think
Bitcoin?
venture capitalists mean a damn to Bitcoin. Bitcoin doesn't give a fuck about them.
Well, Shanley, just to,
Yeah,
I
let's
mean,
keep it a
do
little more
you
fun.
believe venture capital is aware that Bitcoin is a protocol, not a technology, and that when it comes to protocols, winner takes all.
Yeah,
Like
VC is
electricity is a
is a
protocol.
crypto game. We're into Bitcoin here.
Yeah, these at best or worst are scams. These other crypto projects, and at very best, there are technologies that might have some application, more than likely in the existing fiat
Can you
system,
imagine
but
if
really
Andreessen
nothing.
Horowitz had actually invested in Bitcoin back when they started? If they had actually like helped fund Bitcoin protocol development, the development of the mining industry that has come leaps and bounds. I mean, there's so many aspects of Bitcoin that would have benefited from more capital, more attention, more people caring about it. But instead, these kind of people and the entire crypto industry is built on distracting people away from Bitcoin and making them think that there's some value in things that are just utterly valueless.
You
So
know,
It's
it's
because
a
they
Well,
couldn't
difficult
get
yeah,
they
thing.
couldn't get 2 and 20 carry trades. You can only get a 2 and 20
Basic.
carry
yeah,
trade
but
when you can justify
the other thing,
existence.
Simon, to be fair, like Andreessen Horowitz is basically Chinese money, right? Like the last thing they're going to do is fund Bitcoin. Um, a
yeah.
lot of these VCs, as Simon always says, follow the money, man. They're in this to get pre-mine crypto crap, do pump and dumps. That's their business model. Their business model is not Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin is
Yeah.
antithetical to their business model. Go ahead, Simon. Sorry about that.
Yeah, crypto's all fake and gay, Shanley. I just put a
Well,
general meme up in the nest.
I mean,
Well, sure
like,
shit too, TC. If Bitcoin, look, if Andreessen Horowitz had been involved in Bitcoin in the early years, they would have been figuring out a backdoor entry. It wouldn't have been decentralized and secure for sure, and they wouldn't have
Well,
just walked
do
away.
any do any of you think that Hal Finney might have been involved in the creation of Bitcoin?
yeah.
Possible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was involved in the.
So Hal Finney used to run pen tests for Mark Andreessen of Netscape to get early credit card payments going. So Andreessen was on the cypherpunk list. So he was there from the beginning.
So
Okay.
was Elon.
But what's the extension from that? What are you
Well,
trying to say?
you're saying that these people have nothing to do with Bitcoin, and it's just not the case.
Well, they
We're
have
talking
They
nothing
about
to
an
do with
no
it at
they
this
individual,
they,
not an
point.
they own it.
They've
Job done.
literally grown an entire industry to distract people away from Bitcoin.
Yeah, but
Right.
they own Bitcoin. Job done. They create pump and dump schemes in order to justify a 2 and 20. When the money comes back to them, they're probably holding it in Bitcoin.
They can't control Bitcoin because it's a proof of work system, and so they create a bunch of proof of stake systems so they can hold all the stake and push all that bullshit on everyone.
Yeah, I want to clear up one thing, and then I want to pass it to Shanley. But you know, the game theory, like, let's imagine you're a super intelligent guy, right? And you discover this thing super early. If you have the temptation of hubris and thinking that you're above all, then you're gonna find some way to, like, I don't know, subvert it. You're gonna be like, yeah, I guess I understand this, but I'm not gonna really bet on pushing us forward. I think, first of all, our goal here is to push the most sovereign individual commodity that anyone can hold in self custody, like, out into the world. Like, we want as many people to own Bitcoin as possible. We want as many of them to hold in self custody, to be able to run nodes, Lightning Network, wallets, all that stuff. The VC guys, the Andres and Horowitz individuals, they don't have that incentive. They don't really care, right? So long as the proof of stake network and the game theory, vies for them, and they basically think of it like they're basically trying to start their own countries, their own monetary systems. And the big boys, like, as Simon's been talking about this whole time, right? Like the Black Rocks of the world, the Aladdin algorithms, they're gonna just probably try and steamroll these projects, unless I'm wrong and they find some use for this. And I always leave that as a possibility that they become better than a nation state, right? I mean, if you're some guy who feels that you've been disenfranchised because you didn't get into Bitcoin at $10, and you're so stubborn that you refuse to buy it, you refuse to do the homework, maybe one of these other guys' coins is going to be your thing, and you're just going to be, their peasant instead of the government's peasant. Like, I see that as a possibility. But I mean, that just to set the stage, right? This is a commodity, and we all want people to learn about Bitcoin. If you don't really want to do it, I don't care. Like, not that I don't care, but I don't have time to sit here and explain it, as they say. But I don't have time to indoctrinate you. That's not my incentive structure.
I didn't say anything about any of that. Like,
Well, it's a commodity versus a security. I think that's the point I'm making.
That's okay.
okay.
Go ahead, Stanley. Go
Yeah, I
ahead.
didn't. I didn't mean to put this on you.
We
I'm
just
just saying, like,
we
trying
dog
to
pile on
set the
top
stage.
here. You might be about to tell us something amazing.
I don't think this is the space for me, but thank you so much, and good luck.
Okay, well, thank you.
Totally. Thanks. Did that make sense? I don't
I,
know.
I think I think when you talk about crypto, right? I heard it said well, uh, in another space, but the thing about crypto is, like, you got to think of it like technology versus, and then you've got all the other stuff, right? The noise. And when you think of things like in the early days of the internet, how many disastrous websites were just
worth absolutely nothing, right? You could toss them out there and they were getting just billion-dollar valuations overnight, right? And yeah, VC guys were making a fortune off of that, and that's fine. They made their money and they dipped out. Um, and it went to nothing, right? It just, I mean, there were guys who got rich. And then you had those, and not to say that Bitcoin is Google or anything else, but you had your success stories, your ones that were foundational in the internet. But good God, early on, I mean, there was the websites, the amount of search engines, it was just trash. There were so many of them. It
Yeah,
was the
but
next
that's a
wave.
little that's a very important aspect historically, but it's not. I think you're misrepresenting it a
I'm
little
I'm
bit
not I'm
because
not I know I'm just trying to bridge a
well,
gap on
like
the
I'm
conversation.
just so you know, I'm a web developer, almost 20 years. I've been building
I'm
websites.
not
It's
disagreeing with you, TC.
I'm just saying that websites fundamentally is a communication method for a person or a business or anything. It can be just a brochure, it could be just a presentation. There's nothing else attached to it as far as the implications. Crypto is like this beast where they're just saying that by tokenizing something, you've sprinkled magic decentralization and security dust on it, or you've just turned it into money. And that's a whole different thing from websites. Because, like, websites are still today a useful tool for a whole variety of reasons. It's just not pretending to be something it's not.
I'm talking
To
about
be
those trash, like trash websites that were the net. It was literally rapid fire. If you remember around that 2000 time frame, where it was like you couldn't believe the amount of just every week it was a new one and a new one and a new one. It was like, what is behind this? How is this getting a valuation? And then it was garbage, right? They were bankrupt overnight, and that's
but
why
a
I was
lot of
kind
them
of
were
saying that.
branches. A lot of them were branches on the TCP/IP and HTTML protocol, like the protocol itself. None of that's true for any of these other coins or other proof of stake networks or anything. Like they have nothing to do. I get a lot of text messages like, you guys think you're so open minded, but when I want to come on and talk about Monero and XRP and Ethereum, you shut it down. I'm like, yeah, we do. We're way beyond all that shit. Like you have failed to realize something fundamental about Bitcoin. And so you can listen in, but we're not going to debate you on the merits of whatever you want to talk about because we're so far beyond that. You need to either figure it out or just stay where you are and learn the hard way. But we're not being jerk offs, but there's just so much more to talk about, and we can't keep revisiting stuff that we figured out a decade ago. That's how
Look,
I
To
look,
see
be
it.
it,
the
It's
to
literally
be
it's a
fair,
it's
TC, to be fair, it seems like the shitcoin industrial complex has kind of stopped larping about decentralization over the last year or so,
good.
for the most part.
Good. I mean, look. I remember the .com whole phenomenon from the mid through the late '90s, and then the spectacular crash in the early 2000s. You know, really the significant thing, and we have the perspective of time now to look back. We're in 2025, and look back about how significant it is, how many businesses and industries went online. And look at someone like Amazon. And granted, when they started, they were just an online bookstore. Whoever had the foresight to know they were going to turn into an e-commerce platform of all things that you could buy, like, I don't know, good luck. But at least just the paradigm of, okay, here's a brick and mortar bookstore. Oh, here's an online website bookstore. And being able to kind of like foresee what the impact to the world that would cause. I would argue the markets got way out ahead of their skis, and that's why it overcooked and then it ended up crashing. And of course, you had all kinds of businesses that saw the trend and said, "Damn, we should stick .com on our name, and we'll pick up some of this money that's flowing around." That aspect of it, I think, is absolutely legit, and I think there's definitely an aspect of that in the crypto world where Bitcoin's legitimate attributes get borrowed, and there's this affinity scam of, okay, we're like Bitcoin, we use a blockchain, but we're faster, but we're this or whatever. And then it's gone just completely off the rails where, oh yeah, just put these sneakers on a blockchain and that makes them secure sneakers. Like that's the place that it got to, and people realized it's just nonsense, and now it's just memes. Like, do yourself a favor and listen to what the meme coin people are saying now, where they think like memes are the ultimate alpha, and that basically that's going to like lead the charge in the next move up and all this crazy shit. People are just chasing money, and they will say whatever they need to get you on board with whatever their scheme is. And that's the whole
Yeah.
thing. That's what the whole crypto VC world is. An industry built on how do we capture retail's attention and get them to take a bite of this next thing.
Yeah, something TC just said that you guys should make sure you've internalized. It's like a super important term, and I think we brush over it all the time. I use it all the time, but it's like look it up, figure out what it really means. But affinity scam, every single crypto is a frickin' affinity scam. And if you don't really understand what affinity scam means, it's having you're claiming like a relationship with something, or you're claiming an affinity to something, you're claiming a connection to something, you're pretending like you're the same thing or related to those things, and that is not. They're not. They're just a stupid crap that's trying to ride the coattails of Bitcoin, essentially. Affinity scam. Spend your time to study that term a little bit. That is your word of the day by Old Taylor. Um, no, I think the thing that I always think of whenever you get people who want to come up on stage and debate whatever new crypto thing is out there is it's literally an intellectual DDoS attack, right? Where you're like trying to confuse people with new terms. And the main reason that spaces like Bitcoin Today do not debate with people who want to talk about whatever new crypto of the week is out is because if we had to do that, we'd never actually get to talk about the real signal, because there is a indefinite amount of new shit being released in perpetuity, and is a complete waste of time and intellectual power to be sitting here debating either the same debates that have been had a million times, and you can go listen to podcasts on, Ethereum, proof of work, proof of stake, XRP, all of that shit. There's plenty of good content out there that you can go listen to. The intent of the spaces is to not only help people understand better just Bitcoin in general, at least from my perspective, but it's also to help people grapple with whatever current events are going on, because we can be as current as humanly possible by the fact that we're live every day, and we can discuss whatever is going on. There are plenty of times when something new happens during a space, and we can immediately start talking about it and get people's perspectives on it. And that's way more valuable to people, in my opinion, than sitting here having the same debates that have been had already 1,000 times on the internet, and that anybody can go find good content on. So, anyways, with that, did have a couple of people jump up. Max Payne hopped up, so you throwing a couple of motes out there. Did you have any questions or comments on anything that is not
Yeah,
crypto?
yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear
Yep.
me? Yeah.
Yep.
Quick thing. No one should put bad on Helfini's name. I love like the crypto cypherpunks, all this kind of stuff. Beautiful conversation, and yeah, like I don't know what much more to say, but like looking back, like, uh, yep. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. Yet.
All right, come on, get it
The
together.
cyberpunk yeah. Anyways, cyberpunk movement, it all goes back, like, everyone's talking gibberish, yet real recognizes real. It's all good, man. That's it.
Thanks, brother. Look, I want to address two things. Uh, First, to walk in with Ranger, who tweeted, "You guys blew it. I think you were rude to that girl, and you're all very narrow-minded." Let me make something fairly clear. You don't understand the damage the crypto VC community is doing to uneducated people, right? Like, these people are truly vultures. Now, she may not know she's a vulture. I'll grant you that. But the fact that they are pumping and dumping affinity scams left and right on a daily basis. They're making money and they're dumping their goods on retail investors. To the Bitcoin community, when we see scammers, right, like we're really, really hard on them. So I just want to make the point. It's not a matter of being rude or narrow. It's a matter of getting across to the listeners in here. Don't listen to this shit. Like you're gonna get
Yeah.
burnt. So I want to make that one point. And then, of course, Bear Hunter, look, I don't know what to tell you, man. Like I can tell you, I see on spaces constantly XRP spaces. Never one time have I said, I should hop in there and argue with these people. Right? Like never one time. I don't know about the rest of you. I just don't do it. Right? Like I don't understand why you're sitting on the back bench. We let you up. You took your interledger shots. We said, okay, thanks. We disagree with you. Fine. And now we're some type of evil people or we're afraid of hell of you? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Like, we're not afraid
Well,
of you. We just don't
like
want
you
to
Yeah.
said,
talk to
Darkside,
you.
it's a DDoS attack on getting Bitcoin signal out, right? Where it's like it's a complete waste of time. So it's not even worth trying to refute it at a certain point. You just
Yeah,
have to say, look,
absolutely.
these debates have been played out. We don't need to just keep having them over and over again.
Absolutely. And now
So just
I've
let's
got
talk
one
about
more.
something current, right?
Yeah, let me give you one more
Yeah.
to address here. So Bullet Rider tweets, please speak on the increasingly decoupled nature of Bitcoin from the stock market. The divergence is 6% as we speak, with Bitcoin being up 3 and the market having subtracted as much. Now there's a good subject. So let's talk about this decoupling because this is wild, right? This started sort of when the tariffs were announced and Bitcoin held in there, took a little bit of a flush, and now, Bitcoin is substantially higher than I think we were at 84 the day the tariffs were announced, like the upgraded tariffs. The stock market went crazy. Today, we're pushing 87. The S&P is just been rocked for 12, 15%. So look, we have decoupled right now. I don't is that decoupling final and permanent? I hope so. It should be, right? Remember that tariffs, trade wars, right? There's another name for those. They're currency wars. Right? Look at what's happening to the US dollar. It's being devalued against all of these other currencies. Now, inside of itself, that doesn't sound like that big a deal, but remember, if you hold U.S. assets and you live in Japan, you're getting rocked. It's not bad enough that the S&P is down 12, 13%, but your currency is also, appreciated some 7, 8% or more. Like that's an absolute catastrophic event. That's like a market crash for you. And that's what happens in currency wars, right? Like you have competitive devaluations. Do you think the Japanese want a powerfully strong currency against the dollar? Hell no. They're an exporting nation. They want a weak currency, right? But they can't get one because we're trying to destroy our currency. So what do you think they're going to do? They're going to try to destroy theirs. China's been devaluing, right? But remember, when we say a currency is devaluing or a currency is trading down, your first question should always be against what, right? Like currencies inside of themselves can't go down. A currency can only go down against something. Against Bitcoin, the dollar is getting rocked. Against gold, the dollar is getting smoked, right? Against the yen, the dollar's getting smoked. Now, think about that for a second. If you think the US system is bad, I think our GDP, let's just call it 130% debt to GDP. Japan's at like 270. Like they literally, it's literally a Ponzi scheme at this point. And that currency is going up against the dollar. So, yeah, when we talk about this decoupling, right, what we're really talking about are currency wars. I'll land the plane there and answer any questions or pass the mic.
Hey, Dark, let me jump in quick. Puncher was before me, but let me just go really quick. Sorry, Punch. I just put a thing up in the NEF. This is kind of in response to this dude that was you mentioned that was complaining in the comments, whatever his name is. Not Bear Hunter, the other one. And so 3 years ago, some of you guys know about this crypto safe moon that blew up for a minute. And I've been in Bitcoin for quite a long time already at that point.
and I was on Facebook. This guy I know is pretty kind of a well-known guy. Was like telling everyone not to miss out on Safe Moon. Okay, don't miss out on Safe Moon, everybody. And my first comment was just the pile of poop emoji. That's like what I put on his thing. And then we had this whole kind of conversation, and it came to this part of the conversation. And I told him at this time, I don't even think I had any alts at this time. I think I was kind of lying here. But I said, I have many, many more alts than I do Bitcoin. This isn't a personal pump motive. It's just where my thoughts are now after 8 years of obsessive study. And he says, full stop. I know Bitcoin is the ultimate crypto. I pimp it as much as you. Cardano does not replace Bitcoin, and SafeMoon is drastically different than all of them. Diversifying is why I'm successful, not just in my business world, but also crypto. Anyone that believes Bitcoin is blah, 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 and then he goes and I said, I'm simply explaining to you that I'm not being closed-minded, because you accused me of that earlier. And then he said, if you were not closed-minded, you wouldn't put a pile of crap as your first response. So anyway, we were just called narrow-minded by this guy here. You guys, any of you know what happened with Safe Moon? It like
Hey,
blew.
I'm narrow-minded. I like the truth and only the
That's
truth.
yeah,
I
yeah.
don't like bullshit. I'm
Safe
narrow-minded
Moon,
as hell.
Safe Moon blew the hell up, and half those guys got put in jail for like 20 years because it was a massive fraudulent freaking
Dude, that
scam.
one was hilarious. They made
Yeah,
like a Safe Moon version 2 and
it
everyone
was
had
so
like some like
retarded.
week or two to like migrate, and anyone who didn't
Yeah,
migrate basically was holding nothing. They
yeah,
did a
yeah.
rug pull in the
We're,
middle of
yeah.
it.
We're not being narrow minded. We've just done all of this retarded shit already before for years. And it's
That's
all stupid crap.
and sorry to jump in, but that's kind of what I was trying. It's so hard to explain Bitcoin because it's perfect in my opinion, but it that's why I was trying to relate it a little bit to these shit coins. Is it's it's ruining people's lives, some of them, and it's just like the dot-com bubble. It ruined a lot of people's lives. I mean, there were a lot of people who threw their money into this crap, and it's this explanation of, oh, this is the next big thing, it's the next big, and people will go, really, it is? Ooh, I'm getting on the ground floor, look at the price for Bitcoin. It's like, no, no, no. That's why I say that, like, it's a concern for people. I don't want them getting caught in this stuff, because there's a perfect example there old Taylor just explained. I mean, it's a terrible thing that it happens to people, because there's people there who put their money in it thinking it is, and then they lose their ass. So anyway.
Yeah, and side note, this guy now never talks about any gay cryptos anymore because he's learned, and he's just he brings up Bitcoin all the time. I mean, he's a good dude. He wasn't trying to scam anyone. He really like thought it was going to be cool, but like it's not. It's all crap. It's only Bitcoin.
Real quick here, guys, let me just pause. We do have a bunch of people that are requesting to get up. So if there is anybody who thinks they might be done speaking, if you could drop down so
Yeah,
I don't
I'll
have to
I'll
rotate
drop.
people out, let me know. And then we'll go over to Puncher.
Yeah, Thomas put this in a private text, and he won't mind that I say it. A lot of this comes from the paradigm of traditional finance. Like all my friends who work on Wall Street say, Kevin, you're crazy. You have to diversify. You need a balanced portfolio. All these tropes. Well, the problem is that there's no place to diversify inside of traditional finance now. Bonds are down, real estate's going to go down, stocks are going down, the dollar's going down. Now you can bounce around from sinking ship to sinking ship, but the whole idea that diversity is going to save you or diversification is going to save you. So Thomas wrote, you have to consider that TradFi guys are not independent thinkers. They must pick a meal on the menu. They may talk about the markets like they have this great insight, but they are blind to the things that are not on the menu. A guy like Fink and Dalio, they write the menu. I thought that was really insightful by Thomas. So when you get newbies into talk about Bitcoin, they too are thinking as if quote unquote crypto is the menu. Yeah, Bitcoin might be the steak, and it might even be the potatoes. But I want string beans, and I want corn, and I want mushrooms
Nobody
and
likes
onions.
broccoli, Puncher.
Yeah, no, nobody takes the broccoli. Well, that's exactly how I came to Bitcoin. I was thinking in my brain, and the narrative at the time was there was very little out there in 2014, 2015 ish, that a decentralized financial system was being built to replace the current financial system. And it had to have all the pieces in it that the current system had, except it's going to be digital and faster and like way cooler. And I didn't understand that Bitcoin can do covers all of that times 10. It doesn't need to rebuild the current system. It is the protocol. And the minute I figured that out through the grace of God, I don't even know how I figured it out. I immediately dumped everything and rolled it all into Bitcoin within a half an hour.
Yeah.
So don't be tempted to diversify. That is a trope. Like Steve Jobs never diversified out of Apple. He found the one thing, like Saylor says, you find the one thing and you hammer it and hammer it and hammer it. As long as you're convinced that you're right, and I am, and we are, diversification
Yeah,
means nothing.
Puncher. Puncher, the same.
Unless we're talking about bagels,
Uh,
Puncher, we're able to diversify into bagels, correct? Yeah,
Bagels, yes.
bagels are good. Hey, real quick, I saw Brandon.
Well, for the sole purpose of generating more cash that I can
All right,
convert into
I'm just having
Bitcoin.
fun, man. I love myself bagels and schmear, and only bagels and schmear, man. There's no reason to sell anything else but bagels and schmear.
That's all we do,
Look,
brother.
Hey,
look.
hey,
Simon has a
hey,
hand up, and I see British is in here.
yeah, all right,
Um,
but
Good
yeah,
evening,
I,
guys.
I, I got it. Before that happens, I just want to throw this out there quickly as just a ham and egger, the pleb of all plebs, coming up on the second halving. I can just tell you one thing. The only thing that I've seen, the only thing that I know is the ones that have just been here and done nothing better than buy and hodl and be humble and stack your sats are the ones that get ahead. Those are the ones that always are winning the goddamn race, always winning the race. So I just want to put that out there to anyone that's new, because like I say, when Simon and British Hodl get in here, fuck man, it's all it's close off. Love you guys.
What do you mean? I'm the
thanks, Bobby.
nicest guy in Bitcoin.
What's up, British? How you
We're
doing,
gonna get
brother?
all your
What's
Bitcoin
up,
from you,
Dark?
you
You
dumbass
good?
you are.
What's going on, British? Talk to us.
All good. I just finished speaking at an event with Saifuddin and Stefan Livera in Dubai. Just got back home. It was an amazing event. We got people from all over the world learning about Bitcoin, learning about these other things, and I just wanted to tell Puncher he's completely wrong. There are absolutely places to diversify outside of cold storage Bitcoin, and that is MSTR,
And that Bitcoin top. I agree. I
and
agree.
that is
You don't have to.
MSCY, and that is
Thank you.
everything else built on the Bitcoin nuclear reactor growth engine.
Hey, British, what's your take on this decoupling here that we're seeing in the market with Bitcoin up, S&P getting smoked?
It's not a decoupling. Come on, let's just be honest. It's
So what do you think's going on?
I don't know. I think it's a momentary spread that's happened right now. It's everyone talks about decoupling. Decoupling can only happen if the U.S. dollar is replaced, in my opinion. Right? I think there may be short-term price discrepancies or whatever else, but generally speaking, while the U.S. dollar is the baseline comparable asset, you're going to basically look at things along the U.S. dollar curve, and you may have these moments where one's higher than the other one for now, but overall, it'll balance out. Basically, everything's going up. It's just Bitcoin's going up more than everything, priced in US dollars.
I
So,
don't know. I think if you look
yeah, I
at
don't know if I agree with
if
that.
you look at if you
How
look
many
at the move
times have
today
you
in gold,
decoupling guys been wrong?
if you look at the move today in gold, close to 3%, and you look at the move in Bitcoin, close to 3%, and you look at the move in the Dixie down over 1%, it was below 98. And the 10 years raging almost 2% up. Man, this is a severely risk off day with the stock market down 3%. Like this is a risk
Sure, but that
off
doesn't
day.
mean it's a decoupling, right?
No, no,
That's it. Now
no.
you've changed the
Decoupling
goalposts as usual.
requires like a length of time of this continuing, but just today, this I would say this is absolutely a risk off day, and for Bitcoin to be up
Completely agree.
3% speaks volumes, I think.
Yeah, that I can agree with, but that's not decoupling, right? So you've changed the story
No,
now.
no,
So
no, no, no,
Well,
no,
yes,
no. But
it's a
It's
contrast to the last couple years where a lot of people were in consensus that Bitcoin is basically a proxy for the Nasdaq, right? It's not being a proxy for the Nasdaq right now.
well, it
it's
never is, right? It's always early. So it's like, let's see what happens over the next couple days. Let's see how Bitcoin holds up. Because again, Bitcoiners make this mistake all the time, right? After Gladiator starts tweeting, everyone gets excited because everyone God candles are coming, and then we collapse. Like it's just
Uh,
it's a pattern that we've generated.
I
So
saw you
yeah,
how about
reprimanded
we
him.
wait? How about we wait? How about we wait at least 12 hours before we
how
start claiming that we're having
yeah.
a
Shoot,
decoupling?
how about this one, British?
Yo,
Bitcoin's been decoupling for 16 years now, bro. I mean, it keeps getting spread further and further and further away from everything else. That's why the price is widens that much. It's
That's a
it's
better argument than
continuously
today, for sure.
it's continuously decoupling and has
good
been
point.
its entire
Good point,
history.
Taylor. Hey, real quick,
Yes.
guys.
since Gladiator was brought up, I saw Shaquille Oatmeal, one of my favorite accounts, who's down there. He tweeted out that look, the rules are the rules. He's got to delete his account for Bitcoin to go higher. I think there's something to
Completely
that,
agreed.
man. Yeah, I actually think there's something to that. Maybe we start a GoFundMe to get rid of Gladiator. I'm not sure. I mean, it
Well, I
sounds
think he'll
rough.
only need
A
he'll only
bribe.
need he'll only need about three grand a month to get rid of that because I think the rent in the
I,
basements and
I
everything would
don't
be
I don't
pay a
use
month.
GoFundMe ever since the Canadian truckers, so you got to pick something
Gibson
else.
Go, whatever. Would you let it
Maybe
just
he
be a
should
joke
start an
though?
OnlyFans.
Guys, can I pivot the conversation? I have a question here.
Sure, go ahead.
Uh, yeah, so since we got British and Darkside in the room, and we're talking about the Bitcoin nuclear reactor here, Darkside, British, I really like the MSTY video you posted initially
Thank you,
because
sir.
yes, because I run so I have a MSTR position, I have a Bitcoin position, is very large, relatively speaking. Um, but I do run like on my own, like a strangle strategy on MSTX, which has gone like pretty well. At least in the last few months, it has. So I'm kind of mimicking MSTY. And when I saw your video, I was like, oh, like it kind of gave me confirmation that this idea was, like a pretty sound one, at least during these market conditions. Anyway, I'm not coming out here to talk about trading or being a trader. My real question is, so you look at like MSTY in these market conditions, it's killing it. Everyone's talking about it, yada yada. If I wanted the same kind of performance, I wanted to go long Bitcoin, long MicroStrategy, and I wanted some yield to kind of cover me. Say I'm an older guy who's not as convicted on Bitcoin. Why would you not go into like STRK and instead of like MSTY, where you're getting 10% plus you have that kicker on the end? I was
Yeah,
just
look,
wondering.
I think it's just for me, it's portfolio management, right? Like if you've got certain in a portfolio, you got to have buckets, and in those buckets, you then can have different solutions, right? So to me, income is one bucket, and growth is another bucket, and cash is another bucket. To me, Bitcoin is cash, growth is MSTR, and then income is in this scenario for me MSTY. So I really want to maximize the income, right? If it's going to go in the income bucket, then I want to maximize the income and MSTY is the vehicle that maximizes the income. Now, if I say that I've got too much allocated to MSTY and I don't want that risk, well, I can just lower the allocation that I have to that bucket to make it better. I don't need to change the type of product. I think those other products are really good for like true fixed income markets. And not people who are trying to manage their own portfolios, right? I think those products are institutional products and not really usable for the average person who's managing a portfolio because I can easily go down to a 6.5% allocation if I think I'm overextended on the MSTY side and put the rest of it in the cash, i.e. the Bitcoin or the growth portfolio. So to me, it's like what is the purpose of that bucket? If the purpose is income, then I want to maximize the income.
Okay, so like MS or like the one I'm interested in is STRK because it has that kicker, right? But you're saying it's not really worth playing unless you have a lot of capital to maybe hedge one way or the other.
Well,
Is
why
that
don't
kind
you
of what
just
you're
put
saying?
it into MSTR, right? Like you
Right,
just lower your allocation to MSTY and put the rest into MSTR.
and just
You're gonna
grow.
get you're gonna have
Yeah,
higher growth.
right. Yeah, I guess that makes more sense. So you see, like, because I really don't understand. Like, let's say I was an institutional guy, right? Why would you buy the Strife product over the STRK product? Why would I don't? Because you get the kicker, Is there like there's no free lunch there, obviously, right?
You
There,
wouldn't.
there, there must listen. There must be. I think STRF has from what I understand, STRF has the lowest risk because it's basically a straight income product. STRK has, it's trying to balance a little bit of growth, a little bit of income. So it just depends on what your risk parameters are. You might have a portfolio that requires a certain allocation, and another asset manager has a portfolio that requires another allocation. That's the beautiful thing about MSTR. He's building a platform, a speculative platform to launch all these products as features of the platform, and that allows users to be drawn, i.e., dollars to be drawn to the platform. So all of this is good.
Yeah, I completely agree with
Totally.
British. That what he's doing that's so beautiful is creating an array of products that feature different risk profiles and that are suited for different investors. So I think he's going to continue to do it too. I expect to see maybe potentially, perpetual preferred structured as warrants, and more. What I'd like to see personally is a perpetual preferred, which looks very much like the convertible bond that he's issuing. That would democratize that. I think that's the product that would actually have the biggest kind of market.
What I would like to see is for strategy to launch its own MSTY. That's what I would like to
It's
see,
funny.
and I
I
think
was
it's
thinking
coming.
about that. He said in an interview, "There's no reason for him to do that because others are doing it." So I don't know whether he will or he won't. One of the things that's interesting about strategy is that a company that's doing what they're doing would usually be adversarial to Wall Street, right? Like they would not be looking to work with Wall Street to the level that Saylor is. And Saylor's taken a completely different approach, right? He is working with Wall Street. So I don't see that he would introduce a product that would compete with a specific ETF or group
Yes,
of
maybe you're right.
ETFs.
Yes.
It's just his nature to like get along with others and to swim well in the aquarium, and
Yeah,
that's helped
you
him,
have
by
a
the way.
point.
that
Yes.
that helps him that
It's his
helps him place his
strategy too. He's
products.
trying to grow the pie for everyone so that there's more
Exactly.
capital
And he
coming in.
needs, look, in the end, you can't issue billions of dollars of securities without having the banks on your side. So like I just think if there's one thing that he's done that's so impressive as a Bitcoiner, like Bitcoiners are like they hate Wall Street. Like, it's in our nature to be like, well, these guys just screw people for a living, right? But he's taken such a diplomatic approach to the way
Yep.
he addresses Wall Street that it's truly genius. It may be beyond his oratory skills and his ability to, be a marketing genius. Maybe his greatest strength is his diplomacy, right? And nobody gives him credit for that.
I tell
But
you what,
man,
you're absolutely right. And I think I stand corrected. I think he will continue to only issue products that allow capital to flow in and for other people to build on top of those avenues and on top of those inflows. So yeah, I think that's true. And the other thing I also think that I get very excited, Dark, when I see that Sailor has basically made it impossible for 6,500 more people to become whole coiners every week. I think that trend needs to continue. I'm very pro this now. After listening to the amount of crybabies that there are on X and all over YouTube and everywhere else, I'm extremely excited when I see Michael Saylor come out and secure 6,500 more Bitcoin every single week, so the gladiators of the world can lose and forget their dreams of becoming whole coiners every single week. I think this is extremely strong for Bitcoin because these people are fickle. This new class of Bitcoiners that we've seen this year are extremely vaginal.
Yeah, they're soft. They're soft.
See, we got a hand up here. What's going on, Persistence?
Hey fellas, how you doing? Thank you for having me up. I was just wondering, I'm a gold guy, right? So, can you hear me okay? Sorry.
Yeah, you're coming in clear.
Loud and clear, buddy.
Thank you, thank you. No, I enjoy your guys' show. I'm a gold guy. I disagree with a lot of what you're saying, but I enjoy it. I'm a Philly guy too, so I know a couple of you guys are from Philly. So I appreciate that. But my question to you,
Persistence. I got to know where in Philly, buddy.
well, suburbs. Let's just say the suburbs. Yeah, suburbs.
Delaware
Philadelphia.
County, Delco.
Nah, Chester County. My dad's from my
Oh,
dad's
okay.
from Broomall. My dad's from Broomall. So I'm not really a Philly guy, but Philadelphia area. You know what I mean?
I
But
got you.
yeah. So my question to you guys, and I'm just trying to get a feeling of where you guys are at. So with Bitcoin decoupling, are you guys? Does that mean we're going to get a monetary reset globally, or how do you feel about that?
It's not decoupling.
Okay, well, if we just go under the if we just game it out, right? Let's hypothetically, it is decoupling, right? And they use bit bonds, right? So what are bit bonds going to collateralize? Are they going to continue collateralizing the fiat dollar, or are they going to collateralize another form of money? I guess. How does that work out? Do you have any idea?
I still think it's called the U.S. dollar. I guess British and I disagree a little bit, but I do agree with British. I want to see more than a week or two of evidence. But I will say this on the decoupling side, that ever since the announcement of the tariffs or the upgraded tariffs, Bitcoin has far outperformed all of the kind of tied US dollar risk assets. And I think the reason is, and I think this is my thesis for the decoupling, is that trade wars are currency wars. And I made this point earlier. I'll make it again, right? Like in the end, devaluing the dollar strengthens the yen, and then they have to devalue the yen. And then you run into a world of the big print or the ultimate print, where everybody's trying to devalue their own currency to keep their economy going. And that's how
Right.
that's the natural conclusion of a debt-based fiat Ponzi scheme. Like how does that scheme, that Ponzi, end? It ends in big when everybody prints simultaneously. Well, right now
Hyperinflation.
yeah,
Yeah,
to a degree,
hyperinflation.
to a
Right.
degree, yes. I mean, remember the US dollar is the world's tallest midget, right? So that means that like yeah, everybody else has to hyperinflate before we do, right? I would make that
Right.
argument, but I'll also make the argument that I don't know how much stress the global banking cabal, like Deutsche Bank, Society Generale, UBS. We can go right down the line of global banking systems that if any one of them fail, they all fail. They're all so intertwined and commingled with counterparty exposure through derivatives, trillions, I mean, hundreds of trillions of dollars in derivatives that none of us could ever understand. They don't understand them, right? Like they'll only
Right.
they'll
Right.
only understand the risk they have when somebody calls them up and says, I can't pay. Right. And that's when the credit markets go berserk and everything locks up. And
So
that's when you see the big print on a global scale.
are you okay? So with that in mind, are you of the mind that the reset is inevitable? Right. You have to reset at some point, correct?
Well, I'm not sure what. Yeah, yes, and no. Right. I'm not sure what reset means. Right. Like if you mean you have to reset the currencies or have like a Mar-a-Lago Accords where countries sit down together and you do a Bretton Woods 2.0, maybe. But
Right.
like
Right.
we're at a point right now where countries aren't loving each other. Right. Like
Right.
this doesn't feel like there's. And I could be wrong about this, but it doesn't feel like there's a sort of a global consensus around what the new system should look like,
Right.
right?
And
So
that
I
and
still, I still think the U.S. Like, if you ask me, and again, this is just an opinion. I have no idea. I'm not in the meetings, but my guess is, you remember who Besant is. Remember he killed the British pound, right? He worked with Soros in that effort. I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to kill the U.S. dollar, right? Devalue it substantially. I think they want the Dixie at 60, right? But at the same time, they're trying to do that. They want the US dollar to become the dominant currency of the globe. Those are two things
right.
that's really, you talk about threading a needle, right?
Oh,
And
absolutely.
I
Hmm.
think their tool to do it will be stable coins, right? Like I think that's what they're looking at as their way to get dollars out of foreign governments and into the hands of foreign individuals, right? So
Right.
that, if you follow the money, as Simon always tells us to do, right? Follow the money. Like there's a reason why the Trump family's piling into crypto and not just Bitcoin, but crypto, right?
Right.
It's
Right.
it's because stable coins run on crypto rails, right? So they're
So
my that's my thesis. It's just, look, I'm just a guy, right? Like with a thought, but that's what I think is going on, and we'll see how this all plays out. Like, remember,
right,
us devaluing our dollar is destroying foreign economies. Like
absolutely. And
yeah, go ahead.
I agree that, and I agree that Bitcoin is going to be in the process of transitioning. But my question is, if Bitcoin is the answer, how do we have that global monetary reset according to Bitcoin, right? Because you need to have something, in my speculation is you need to have something like gold, because gold has already had historical precedent set for thousands of years. But more importantly, it has historical precedent set in the past 50 years or so, right? Like, we know that back in 1965, or let's say 1962 or 1972, what the price was of gold, right? When they decoupled from the dollar, or when they originally decoupled from gold, we know what the price of gold was. So we have a reference point of 42.22 right now. That was the price of gold, right? So that will allow you to reset the system back to something that actually has inherent value. And then,
But
does
but
that make any sense? Or
Well,
remember,
persistence. Go,
yeah, go ahead.
persistence. Real quick, when you say you're with us, but you differ with us on gold, you mean gold as part of a fix to the current problem, and you think that if we go back to a gold standard, but do you understand that the reason we're
Not a
on the
gold standard though. Not a gold standard. I'm sorry. That's not what I meant. I just meant you have to reset the
well,
monetary order with something like gold, because it actually has historical precedent, and actually you have data that tells you what things were valued back when money was real money, right? So
but
when money,
do you acknowledge? Do you acknowledge that gold failed? Like,
no,
because of some of the characteristics of gold. Number one, like uh, your ability for final settlement, or to make payment, or to fractionalize gold. It failed as the money
I
because of
disagree with that.
limitations in its.
As money, right?
Well, I mean,
As
it's not an opinion. It's how we got here.
But whose fault was that, really? I mean, you're right. As a monetary asset of just being on the gold
Because
standard, that failed. You're right.
you
But
had to trust, because at the end of the day your trust was placed in men who told you that they wouldn't do something.
but I would
You're not trusting the math with gold. You're ultimately trusting other human beings who can't help themselves but to debase and pervert the system that they were swore in a stack of Bibles that they would not do.
So my argument to that would be gold didn't fail. It was the bureaucratic state that failed, right? And
but why
Right,
wouldn't
the
it
weak link was the people.
exactly?
The weak link was
Gold
the
failed
people,
to
right?
constrain the bureaucratic
right,
state.
right. But my argument isn't to bring back a gold standard. My argument is to revalue the global monetary system based off of gold, and then from there on, you can have different. I don't want to get
Then
into.
we'll be right back here
Well,
where
it's a
we are today
distinction.
in 20 years. Like
Well, what's
that's
the
the
difference with
problem.
Bitcoin though? Bitcoin's the same thing, right?
Because
If
no,
gold
it's
was
You
not.
don't
It's
have no,
if
no, no,
gold
completely
was
No, it's
never
not.
no.
Now,
You
audited
don't have
every
now,
10 minutes,
let me
if
bro.
answer
you
your
gold
don't have
question.
to trust.
if
Let
gold
me
was never
answer your question. Let me answer your question, okay?
One person at a time.
Yeah. So that's a great question. What's the difference between Bitcoin and gold? And everybody in this room's dying to get at this answer, because gold is not auditable. It's not verifiable, right? It requires trust. It requires, the fact that people aren't going to counterfeit it because it's easily counterfeitable. We know that,
how
right?
by painting
With
it.
tungsten.
Yeah,
No,
but
with
they
tungsten.
have machines now that can definitely check the
Well, all I
purity.
know is within the last year, the Chinese received a shipment of tungsten,
Right. Oh,
right? So like,
I'm not going to argue about that. That's
there's
kind of
counterfeit. Look, like there's counterfeit gold everywhere, right? So now let's look at
How do you
Bitcoin.
know the gold in London? Sorry. How do you know the gold in London isn't the same gold you counted in New York?
But why does the gold
You
in
can't,
London really matter if I have gold in my safe at home?
because you want to be able to audit the supply of it at any time. You can't do that with
What
gold.
what percentage of the world's gold
Yeah,
is in your
exactly.
safe at home?
What's that?
What percentage of it?
What percentage of the world's gold is in your safe at home?
I don't know. It's irrelevant to my own personal holdings,
No,
right? Like that's.
yeah, no, but the point
But
he's
I think we're getting
making
off the
is
topic
that
here, guys. I
no,
actually
no,
have to
no.
go, but
No, it's not off the topic. But well, persistence. Here's the last thing. I just want to let you know. I'm a gold guy. Dark has been a gold guy forever, prior to Bitcoin. What what you're saying is that the human beings are the weak link in the gold story, and there are no human beings you have to rely on really in the Bitcoin story. So you're removing the weak link, which is the fallibility of human beings to do the right thing.
Okay, but what if we go on the Bitcoin standard and Russia and countries like Russia and Iran who hold a lot of gold and who probably would want to go back to the gold standard, they're holding a lot of Bitcoin as well. Don't you feel a little vulnerable putting our economic system backed by Bitcoin when you know that
Not
foreign adversaries could easily just destroy the entire market by dropping their holdings, and then the next thing you know,
no,
like that would destroy America and the global
no,
economy immediately.
no,
No,
because
It's
because
like
the
the U.S.
world will
treasuries,
run toward the sounder money. The world will ultimately run to the sounder
but they
money,
already
which is
are. That's
Bitcoin.
called, and they already are buying gold. We already see that. And then I know that people don't want to hear it from the,
China and India were already buying silver when the world went on a
and
gold
silver's a
standard, and
monetary
their
asset as well.
economies both
So
suffered.
I
Their
No, it's
economies
not.
both suffered
yes,
for
it his
200
silver was
years
money. What are
because
you
they
talking
made
about?
the wrong choice.
It was. It's not anymore. It's a commodity, and it's
It
because of
was
all the
not
things
as
that gold
hard of
does
money
well.
as gold,
So
and it was not. There was
China
not
was
a
relegated.
silver standard.
Well, I appreciate the time, fellas. I'll be back.
China's about to put a stop run on the gold markets. They're gonna
They're revaluing the
surge the
gold.
price.
They're
Hey,
revaluing.
you guys,
Appreciate it, though.
Yeah, they're gonna
these are really
put a
good
surge on the
these
price
are
and
really
then
good
call a stop run on
questions.
it.
These are
And we're gonna see
really
what
good
happens. But I mean,
Gabriel, can you let TC talk real quick?
these are
sorry,
really
yeah, go
good
ahead.
questions, and there's great answers to them, and they are very illuminating about why Bitcoin is what it is and why it's, better than gold in a whole variety of ways. This is like really an opportunity missed if this guy's questions aren't really answered. I mean, I don't know. I don't see him on stage anymore. Maybe he dropped, but the whole idea about like, some nation's going to sell their holdings and tank the market and that destroys Bitcoin. That's another misunderstanding. A lot of people miss the fact that the price chart, which is the one place that 99% of people are looking at the whole time, is not Bitcoin. Price chart is an exchange outside of Bitcoin. Bitcoin doesn't have a price. Okay. Bitcoin, Bitcoin is the system of issuing the supply and the confirmation of transactions into what serves as an immutable record of the movement of all that Bitcoin for its entire history. The value of Bitcoin, I argue, comes from this technical construct. It comes from the design of Bitcoin. It comes from all the properties Bitcoin has. It's the same reason gold is valuable because of its properties. Okay. It's not gold's fault that, Bitcoin shows up on the scene in 2009. Like, this is just where we are in the evolution of our world. And we have Bitcoin now. And because of how it functions and because of how it was designed, it has the value that markets struggle to understand. So the answer to, individual X or nation Y is going to, dump their stack. Okay, great. Those that understand what Bitcoin's actual value is get a discount and are able to step in and acquire a whole lot more at a big discount. So it's just, I think these are the opportunities when people bring those things up. Let's help them understand that. I think it also helps Bitcoiners have a little bit like, more peaceful sleep at night because you don't care. You're not worried about what's going to happen to Michael Saylor and what's going to happen to MicroStrategy and what's going to happen to who cares. This is the beauty of it, is that system is not disrupted. It doesn't matter what happens in the markets. This protocol carries on, and there's still going to be blocks, there's still going to be transactions, and there's still going to be everything that makes Bitcoin up. So sorry, I got triggered, had to jump up again.
That was
Like,
great,
this is a
TC.
this is a really important question to be able to answer.
There's no chance I don't know that guy or somebody he knows for sure. I didn't want to win an argument. I wanted to try to talk him through what you so eloquently just said. And we got Wade, then Tomer, I think.
Hey, Darkside, what's going on, man? I see. Speaking of Sailor, I saw he picked up 6,000 more Bitcoin today. How's that MicroStrategy position of yours doing? I thought you bought somewhere around 250, didn't you?
Yeah, sorry, I did the mic. Yeah, I did. And, my thesis on MicroStrategy is that there is sort of a synthetic floor. It's not a hard floor, but it's a synthetic floor that's created by the converts that are currently deep in the money. And the lower MicroStrategy, as it approaches 250 and goes lower, those guys that currently have on synthetic puts, meaning they own the convert and they're short the stock 1-to-1, right? They begin to buy MicroStrategy, which is just, it plays perfectly into Saylor's hand. I had another question. Should Saylor keep hitting the ATM? Absolutely he should. If he can sell a currency, his stock, at 2 times its book value and buy Bitcoin with it, that's just a no-brainer. He's buying Bitcoin at half price, right? And that's what MicroStrategy shareholders are getting. So, this is the financial engineering. This is the result. All of this is the result of a fiat Ponzi scheme, debt-based fiat Ponzi scheme going bust, right? Like you're actually watching it in real time. Someone's able to convert dollars at 2 times their normal price into Bitcoin, and people will pay them to do it. That shouldn't happen, right? Like that arbitrage should smash down to 1-to-1 immediately, and it's not, and it hasn't, and it won't, right? And the other thing that we have to consider is, a lot of people look at this MNAV or price to book, whatever you want to call it, and they say, well, MicroStrategy is trading at 2 times its book value, 2 times the value of the Bitcoin it holds. But I'd ask this question: what would the Bitcoin price be today if you went out and tried to buy 530,000 Bitcoin? Could you buy it at in line where the stock where Bitcoin is today? Would Bitcoin double? You see the point? So maybe it should trade on its replacement value because of its nature as perfect collateral. So like you have all these things that are happening, right? And they shouldn't happen. And they're only happening because of a debt-based fiat Ponzi scheme is breaking, right? Like that, you're watching it right before your eyes.
Hey, can you talk more about what your theory on replacement value? That's the first time I've ever heard
Yeah,
that.
well, look, if Saylor raised what $100 billion today, okay, and tried to go out and buy the 530,000 Bitcoin he holds, could he buy it? What price would he end up paying? Right? Like that. Remember, they have the Bitcoin. Like that's his Bitcoin. It's his. Right? So MicroStrategy owns that Bitcoin. Now you may want to value it on the value of Bitcoin. I would prefer to value it on the cost to replace it, right? Because I view it as
I,
pristine collateral. Look what's happening around us, right? You can go out today and get Bitcoin loans. You can borrow against Bitcoin. That rate keeps coming down. Every month it comes down, down, down. Why? Because Bitcoin is seen as this pristine collateral in a world where no collateral is pristine. Like if I was writing somebody a loan, right, and they were going to put up a house or put up Bitcoin, and I was going to give them 50% LTV, I think I'd rather have them put up the Bitcoin. That's just me.
wouldn't you need to insure the Bitcoin or a lot of these assets
No,
at replacement value?
you can like for
You can't insure 500,000
um
Bitcoin. There's no insurance because the insurance company has to pay the replacement value, as Puncher is pointing, or as
yeah.
Darkside is pointing out, right? So if it's not like the insurance company's got 500,000 Bitcoin sitting in reserves, it, they would charge for that insurance some
Yeah, you'd be better off self-insuring.
percentage of the
Yeah, you're
replacement
definitely better
value.
off self-insuring. But the way you self-insure is to devise custody strategies that make sense, right? Like to understand who's custodying your Bitcoin, how it's being custodied, is there a single point of failure, right? Like all of these different things. And I think that the world has grown up, I hope, I pray that the world has grown up to the point that they kind of have this custody thing down. And it appears that they do, right? Like we haven't seen the any of the giant custodians kind of get hacked, not to any great degree, and not with Bitcoin, right? Like I know there was the ETH hack, but that's ETH is a different thing. So, yeah, look, I just think the street has MicroStrategy wrong. MicroStrategy has the ability to go out using their Bitcoin and borrow $100 billion tomorrow and start a reinsurance company and compete with Warren Buffett, right? Like that's on the card. That's in the cards, right? He could be a bank tomorrow. He could be an insurance company tomorrow. And I expect that that's going to happen at some point.
Tomer, you had your hand up forever, dude. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. I was going to talk a little bit about gold, but the guy left. And maybe I make a quick point, but there's another point that I wanted to make, which is a bit orthogonal to that or somewhat related. I think the the point on gold is, he was trying to say, well, gold didn't fail, the people failed, but eh, when you have there's nothing you can change about people, and there's nothing you can change about gold. So people using gold failed, and I'll just leave it at that. There could be a really, really long conversation, and I think what's interesting when you talk to gold people, because they really do try very hard uh, to understand money, and there's lots of reasons why they're drawn to gold, but you can't ignore the historic fact that it, first of all, most of the wars fought in Western civilization were fought over gold, with gold. Gold limited how bad the wars could be, but gold was an invitation to war, and that's another whole big problem. Like, the gold remains, but the way people obtain it is not necessarily through work. It's extracted from the ground through work. It's then trades hands largely through war. And so it's got this moral problem attached to it. But enough about
Well,
gold.
Tomer, he's
I
back
wanted to.
up. Persistence is back up. If you want
Oh,
to kind
okay.
of
Well,
go back and forth
so
with him a little.
I'll make
Hey,
my other
thank.
quick point. I don't have a lot of
Yep.
time. My other point was just a post I shared in the Nest, which is that when you're thinking about cryptocurrency, there's only one thing to think about, guys, and that's Bitcoin. And Bitcoin just lapped Ethereum again today. It only took 2 weeks this time to go from 8 times their market cap to 9 times their market cap, and this has been an accelerating metric. It's just Bitcoin's pulling ahead to such an extent that it's you know it really is clearly there's two different things here. There's an asset with a market cap of $1.8 trillion, and then there's 2 million assets whose combined market cap is
I think
maybe
it's like
one
40
trillion
million
dollars,
assets,
right?
Tomer. I think it's debatable.
Like,
Like it's
it doubles
debatable
every day.
that that
Yeah,
metric of Bitcoin dominance is absolutely like meaningless at a certain point, because how many millions of other assets should you be comparing Bitcoin to where that is actually a meaningful thing?
exactly.
At some point, it's just a joke.
Exactly. Yeah. You just arrived at this point where it becomes clear that the people who were saying there's Bitcoin and there's crypto were right, and or that crypto is not Bitcoin, and that they were right. And it's an important narrative. It's an important observation that people stay attuned to, because just now, as we're getting to the point where regulators and politicians are starting to pay attention in a favorable way, there's this danger. Donald Trump is minting a Trump coin and a Melania coin and all these other things, and they're doing exactly what crypto does, which is rapidly going to zero against Bitcoin. But there's a you know there's a risk of bad capital allocation on a national scale, on a massive scale, if the right decisions aren't made. So that was really what I wanted to say about that. I don't have a lot of time today. I would, I know that persistent, he's back, but he said he had to leave. I do have to leave too. I have another time commitment.
Thank you, Tomer. I appreciate
So
what you're saying.
maybe we could set something up, and I would love to have the discussion, as a not as a argument to win or this or that or the other, like just to have a good dialogue, bringing up the points and being fair and honest about what and why certain things can be expected not to work, and what and why certain things can be expected to work. So I'd love to do it. If you wanted to schedule it another time, uh, I'd be really happy to. I think it's a good conversation, because I think the gold people are all coming from a very good place, and maybe they're right. I don't want to say I know that they're wrong, but I've come to the conclusion that there's too many things that can't work with gold in the modern economy, in the modern digital economy, where we're where we're buying and selling digital goods, and we want some anchor to reality. But Bitcoin provides that proof of work as the anchor to reality, while still having all the flourishes of being digital, being backupable, being transmissible. But, TC was beginning to list off these things, and he did a good job. But the list is actually like 40 or 50 items long, as to where Bitcoin outmaneuvers gold or it
I
overcomes
think
a
Aristotle had
limitation
it
of
down to
gold that
7.
ended
I
up
think there
being.
was like 7 that are like the primary properties that are most important to money. And it's on gold, it's the divisibility, the transportability,
The
and the
verifiability.
verifiability that it's just
Yeah.
fails at. And that's why it's
Yes.
centralized, and that's why
Right.
we have the problems with it that we do historically.
Yeah.
That's why, paper money and fiat money rose to prominence, is that solved some of those problems.
Yeah. Lynn Alden's book
Hey,
really covers the Lynn, like I think there's lots of different things. Lynn Alden's book really covers the explanation as to why soft money like fiat ended up beating out hard money like gold. And it was, says it's speed, and which refers to really the transmissibility and verifiability and storability. And so I think that's what led to us finding ourselves in this unsustainable period of fiat. But if we don't have Bitcoin, we do risk, well, maybe we go back to gold, but gold fails for the exact same reasons again, probably quicker. So we end up with these accelerating cycles of failure of gold, failure of fiat, failure of gold, failure of fiat. And this is a clear path out of that to something that is infallible, at least on the dimensions that led to the failure of gold and to the dimensions that are leading to the failure of fiat. Right? Fiat is failing. It's not to say it beat gold and it's winning. It beat gold. It showed that gold is vulnerable to fiat because of its centralizing forces and its lack of speed, but it also is now demonstrating its great vulnerability and its self-defeating failure. But it's hard. It's very hard to go back to gold. Like you can't go back to physical gold, and digital gold does, and a digital version of gold is paper gold, which has been a problem with gold for a really, really long time. So you need something that's digital that doesn't fail, and therein, through proof of work, lies Bitcoin.
and while you
Oh,
got
sorry.
Tomer, persistence, go ahead.
Sorry
I
about
want
that.
to let Berner and Gabriel and
Yeah, they can go
Taylor
ahead of
know
me if
we'll
they
get
want.
to them. No. Just because we're on it and Tomer's got to split. So
Okay.
if you got
Yeah.
something,
Thank you,
let's
Tony. I
get it out.
appreciate that. Just real quick, I don't think that gold is going to be used for currency, right? I think currency and money are two different things. And I don't think gold is the only answer, right? I think that commodities are the answer, right? And the way that you, but my answer to
But you can't have
resetting the
8
system,
billion people holding commodities, right? Like the world population in a world economy is like, I'm not going to store wheat and tobacco and silver and copper in my house when I have, for one, I'm not going to do it because exchanging and trading it is incredibly inconvenient and inefficient, which then means I'm going to end up with some paper instrument which is vulnerable to all forms of debasement and deception and
right?
other kinds of things. And that's why I like Bitcoin as the solution to all these things, because the commodity is the digital asset. It is constrained in supply. It can't be seized or stolen. Like I could, I'm sure you've heard all the arguments in its favor. And so, like, here it is. It stands to be able to be money that all 8 billion people in the world, even if it goes to 20 billion people, even for the next 100 billion that come while we live and die, it's going to be there. It's going to persist. I love that you've got the word persistence in your name, right? Like, this is something that persists eternally, and can just keep on going as long as people need money, this one system.
So yeah, so well, I appreciate that. Thank you. So here's the thing. Bitcoin is digital gold in my opinion, right? They have all the same character, not all the same, but very, very similar, right? The
Yeah,
problem is that
very good.
just gold doesn't work, just Bitcoin does not work either, in my opinion. And I don't know if that's your opinion as well or not, but the thing about
I think Bitcoin and its extensions, like its added layers of what we already seen that exists right now, like Lightning Network
I
and
think I lost them.
eCash mints, they will work. They will scale up to support
Right.
instant private transactions
But let's
everywhere
be honest here.
with an auditable supply cap limit.
The problem with the current situation isn't necessarily the dollar itself. It's the collateral that backs the dollar, correct? It's the paper bonds that back the collateral. That's the real problem here, right? It's the long end is not liquid enough as much as the short end, right? So how do you convince people to invest in a 30-year bond with anything besides, like, you need something that has inherent value. Now you can say that's Bitcoin, that's fine, but
Yeah.
I don't know if you could convince someone to invest 30-year bit bond right now. I mean, if you
Well,
can,
you just give it time. Like I think Bitcoin is so. I'll acknowledge that it's hard to convince people, but I'll make the argument that it's because it's so new, and when any of these technologies were really new, it was very like they were still hard to use. They got a lot easier, right? The
true.
internet used to be so hard to use. To connect, you needed a phone line, and you needed to know about IP routing tables, and you needed to know your IP address, and you needed to configure resistors on a modem card. It was just really, really hard. And now we're all connected 24/7. We don't even think about it. And, but it was really difficult initially. And so I think we're going through that era of Bitcoin developing its ease of use technologies and its scaling technologies. But it's not, I don't think you're going to have to, 30 years from now, I don't think you're going to have to convince someone that Bitcoin is the money. And it won't be related to 30-year yields and treasure. Like all those ideas exist because of the limitations of fiat money, and there are big issues to do with fiat money. So, and some of these ideas do get really complicated, and they get more complicated than many people can understand. And I'll admit, even myself, it's not that I have thought through all these things. It's like they're too. These, if you think Bitcoin's complicated, take a look at the topic you just brought up, like
No, I
30-year
get it. I get
treasuries and
it.
inverted yield curves, and oh my God,
Yep.
at
Yep.
least I can wrap my head around Bitcoin.
So I agree with what you said, but we don't have a lot of time, right? We have 1 year, and we have to roll over like $9 trillion worth of debt. So the
No,
thing is,
you got lots of time. I don't mean to be interrupting you.
no,
I'm
you're okay.
sorry about that, but it's like they'll raise the debt ceiling, they'll print more money, there'll be more debasement. It won't be the end of the world
Well, I think
instantly,
the answer
right?
is bit bonds. I think that's how you do it. You roll over these things into bit bonds, 10 years to give us some time, right?
Yeah,
And the time is everything. And I think people would feel comfortable rolling into 10-year bit bonds. However, is that sustainable? I don't know. So I guess this is just something to think about. I really do appreciate the time, though, guys. Thank you.
sure. We can find some more time in the future, for sure.
Thank you,
Anyhow,
gentlemen.
it's been a blast, guys, and I'll I can't believe this thing has
Thanks.
been going on this long.
Thanks,
I'll
Tom.
see you guys in the future. Take care. Bye
Hey,
bye.
thanks, Tomer. See you, buddy. And persistence. If you get a chance, I don't know what's out there outside Philly, but I'm sure there are Bitcoin groups, or if you can get to Vegas and maybe we can hook up with you and just kind of
So I
talk
don't want to
about
tell you guys
stuff. And
what I am besides a gold bug. I didn't want to give you that information, but I am SLP, guys.
no, you don't have to.
Yeah,
I know. I
sorry.
know you got kids and stuff, but if you can get to one of those, I mean, I think you'll find most Bitcoin events I've ever gone to, the people are really cool. They're
No,
not. They're not
no,
assholes. They're
no.
not trying to beat you down into submission.
I
It's just not that
trust me.
that
For me to come up
ethos at
here and
all.
talk and do this, with a whole room of Bitcoiners, you guys are good guys, and I appreciate the time. But what I see in Bitcoin is I see a revolutionary technology that just. If my only issue with Bitcoin is if they had their own stablecoin that they collateralize on network that wasn't Tether, or that it was actually something on network that they could collateralize, I would be 100% into Bitcoin. But to me, it just seems like they're collateralizing right now the same fiat nonsense that they were before, right? And it doesn't seem. I think it has potential to get us to where we need to go, but in the meantime, it's not the ultimate fix that we need. And maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know. It's going to be interesting, So
When you say collateral, when you use the word collateral, do you mean physical?
what physical gold?
Yeah, like our
Yeah. So
dollars are not collateralized by anything other than
right.
aircraft carriers, which are obsolete
Right,
now.
but that's
Like
also
it's
why
not
your Bitcoin is
literally.
so expensive, right? That's why your Bitcoin is 90,000 is because it's denominated in fiat dollars, So you guys are talking about how it's debasing from the dollar
Well,
here and there, but you guys, as soon as you guys debase from the fiat dollar, what happens then?
but I can compare. It's just a comparison. I mean, I could compare it to dollars. I can compare it to euros. I can compare it to my house. I can compare it to wheat.
Right, but they're all
It's
denominated
beating
in
everything.
fiat dollars, though. Like at the end of the day, that's all denominated
No,
in fiat
no,
dollars.
my house, no, my house. The dollars doesn't enter it, right? It's
Well, you could sell,
my
but
house was worth 100 Bitcoin, and now I can buy it for 15 Bitcoin. I mean, it's not.
right, but
If
again,
when I first bought
the
it,
only reason you have basis to say it's 15 Bitcoin is because you have the dollar, the fiat dollar, to go back to as like as precedent of what it should be valued as, right?
Okay,
But
but notice what you're saying. The Bitcoin exchange rate to the dollar is free floating. and it's been changing constantly since Bitcoin was born into the world.
How is it
And
free floating though?
it will continue to do so. Guess what? It does the same thing against houses, iPhones, any other thing that you want to buy. So when you use it as money, because it actually has a verifiably fixed supply over a long period of time, you're going to see the cost denominated in Bitcoin go down against these things.
Has anything ever been paid for in straight Bitcoin that without using the dollar for reference? Right.
Every single day, my friend.
So
Every single day. I've done it myself hundreds of times.
I understand what you're saying, but you're still using the fiat dollar as a reference point.
No,
He's talking
you're
about
not.
unit of account, TC.
No, you're not. There's people who price things in sats. There's
That's fine, but
there's people who price their goods in Bitcoin. And you can always go and convert it to dollars or euros or whatever other currency if you need a point of reference. But there's plenty of people who value something that they create and want to sell in Bitcoin.
Here, persistence. I'll give you my own personal example. I sold my house last year in January for Bitcoin, and I sold it at that time. And I'm not going to give you the exact stack, but say I sold it for 10 Bitcoin, which I really did sell the house. And so I'm not willing to buy a new house now until I could buy a house for zero point 0.5 Bitcoins.
so how did you
So,
come to the agreement of 10 Bitcoin? That was my question.
oh, the other person is not living on a unit of account of Bitcoin, so it was sold in dollars on that. But I'm
What frame
talking
of
about
reference did you use to come to that
it
conclusion
was
that your house
dollars for the sale, but I'm talking about for the purchase of a new house. I will not be buying a new house until I can buy a house for 0.5 Bitcoins.
okay?
Persistence. Let me give you another example. In El Salvador, if you go down to El Zonte, you'd be hard pressed to buy breakfast or a hardware wallet or anything without Bitcoin,
But again, why
right?
are you doing that in El Salvador? Because of why though? Because the El Salvadorian, whatever it is.
You have to start. You have to start
I
somewhere.
agree.
So that what I'm telling you is because Bitcoin is appreciating in USD currently, also a specie, right? A manner of payment. Most people are loath to spend their Bitcoin because they know they're using the winner when they can use the loser, the U.S. dollar, that's constantly going to go down in value. So it's smarter, in their opinion, to use dollars while we're on a we can do both, right? I'd much rather sell my dollars or use my dollars than my Bitcoin. My Bitcoin's getting more
100%.
valuable. My dollars are letting less valuable. Now, so you'd say, well, it's not a medium of exchange. Well, it's not a medium of exchange to a large extent because it's such a good store of value now that it's hard to want to use it as a medium of exchange for the reasons I just articulated. But ultimately, it will be both, and it will be ubiquitous.
Right.
Just not right now.
No, I agree. I understand that. Maybe I'm communicating myself well enough, but
Look,
yeah.
the point is don't be convinced that it requires a dollar exchange rate in order to use it as a unit of value for exchange with real goods and services. You know, if you just buy groceries every week in dollars, you know, over the last several years, your dollars are disintegrating on you. So, in a lot of ways, despite the fact I buy my groceries every week in dollars, I am noticing that in just a few years, it is absolutely failing to hold its value against real goods and services.
I
And the
understand that.
fact that I can look at a Bitcoin amount and tell you right off the bat what the equivalent dollar amount is at that moment in time, it doesn't mean it requires that. That whole process and that whole ritual that we do where we look at exchange rates of things against other currencies, that's has its particular function. But again, we mentioned this a short while ago, Bitcoin doesn't have a price. All of that activity is outside of Bitcoin. So whether you're comparing Bitcoin to eggs or whether you're comparing Bitcoins to euros, it doesn't matter. It's going to be a certain amount today. It's going to be different tomorrow. And so again, don't get hung up on the fact that most people need to translate Bitcoins to dollars in the moment at any given time to have a sense themselves about comparative value. That's not required at all.
Yeah. Okay. I understand.
But persistence, I
I'll
think
just say
something
once you
that what
see it, persistence. Once you get there mentally, you can't unsee it. It's just
I got you.
keep at
I
it.
got you. All right, fellas.
And I
I
guess
appreciate
one
the time.
thing I think
Thanks,
one
bud.
thing else I'd ask too is like, what is money to you?
Well, money to me is, well, that's a good question. So money to me is gold because gold is a tier one asset according to the BIS. It's a
Yep, yep.
reserve asset. It has no risk.
Again, so I'm trying
Physical
to get
gold.
back to more the point.
Physical
Is
gold?
what? Why do you want gold though? Like if I came to you and said, "Hey, persistence, I want something from you," and you're going to tell me gold. Why do you want gold as an individual?
Because it's held intrinsic value for thousands of years.
What is intrinsic
Can
value?
I interject when someone gets a real quick? I just have
Go
a
for it.
point on this. So, interesting conversation. I think we're kind of going a little bit in circles, but I wanted to throw like a different influence into this. From our perspective, Bitcoin is just technologically superior to gold, and I want to say this in the most, um, receptive way possible, right? So I was curious because I had this thought while you guys were speaking, and I looked it up and I ChatGPT'd this, right? So Henry Ford, I remembered, right? Like he proposed an energy-backed currency in 1921. I'm not sure how many people are familiar with that, and I was just curious. Well, so he proposed that currency in 1921. As we all know, who are Bitcoiners, right? The cypherpunks were really going in the 90s. So I mean, if you just go by that timeline, you could say, well, 1921 to 1990, the idea came about in 1921. They were really engineering it in the 90s, and then Satoshi eventually cracked the problem. So I think, if you just go through and you look at like the philosophers who've come up with these ideas, I was able to find French philosophers in the 1830s and a guy by the name of Pierre Joseph Proudhon. Anyway, it's actually funny because these guys turned out to be anti-gold establishment people because during the French Revolution, they were seeing that their gold was being debased or taken away from them because it wasn't being settled properly. So it's actually like a very French idea that they would use these things called labor exchange notes, or like proto energy backed currencies. Obviously, they couldn't figure out how to do that. Like it wasn't efficient. Like how could you say, well, you taking wheat out of the field, how do you equate that energy to me, farming olives or something? You can't equate the energy. And so they had a huge technological problem. In 1921, Ford proposed it. And then as a Bitcoiner, right, 88 years later, Satoshi solved the Byzantine generals problem. And from that point forward, gold became a rock, just a rock, right? I mean, just from first principles, you would rather have a currency backed by energy where like it just persistence or anyone who's a gold guy, just go research Bitcoin mining and see if you want to start doing that as a business. It's a brutal business.
Just
Brutal.
real quick though.
Yeah, go ahead.
You're right. Bitcoin is technologically far, far more advanced, but gold isn't a technology. Gold is a commodity. Okay, so you can merge the both of them, right? Like, you
Yeah,
understand what
well,
I'm saying?
I mean,
Like, you're right.
Bitcoin is a
Bitcoin is a tech.
commodity.
It's a protocol.
Bitcoin's a Bitcoin's a commodity and a security. If you buy IBIT, that's a security. If I buy Bitcoin and hold it in self custody, as I do, then that's a commodity, right?
Right, right,
No, I don't need to ask anyone's permission to send my Bitcoin to anybody. Like I
right.
don't need. If I have IBIT and the government decides, well, we want to have your Bitcoin, they have my Bitcoin. I understand that, and they're charging me 26 basis points a year. Now the benefit is I get better margin deals and I get better options markets, and so they're just trying to persuade you, but it's both one and the other. It's as much a
R-
commodity as the other.
Real quick,
So,
puncher.
Gabriel, what is money to you then?
Yep.
You asking me what is money?
Yeah,
Or
yeah. What do you think is money? Because and the reason I'm asking this because I orange pilled two of my
right.
girlfriend's relatives, and what I found is I don't
Yeah.
know if there's an underlying inherent understanding was money because I feel like we're
Money
told.
is an accounting representation of human stored time and energy, and good
Okay.
money can store human time and energy and then divide it, verify it, and pass it on. The
What's
Yeah.
the
currency?
most Right, right. But here's the thing. The
That's a question.
Keynesians will tell you, one second. The Keynesians will tell you it's a unit of account, medium of exchange, and a store of value. The Austrian economists will tell you that money is the only good you seek to acquire without the desire of consuming it. That is a paradigm shift that very few people need. Like, you need to wrap your head around it. So, what I will say to persistence is gold is way better money than laptops or computer chips, because those, if you go look at like data on the depreciation rate of those things, I mean they're exponential because of Moore's law, right? So I would much rather, if you were like you can only hold gold or Nvidia GPU chips. I'd be like, give me gold because it's massively better version of money. Now, this is a paradigm shift. This is a paradigm shift because you can verify a hard asset. Gold failed beyond 55,000 people. It failed beyond the Medici family in Florence, Italy, when they had to
I
go
agree. Yep.
between city to city. Right, I'm from Italy. I've seen a lot of. I'm Italian American, but I've been there. I've seen that oh, everyone's friends and friends until this guy knows that he has the ability to custody the gold, and this guy does, and then they can conspire to do all sorts of terrible things to people. It's a huge paradigm
But
shift. That's
Gabriel, real quick,
yeah.
do you acknowledge though there's a difference between currency and money? We agree with that, right?
I would say, well, I know other people say this. I would have to think about it, but that currency is a decomposed version of money. So good money, like the dollar right now is a currency. It's not money. When I save money in the bank, I know it's being debased to 8% a year, or I'm saving dollars in the bank is getting debased. That's a currency. You want to move it because it flows like a current, right? Money, good money, better money would be gold than the dollar. Like if I didn't own Bitcoin, I would rather own gold than the dollar, of course. Do
Right,
you
right. But
know what I mean?
my argument would be there needs to be a difference between money and currency because for currency to have value, it needs to be collateralized by something, right? It needs to be collateralized by money. So
Would
if
you?
you have
Yeah.
Bitcoin,
Why though?
Well,
because where does it
And the
get?
reason I'm asking this is
this is
because
like the Peter Schiff
Well,
argument
well.
that
Can I
yeah,
make
yeah,
a point here? Can I make a point? Right. What backs gold? Because in our instance, we say Bitcoin is backed by energy, right?
Right. But go ahead, keep going.
No, that was my point.
Okay, yeah. So what backs gold? Well, I guess the fact that it can't be replicated, and the fact that where does it get its value from? How do we establish the value of it currently? Is that we have historical precedent of what it was back when money was. So my thing with Bitcoin is you can't use Bitcoin as a denominator because Bitcoin never stood by itself ever, and there's no historical precedent to use to go back and get that information before the dollar was debased, right? So we do have historical precedent when the dollar was coupled with gold. We do have that. When they took it off, we knew the gold was
Sure.
valued at 42.22. We don't have that historical precedent with Bitcoin, so it's going to be very difficult to value
but
things.
persistence, you said that a couple times. I don't know why that's meaningful. Dark, on your weekend podcast, I think you got into this in belief. This is metaphysical. I mean,
I mean,
money should have certain properties, right? That make it sound money. And some things have those properties in more abundance and better than others. Gold
Well,
has it better than silver. Bitcoin, we're telling you, has it better than gold. But at the end of the day, the adoption is a belief system. Dark, if you're still with us, can you want to chat about that for 2 seconds?
yeah, I have a
Yeah,
thought here.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Go
look,
ahead, Doc.
yeah, I'm just gonna, we can go round and round in circles about this, but the historical precedent that you're citing in gold is a history of failed monetary asset, right? Like ultimately, it requires human trust, and human trust is the one thing we are infinitely lacking in today's
but it wasn't
society.
human trust that ruined it. It was the inability to. It was the irresponsibility or irresponsible printing of the money that did it. Right.
Yeah, I would disagree.
So
I think
It's
gold was ruined by the telegraph, right? So,
yeah,
explain it.
it's
Can you elaborate
Lin-Alden's
on that?
great argument. Yes,
I'm
correct.
sorry.
Can you elaborate on that?
Go ahead, Dark.
Yeah, so when the telegraph came about, right, banks and banksters and fraudsters figured out that they could custody the gold and they could send each other claims, right? And that launched us into an entirely new world where
Right.
gold was held in the vault of a bank, and through the telegraph, different banks would send each other requests and claims. But
Right. But I would say,
what that led to was a world of IOUs. And we know something about IOUs. They require immense human trust, right? And
but the
just the
reason why they
nature
needed to.
that look, I would argue that the nature of humankind is that we all die, right? And that kind of leads you to an area where if you know you're going to die, right? What's the purpose of human trust between two parties at the end of your life?
Trust is one thing, but it's the inelasticity of gold that really messed it up, right? The
No,
inability to create,
no,
to
because
innovate,
if you
because
could truly back a currency with gold, if it was verifiable, if it was auditable, if it wasn't confiscatable, right? If it wasn't
What if you
counterfeitable,
denominate the bonds in gold? What if you denominate the bonds in gold?
again, but who holds the gold?
Supply of gold.
Who
Well, it
hold
depends. Whoever
who? Yeah, in your model, okay, we're going to back bonds
Number.
with gold. Who
There's
holds the
no
gold?
there's no global number that is universally agreed on that is the supply of gold.
Of
What do you
course,
mean?
we have no idea. Nobody on this planet can
But
tell
that's
us how much
irrelevant.
gold
When you're trying to
exists.
That's
collateralize an
not
asset,
21
irrelevant.
million
That's
all
not
that
Bitcoin.
matters is
irrelevant.
what's
No,
received as
it
collateral.
becomes relevant when you're relying on its scarcity, right? Like we
Exactly.
have some idea of its inflation rate, but we don't know about what we don't know is how much really exists. There's a look, gold
Right.
just on almost every metric, gold has failed. It's a relic. You watching right now, you're watching the price of gold going up, right? And it's going up at a crazy rate.
And gold going up is a dollar going down.
Well, I would argue gold is going up, and I would argue it for this reason, right? What I believe is happening in the gold market today is China, who we have declared economic warfare on, is trying to break the paper gold IOU market, right? They know that the bullion banks, the intermarket gold
And what happens
banks,
after that?
then it's
What
worthless.
happens after that?
It's worthless.
What's worthless?
Gold.
The federal. No, no, not gold. The dollar. The
No,
dollar is
gold. No
worthless.
gold.
And the reason
No
dollar is
gold.
worthless,
Because
it
once gold,
hyperinflates.
look, yeah, the dollar will hyperinflate
The
away,
asset
or
prices hyperinflate.
but that again, who's going to want to trust gold again? So let's hyperinflate away the dollar. Now we all get together and say, okay, like we need something better, right? Well, who in their right mind at the point that gold broke the US dollar, like literally broke it because of all the IOUs that were created, all the derivatives that were created, the GLD breaks, the COMEX breaks, all of this paper gold breaks. At that point, the US dollar hyperflates away, and we all get together and say, okay, let's build a new system. This time, let's use gold again. Are you kidding me?
Right.
No, of course
Absolutely.
not. No way, man. At that point, you're going to
When
have
was money good money? When was money good money historically? When was it good money? When was the last time it was good money? When was it?
Say late
1971?
I would say before the I
1912.
1971?
would say the 1880s before the telegraph.
So
1912.
you're okay. Well, we're gonna have to disagree with that
I
then.
like
That's fine.
Darkside's answer in that instance for sure.
Hey guys, let's get Dave. Might
1965.
have Dave hands
Hey,
up.
what's up,
Dave,
Dave? Man,
that's
it's good to see you,
disrespectful.
brother. Haven't seen
Hey,
you in a
I
while.
saw some comments about the space, getting very metaphysical, and so I couldn't resist. Uh,
Thanks for coming up,
look,
brother.
it's
Did we lose Dave?
I did.
Yeah, I can't hear
Yeah, I
him.
can hear him.
is the speaker working or not? Because
No,
I'm
you're
using
you're
Yeah,
back.
you're good.
We got
We
you
can
now,
hear
Dave.
you.
Go
I'm
ahead.
using my computer, so
You're back.
instead of my phone, I'm tired of getting
Computers and
calls.
Wi-Fi's are bad for spaces.
Yeah, well, I'm trying. I'll if I get dropped again, tell me and I'll drop and I'll go come on my phone. But anyway, I used a lot of Gabrielle's arguments to orange pill a bunch of TradFi people at a conference a couple of weeks ago. And what's fascinating about this conversation is it is you really have to ground it. So you could talk theoretically about what's the best system. You made a statement, Dark, that I actually disagree with completely, in fact, because it's just totally wrong, which is that gold has failed. Gold has not failed. If you look at gold's ability to hold on to and match purchasing power parity, it has done an extraordinarily good job at purchasing power parity. It has done an extraordinarily terrible job at keeping up with the pace of financialization in the economy, i.e., gold used to represent 80 to 90% of monetary aggregates. It now represents 7 or 8%, give or take. So we've created a shit ton of financialized instruments of wealth that gold has not kept up with. And so as an investment, if you invested in stocks, if you invested in real estate, and you invested in gold, if you were in gold, for the last 100 years, or even since 71, when it went, when it was depegged, you've not done that well. On the other hand, you've done well in spurts, like this year you've done well. On the other hand, if you look at gold, it's done a great job of purchasing power parity. Now, why is that? Why is it? Is because gold's most of its value, at least 2/3, probably 80+%, is as a monetary metal, not for jewelry or industrial uses or any of that crap. And every time Peter Schiff talks about, well, gold is real value, I laugh at him because why David Bailey's having him speak at the Bitcoin conference just burns my ass. I'd love him to make him debate me because I'd make him look foolish. Because the reality is gold is trading at 3 times
We lost
It's
Dave, you
30
cut
times
out.
Dave's
Right
zero.
on
muted
us
at
again,
this
Dave.
point. He's back. Just be patient
Yeah,
with
I
Dave.
can see what's happening. I know what's going on. I'm going to change my microphone here. Hold on a minute. Let's just do this.
While you're
I'd say
doing
it's
that, Dave,
I'd say it's
I
90
tried
I'd
to.
say it's 90% monetary premium, Dave.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
Dave.
could. I look at it that way, and I think that when you get down to what people care about in this space, what people care about in this space. Is this one working now? Because hopefully this is better.
Yeah, it's better, Dave.
Okay, good. This is my better microphone. It just gets feedback from the speaker sometimes. So what people care about in this space is when will Bitcoin overcome it? And the truth is, and I said when, I'm not saying if, because for all the reasons Gabrielle was talking about, I think it will. But Bitcoin is over a 90 to 95% discount to what we think the value should be right now. When I say that to TradFiers, they look at me like I'm insane. When I say it to Bitcoiners, they go, yeah, okay. And they kind of shrug their shoulders, which is kind of, but if you really, really think about it, what is Bitcoin because of what it is? The key to Bitcoin, and I've been saying this for a long time, you've heard me say this before, Dark, is Bitcoin trades like an option on when or if, I suppose, it gains global adoption as the monetary standard. That's what it trades as. And so understanding every single thing you were saying about the telegraph is true and the internet is certainly true. I mean, why is gold failing? Well, people say, well, why can't we just have gold backed by in a gold backed stablecoin? And you can. You can have gold as a coin. You can tokenize gold, but you have to believe the gold is real. I mean, is there anybody who would take the bet that there isn't at least $2 billion worth of fraudulent gold in bank vaults being held as good collateral? Anybody who will take that bet. Obviously, it's really hard to win the bet, but I don't know anyone who doesn't think there's an enormous amount of lead painted gold bars sitting in banks. I'm not saying it's total, but we've already seen, and I picked 2 billion because that's actually been documented. So the real question is, it's expensive to do. You have to trust. I love Mark Yusko's argument. Mark Yusko is one of my favorites in the space. He gave me the ability to plagiarize him, but I try to give him attribution all the time. Bitcoin is the technology of truth versus the technology of trust. And when that becomes important, I think that was the argument that you were making, Dark, and certainly Gabrielle, is that will sway Bitcoin toward taking over for gold as that monetary instrument. But we have a long way to get there. And talking about, the other argument that was being made by Persistence, I think, was a completely conflated argument of what is sound money and is a gold standard working. And as an Austrian monetarist, I could tell you, yes, it can. But in order for a sound money system to work, you need to have governments who don't have the ability to distort that sound money system. We all point to 1971 when Nixon closed the gold window. Okay. That's what we all point. Except the reason he had to close the gold window because the U.S. was deficit spending like crazy because of the Vietnam War and the Great Society simultaneously, and he knew there was no way to have the U.S. gold reserves not run out, and so he preemptively acted to close the gold window, and that's when the fiat standard was born. But the truth is, we were running on a quasi fiat standard ever since we set up the Federal Reserve in 1913. So, and before that, people say, oh, well, you had business panics and, with sound money, you had this, a business cycle that was more destructive. And that's true. Creative destruction from capitalism was definitely more alive and well in the 1800s than the 1900s post Federal Reserve. But there are other policy things you could have done. It's just the easiest thing for politicians to do is to be able to deficit spend. That's the easiest. Unfortunately, you always have to pay the piper at some point. We haven't paid the piper in 50 years, and it's very unclear when we will. Okay, that's enough of a rant for now. I'm happy to let someone else.
Real quick, and then I gotta head out. And thank you, Dave. I appreciate that. Is it okay if I go? Cool.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead,
So my only last question is, and maybe you guys don't give it much credence, but when you hear things like Basel III, right? And I know that they came from the BIS, right? I know the BIS is shady, but why would Basel III require central banks to hold a certain percentage of physical gold on their books in order to be compliant, right? Why would gold be elevated to a tier 1 reserve asset, meaning it has no risk, if there wasn't plans to reset the system in some way?
Well, it's not about resetting the system, but I think the broader conversation, the one that you just opened up, which is an important one, is in a world with internet, do we need fractional reserve banking anymore? That's I know
I would say yes.
I knew I would trigger Gabrielle with that one. If Caitlin Long were on here, it would be even because she and I always have discussions over leverage in the system. It's just a very nuanced conversation. But the reality is, we needed fractional reserve banking as a society because if you wanted to start a business in the old days, your literal only chance to open that store is to go to your local bank. Today, capital is
100%.
quite mobile and can move. So the question is, do you need it? Basel III is an attempt to prop up the fractional reserve banking system and
Well,
allow it
it's a healthy
to continue.
it's a healthy fractional reserve banking system, right? A
It
healthy one has actual
healthier,
reserve.
yes.
Healthier, yeah. Okay,
That's
that's fair.
true. And so
Yeah.
the notion of having a reserve assets that are tier one capital still important. And honestly, I don't have any issue with that. I think it's actually a good idea. I think eventually, long before we get to a Bitcoin standard, Bitcoin will be tier one reserve capital at fractional reserve banks, which is kind of an oxymoron, but well, I don't know what the right word for that is,
Okay.
but I think that's absolutely going to happen in the next decade.
Right. So, and again, let me just say, like, my thinking is that fractional reserve banking is necessary because you need it for innovation and to grow. So, again, I'm not thinking that gold is going to be like this currency, right? I think that, gold will be used as a reserve asset. That's its primary utility. It's good at sitting in places and not moving, right? So, if institutions are required to hold a certain percentage of gold on their books to make sure that they don't collapse, it sounds like to me that's because it is pristine. It is pristine collateral, right? And if Bitcoin is the same, we'll see. But I don't know. It's just interesting to me that the BIS would make these regulations after
Well, the
2008.
BIS is look trying to preserve fractional reserve banking, which is effectively a cartel that, if it wasn't for regulations, would have already been disrupted. And that's something. Yeah, all you do is look at the stablecoin debate in the United States right now. So what's going to happen? We're going to get a stablecoin bill, and it's going to ban the ability to provide yield. So it's going to effectively make a shit ton of money against dumb customers, and smart customers are going to realize that there are going to be institutions that are going to allow them to use stable coins and payment systems that are absolutely seamless, that 30 seconds before they want to pay someone, they could have it sitting in a yield bearing asset. And that may be a yield bearing tokenized asset. And you're going to see that disrupt the banking model. Right now, there is what, 5 trillion, 7 trillion in effectively free capital going to banks that they can use for whatever purposes they want. And in the old days, that might have been, Jimmy Stewart's savings and loan, helping out the economies of the people in his area. Although it turns out savings and loans pay a higher interest rate than the money center banks, but that's besides the point. But I would actually argue the premise. I don't think that the notion of fractional reserve banking is necessary anymore. I think that
So
the world could live quite well without it. But even if it didn't, should consumers be forcibly held hostage to getting killed on money they need to spend within the next 6 months?
Dave, real quick, while I have you here, where did the 2% inflation rate that the Fed wanted to, is it that the Fed is always trying to get back to? Where did that originally come from?
It's made up out of thin air.
Bank of New Zealand, 1990s.
It was made up out of thin air because they why inflation is considered necessary is one of my great bugaboos. People who studied the Great Depression made some really interesting comments. Greenspan used to talk about this, even though he was a gold bug. And they said, well, if you have deflation or if you have stable prices, people will say they won't spend. And in an economy that has been driven by consumption, and that's very important with today's tariff world, by consumption, economy, the argument goes, you want some inflation because it gives people less incentive to save. Now, when I grew up reading economics, I learned that what you really want people to do is save so you can have money for productive capacity. But that's a totally different argument. I mean, if we go down that rabbit hole, you'll keep me yelling at you guys for hours. You don't want to do that.
Yeah,
My
Dave,
my thoughts
kind of
is,
on that point, that's one thing that drives me crazy is like the whole ignorance of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Maybe because in essence, you don't need to inflate away your currency. If an individual can have that stable money, have where they can actually store their time and correctly allocate resources, and that's where we get those large swaths of unemployment. and so on and so forth, because nobody really understands where their money supply is going and how to correctly allocate their time. But again, like to your point, I could rant on this forever, but it's just unique that you said that, because I haven't heard as much in terms of, I don't think we need a currency that's inflationary. We need a currency where I can correctly allocate my time for the future based on my own Maslow's hierarchy of needs.
It's quite basic, and
Hey,
I'm
Dave,
going to let other people take it, but
Dave,
it's
real
very
quick.
basic. Yeah.
Dave, real quick. This has been going for 5.5 hours, and I do have to run out. Gary Cardone just launched a space. If everybody wants to hop over and join on Gary's space, I'd really appreciate it. I'm not trying to be a dick, but it's been 5.5 hours.
Yeah,
Oh, I saw it earlier, and
I was
I'm
almost done
sorry.
too.
let,
Okay, I just
let's
wanted
do
to
that,
point out
Dave.
we
I
haven't
would
had
love.
fractional reserve banking since 2020. Also,
Yeah. Dave, I would love to get you and Peter on a space where I could control it with maybe Dark, because I tried it last week. And the minute you get them into anything resembling a corner, it just becomes a shouting match, and they get muted, and then you get kicked off
Yeah,
stage.
I mean, look, Peter has problems with a couple things. It's really simple. He thinks nothing virtual can have value. Full stop. And so he can't wrap his head around that. He just can't. Tried to educate him. Who knows whether he actually thinks that, but we know that's true. Thinks that because he's been in the business a long time that he can outspeak most Bitcoiners. Well, unfortunately, in my case, he can't say that because I've been in the financial markets as long as he has, and I haven't. Well, I'm not going to degenerate into career works, but I built multiple $100 million businesses, and I think that track record's better than his. I just haven't had the public face that he has. He gets most of his fame for being stupid and aggravating Bitcoiners, so they want to yell at him. So, but that's besides the point.
Well, we'll let Dark go, and we'll jump on other space. Dave, thanks.
Dave,
Everybody,
thank
thank you
you.
very much.
Puncher, thank you.
Yeah.
Gabriel, thank you. Taylor, Shepard, and all the listeners. It's been a great space. It's been a long one. Everybody who participated, a super, super big thanks. Go join Kerry Cardone's space. He just launched it. I'm going to go over there and jump in, but I do have to run out and do some stuff. I can't host.
See you guys. Thanks.
Thanks, everybody.